I'm just observing the rotation.
Okay, that's nice.
So that's the observation, is that rotation in the sky this way, and if I change my location, I see rotation going the opposite way. Correct? So what that tells me is my hypothesis is...
Nope, not correct.
Well, this is according to what you're saying, not actually observing.
I said correct, so no.
No, I'm telling you that is my observation. If you don't believe me, that's okay.
Your theoretical observation.
Listen,
Sure,
hello, guys. His observation is correct. He's observing the sky moving, right? But then he's saying that his hypothesis and the conclusion of the hypothesis is that the cause of that observation is him moving location and moving across a curved ball. And that's his conclusion.
I didn't necessarily say curved ball, but you are closer. Thank you for that. That is exactly what I'm saying.
He's incorrect about the having to move location part to see a different apparent rotation.
Okay, you say that. That's what we can test. So I can go see the rotation, and then I need to find out what causes the rotation to go from counterclockwise to clockwise. What
you
can
turned
I
around?
do?
You turn around. We can test
but
it
turning around. And you know what? That is a good point, except for the fact that I've done that, and turning around does not change the rotation.
No. I
can prove that.
Listen, hello.
I can prove that. Listen,
you're missing a step. You're jumping. You're skipping a step. Because remember, he's saying that he's concluding already that since he changed locations across the ground, and therefore the ground is a sphere. Once he moves locations, he's looking at different rotations because he's already
I'm on the other side of
hello.
I'm standing on. Yeah.
Listen. But you're skipping the part that you might be looking across a horizontal frame of reference, not curving, and the rotation of the sky might be a mechanism that you're not putting to the test, and you're skipping that. You're coming to the conclusion.
No, I'm not skipping that.
You come into the conclusion that the observation that you're doing, remember, the observation, the movement of the stars and the clockwise and counterclockwise cannot be anything else than.
But you're saying that's my conclusion. That's not my conclusion. That's my hypothesis. You keep putting words in my mouth. I did not say that me standing on the other side of the surface I'm standing on is my conclusion. That's my hypothesis. So now we have to come up with a way to test that.
You change locations and you observe different stars doing different things. Yeah, we know.
Correct. That's the observation.
Good. So can you carry on affirming the consequent for us, please?
So that's the observation. The hypothesis is that I am standing on the other side of the surface I'm standing on, if that's my observation.
The other side of a circle?
So, I didn't say a circle. Just the surface that I'm standing on. We have to take it step at a time.
Yeah.
We can't jump ahead of ourselves. This is why I'm saying this is not my conclusion. Because you keep wanting me to jump ahead of myself, and I'm not.
The ground that you're standing on, it could be whatever shape. But
yes, it could be, and this is how we test that. Are you listening now? Correct.
You're saying
my hypothesis is that I'm on the other side. Your hypothesis
of the sphere
listen to me.
gives you the result
my hypothesis
of the observation.
Is that I'm on the other side of the surface I'm standing on. Your hypothesis, as soon as you stop putting words in my mouth, sure, I'm happy to listen to whatever it is you have to say.
But that is your conclusion.
It's not. It's my hypothesis.
Is.
You keep saying it's my conclusion, but it's not my conclusion. I haven't run the test and concluded that. I've seen the observation and made a hypothesis.
But listen, you know hypotheses need to be valid.
And for this person,
you cannot have any. Listen, hypotheses to be on the scientific method, they must be valid hypotheses.
You need to let people finish their response to you, okay, before you start.
Variable time, it's an independent variable, that's the problem. The location
he says he's
variable. It's not going to be the cause of the stars rotating. That's the problem.
This will not be how you test it anyway, right? You're going to test what you think is the reason. You're going to have to measure the surface directly. That's how you're going to confirm or nullify your supposed hypothesis. Not a hypothesis, not a scientific hypothesis.
Yeah, because he's not using measurement. He's saying only by observation he can determine the conclusion.
Yes, because of the consequences of that observation. I'm not saying that measuring
a bunch of steps. Like he said, you're skipping measurement. You're saying, okay, I'm not going to measure. I'm just going to make a conclusion based on the observation.
Well, we can measure it. What my point is that measuring it doesn't really matter. Measuring it doesn't really tell us anything. But we could measure it. Why not? I'm not. So what would measuring? Okay, well, inform me then. What would measuring?
Well, if it doesn't matter, then how can you say that you're instantly going to the other side?
Because this is what I'm saying. By actually traveling the distance.
Because he already,
asked me a question, let me answer it.
On his premise, he thinks he's standing on a sphere and he's going to the other side of the sphere. Therefore, that's why he's observing the sky moving in clockwise and counterclockwise. Because he's already saying, yeah, I'm on a sphere. Look at the sky.
No. You're not understanding. So anyways, you asked me a question. Yeah. I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying. You're saying that if we both, let's say that both of us are in the North Pole, looking up, we see counterclockwise star rotation. Then we go to the South Pole. We look
facing
up,
which direction?
That's clockwise in the north.
Well, this is the other thing I didn't get to go to. This is how I can very easily prove which direction you're facing. Don't interrupt me when I'm explaining the question you just asked me, all right?
I'll cut you off. You tell me not to interrupt you. You don't make orders here, bitch. Okay, no. I'm not going to.
Yeah, well, then you won't get the answer to the question. I can easily prove that which direction.
All right, you're not going to make demands in here. Doesn't work like that. Don't know who the fuck you are, so you don't dictate the terms or the rules of this place. Got it? Did he leave? Oh, it's that guy. Okay.
No, he's still here.
Yeah. So don't do that again.
Clockwise in the north, by the way.
Yeah. So facing which direction when you're in the north? You see what? Counterclockwise rotation when you're facing what direction?
Oh, so I can speak now. All right, so check this out. This is why the direction you're facing has nothing to do with rotation.
Okay.
Now,
just
if you're standing in a room...
I asked you a question. You could just answer.
I'm answering your question. When you're standing in a room...
No, you're not.
I am answering your question.
Which direction are you facing when you see counterclockwise?
It doesn't matter. And this is why.
Answer the question, dude. Answer it. Which direction are you facing?
The answer is it doesn't matter. Would you like to hear why?
You're gonna get one more chance, and then I'm just putting you on.
The answer is it doesn't matter. Would you like to hear why?
Okay. You can talk again after you watch the video I posted.
Are you at the North Pole?
Posted a video in the chat. It's the moving stars of the Northern Hemisphere. It's called something like that. Go to 119 and tell me that those are moving counterclockwise. When you're ready to do that, you can come off mute.
He's making the claim based on standing on both poles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when you stand at the North Pole, it's clockwise.
You've got it.
We got you, Jedi. It's just breaking out a little. It's just breaking up a little bit. Also, yeah, if you let him say counterclockwise, even though we know it's clockwise, whatever it is, at the North Pole, we know he's going to say in the South Pole it goes in counterclockwise, and he's either going to have to make his argument, which would beg the question, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. Let's see which way he goes with it. Or he's going to ask us what would cause that. And it's not our claim or our explanation to give. So just let him finish, man.
Oh, I'm unmuted now. So are you done trying to get ahead of me now? This is what I'm saying. If you stop trying to get ahead of the argument, just listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to get ahead of it.
Waiting at the end of the road, we're just hoping that you get there quick. Come on.
You're trying to predict what I'm going to say and what arguments I'm going to use.
Find what you already said.
What I'm saying at the end of the road. Can you just make your argument, please?
All right. So the reason that the direction you're facing does not matter is if you're standing in a room, you look straight up at your ceiling fan. Your ceiling fan is rotating in a counterclockwise direction, right? Now, let's say you're facing your door, the wall that has your door on it. Let's call that north. If you look up, the fan is Spinning which direction?
We were standing at
Counterclockwise.
north.
So
Excuse me.
No,
I thought
no,
you
no.
were
I'm talking
standing at
about
north. Now the
yes, north on the planet, but I'm looking straight up.
door over there's north.
So now, same thing.
But
We'll
we've
call
got
the
two different
door.
norths now.
No, we don't. We'll call the door wall north. Now, the wall with the window on it, we'll call that south.
Yeah, I thought
If you
we were
face
under the
that
North
wall,
Pole. Now you've just pointed at the door and said that that's north.
because I'm giving you an
This
example.
guy's becoming fucking frustrating.
Because you're not listening. This has nothing to do with my experiment. I'm explaining to you why
I don't have an
the
experiment.
direction you're facing doesn't have
I am
anything to do with
listening.
rotation right now.
Not an
So this is not the experiment.
okay, so
This is
clarifying
not the
point.
experiment.
He might stop talking
Excuse
if we
me, I
just
was
let
well
him
ahead of
get to
you. At the North Pole, it's counterclockwise. We don't need doors. Oh, I give up.
We do. If you just follow what I'm
Yeah, we
saying,
don't-
it would be very
Yeah, we
clear
don't
to
need
you.
the analogies because we have the observation of the sky itself. So clarifying point to try to move along what you're saying. If I'm
Yes,
standing at
except for the
45
fact that
Hold
you
on,
think
I
that the
got a
direction you
clarifying
facing affects the
question here
rotation
to make
above your
sure
head,
we're
and
on the
that's
same
not true.
page. Stop fucking talking through me. So you're at 45 degrees north. You're
When
just
you're wrong, I will talk.
Hold on.
And you can
Hold
mute
on.
me again if you feel like
Shut
that's
up,
what you need to
dude.
do.
I
But when
haven't
you're
even been
wrong,
able
and
to ask
especially
the
when you try to
question.
put words in my
Shut
mouth,
your
yes,
fucking
I'm
mouth,
going to
Chris.
absolutely talk over you.
This would have been
100%
done
of the
already.
time.
Shut
Every
your mouth.
time.
Fucking little prick. So you're standing at 45 degrees north.
Yeah, it sucks when people
Okay, I'm not done. 45 degrees north. I'm going to see what? Counterclockwise, regardless which way I'm facing? Is that your claim?
Are you ready to listen to what I'm saying?
I'm ready to get the answer. So if I
Are
can
you
listen
going
to
to keep
that,
talking?
then yes.
Okay, good. Then listen to the answer then. Don't talk over me. Don't mute me. Don't interrupt me.
tell me.
Listen to the answer.
Tell me
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
So if you're looking at the north wall and you look up, your fan is spinning counter.
Okay, the problem is he thinks he runs the room. That's the real problem. Okay, so I asked you a closed-ended yes or no question. I'm at 45 degrees north. I'm going to see counterclockwise apparent rotation of the sky regardless which way I'm standing. Is that your claim, yes or no?
My claim is that regardless of the rotation you see in the sky, it doesn't matter which.
Okay, you're being really dodgy, so obviously you're a liar. Waste of time. If you were being honest, you would just answer these simple clarifying questions so we could get to a conclusion together, but you're attempting sophistry.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted the guy to finish his point, but at the same time, I already understand with his example of a man in the room. He's basically, I mean, you already made your point. Doesn't matter where you're standing, you're still going to see the same rotation. So, as a follow up question, Heretic is asking you, all right, then, so in the real world, if you're 45 degrees from the North Pole, then, well, if you're 45 degrees, if the North Pole is 45 degrees from you, and you're looking in any direction, are you still going to see the same rotation? It's a pertinent question. It's a valid question.
Right. No, rotation does not depend on the direction you're facing. No. Is the answer to your question. And I can prove that.
No, but I'm saying at 45 degrees, if you look in any direction, is the rotation going to be the same?
Yes, because you could be standing at 45 degrees north and still be looking south, east, west, or north. Could you not?
All right. I know you said you got to
just because you're standing at 45 degrees, I assume you're speaking about longitudes and latitudes. If you're standing at 45 degrees north, that doesn't mean that you're facing north. You could be facing south. Correct?
Yeah, that's why I put it in the question, regardless which way you're facing.
Circle of equal altitude around the ground position.
Exactly, that's my entire point. The direction you're facing has no effect on the rotation of the stars.
Okay, so this is why I keep fighting up Corey to do this. I know you guys are trying to get somewhere with him, but he's wrong in his premise. That's not what happens. Just wrong about the phenomena.
Get him to read what I
Yeah,
posted.
go ahead, run away from the argument. Everyone else does.
I'm not.
It's not an argument. This whole thing has been going on for too long, and it's based on nothing but a hypothetical of what you would like to do.
So are you against arguing hypotheticals?
Yangan, read what I posted in the side chat, please.
Hello.
Okay. It says at 45 degrees north latitude facing north, the stars on the horizon will appear to move counterclockwise. Okay. And it says at 45 degrees north facing south, the horizon will appear to move clockwise. That's AI saying that.
You're wrong, buddy. The sky says that. Just look at it one time.
I have. And I can tell you that the
obviously
direction you're facing does not affect clockwise. Either way, are you against arguing hypotheticals?
Well, they're making a smaller point that you said it moves counterclockwise. It moves clockwise from left to right. Let's get past that point because
that's fine. Regardless of which way it's going. The bigger point is, that's what I'm saying. I can accept if you want to say it rotates clockwise instead of counterclockwise, fine. That's not the point I'm trying to make. But the point is that the direction you're facing does not affect rotation above your head, and I can prove that. Would you like to hear the example?
No, we just want you to get to your overall point.
Sure, no problem. Then my hypothesis, assuming all the things that we've already spoken about, my hypothesis would be that I'm on the other side of the surface I'm standing on. Your hypothesis is that we are still on the same side of that planar surface, but we've just moved horizontally.
Incorrect. That's an outdated...
Was that not your hypothesis?
Well, first of all, it's not a hypothesis, but for the sake of the conversation, fine. No, that's not our hypothesis.
So what would your hypothesis be? When I asked for another explanation for the observation that I dictated...
That's not the only observation, because it assumes or presumes that all the stars rotate around north, which is not true.
No, it doesn't. At least not how I worded it. It does not.
Yes, it does.
It does not assume that.
You just said in our hypothesis we would be within this rotation, but again, that assumes that all the stars rotate around one central point, and that is not our hypothesis.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The other guy said that there are 2 points of rotation. That was his explanation to me. That was his counter explanation to the one that I provided.
Which is true. Because that's what we observe in the sky.
Okay, so that's your hypothesis. 2 points of rotation. Cool.
It's not a hypothesis. It's an observation. That's my point. It's an observation. It's not a hypothesis. It's just an observation.
Well, yes, having 2 points of rotation is an observation that we both have in our experiment. However, the hypothesis of what causes those 2 points of rotation is different.
She's really chubby.
Because I think that it's because I'm on the other side of the surface we're on, and the other person explained that it's just 2 points of rotation above the same planar surface.
That would be a valid hypothesis because you will have to...
Hold on, Jimmy. Sorry. Neither claim from the Flatty or the Globy is valid anyway. Both statements that you just made are assuming both premises, either that it's a globe or that it's flat. And that is not an argument we would make. We wouldn't use the stars to make the argument. Listen, what you said, both statements are fallacies based on your observation. Your conclusion is fallacious.
But that's what I'm saying. You keep saying it's my conclusion, but it's not my conclusion. 1, and 2, no, I haven't assumed Earth or flat. I don't think either of those hypotheses assumes either of those things. They're just 2 different explanations for the observation we made.
That's what I'm saying. That doesn't mean anything.
Now we have to test that, right?
That doesn't mean anything. You already observed. You're not.
No, you're right. It doesn't mean anything yet because we haven't tested it. So now
what is it? Listen, it's already an observation. There's nothing to test.
See, and I don't know how science works. This dude wants to make an observation.
What he's trying to say, you cannot.
Conclusion.
Listen, what you cannot test is not about.
Anyway.
It's not.
Oh, it's
It's
not
not about
science.
testing. It's not about testing the ground. What the thing that you cannot test is the mechanisms above of the celestial, the place that you cannot go to. You cannot test that. That's why you don't have the cause of the effect.
That's what I'm saying. Because you keep. I think where the gap is, the gap in our communication here, is that I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is rotating or that the stars are rotating. So the reason that the stars appear to rotate is of no concern to me during the course of this experiment. We could do that. I'm not saying that we can't. But that would not be my concern for the course of this particular experiment.
There is
Step
no
one.
experiment. It's all a
Step one,
hypothetical
listen.
that you're making up.
Listen. Step
It's a
one.
hypothetical
In
experiment.
the conversation that we're having right now, step
Yes.
one was we observe and accept that there's a clockwise and counterclockwise observation. 2 points.
Correct.
Great. Now, you said we're not making any assumptions. We're going to test that now. How would you do that other than already having observed these things at different points of the Earth?
I'm glad you asked. First of all, like I said, yes, those are the observations we made. So then we made up 2 hypotheses to go with that observation. I said it's because on the other side of the surface I'm on. They said that it's because there are 2 points of rotation above a singular planal surface. Those were the 2 hypotheses.
Hold on, time out. First of all, they're not hypotheses. Again,
They are hypotheses. I know you don't want to call them that. I don't know why you don't.
This is like the third person who's told you.
You just said, though.
This is the third person that's told you.
You just said that they're explanations. They cannot be hypotheses and explanations.
Yes, they can. A hypothesis is a proposed explanation.
No,
Yes,
hypothesis.
that's exactly what a hypothesis is.
A hypothesis.
Can I read this out, please, Eli?
Yes,
Just 2 seconds.
Please.
So the most fundamental error is to mistake the hypothesis for an explanation of a phenomena without performing experimental tests. Sometimes common sense and logic tempt us into believing that no test is needed. There are numerous examples of this dating from the Greek philosophers to the present day. So let's not treat our hypothesis as an explanation, please.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
So
Now,
your problem is
the 2
You said it
hypotheses.
was.
I did not. I said a hypothesis is a
You did, that's
proposed
why I jumped in.
explanation.
You said the hypothesis was an explanation.
The hypothesis is a proposed explanation. It's not the conclusion.
No.
Yes, it is. And as a matter of fact, what
Sorry,
you just
your
read proved
hypothesis
that.
is you just changed location. This is not a scientific hypothesis. 3 people have tried to point this out to you, but you've just fucking ignored them.
It's not that I'm ignoring you. You're just wrong, and I'm trying to explain to you why.
Sorry, you've incorrectly identified the independent and dependent variable. You think an experiment is going to a different location to observe the phenomena.
Not just that, though.
Oh, what are we varying and manipulating in the experiment to see if it causes the phenomena or not then?
Wait a minute. I don't want to get past this. He just...
I know, but we've been doing it for half an hour, mate, and you're the third person who's tried.
After you read the citation, though, he acknowledged that it was correct. But it's literally the opposite of what he's claiming. He's claiming it's an explanation. What you just read stated that it was expressly not an explanation, and he's moving forward as if it is a proposed explanation. You can't do that. You have to acknowledge what he read, because you're not agreeing with what he read with what you're saying. Give him a second. I gotta unmute him.
His problem is it's independent.
Would you like to read the citation again?
Yep.
Matter of fact, I'll look it up too.
Most fundamental error is to mistake the hypothesis for an explanation of a phenomena without performing experimental tests.
Exactly. That's why I'm trying to get to the test part. You can propose a hypothesis, which is a proposed explanation, but it's saying not to make the conclusion until you test it.
Do you not get social cues where people are trying to jump in, or do you just think it's quite a good idea to continue talking? We have a fundamental disagreement with the scientific method. You keep thinking an independent variable is somebody going to a location. An independent variable is where you manipulate your presumed cause of the phenomena you witness. At the moment, you're witnessing stars rotate. We're going to be, if we're doing science, trying to figure out the cause of that rotation. That's going to have to be done through experimentation when we've validated our hypothesis. You, sir, are incorrect, sir. Do you require citation, sir?
The observed phenomenon is clockwise rotation, yes, and the independent variable.
What's the cause?
Don't overtalk me. I'm trying to explain.
What's the cause of rotation in the sky? So we're interested in.
You're really not listening. This is what I'm saying. You're really not listening.
Sorry, we're trying to formulate a hypothesis. A hypothesis, a prediction of cause.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the conclusion, though. He keeps saying that it's my conclusion that I'm on the other side of the surface I'm standing on. But that's not my conclusion. It is my proposed explanation or hypothesis, as you just read in your citation.
It's a philosophy. What independent variable not be a location.
Listen, but look what we're talking about.
Cause stars to do anything.
And you keep getting stuck on that, and I can't even get to the test.
Listen. He just said we have 2 points of rotation, which both of us do, because that's what we observe. But he tried to make that the difference between our point that he called the hypothesis and his, which is you have one person on one part of the earth and another person somewhere else. So what's your explanation that there's one person watching something on one side and there's another person somewhere else? Well, what's the test?
The test is we go to the North Pole, we observe the rotation in the sky, then we move from the North Pole to the South Pole, and the entire way through, observe what happens to the sky. My prediction, as my hypothesis, my prediction to support my hypothesis would be that if we are on the other side of a surface, then we should see the stars move from spinning counterclockwise to moving from east to west across the sky in a linear fashion, horizontally, and then as we go further south, spin counterclockwise. That would support my hypothesis of being on the other side of the surface. Now, in order to support your hypothesis of being on this, I'm not done yet.
No, just stop there.
The prediction to support your hypothesis would be, you're going to have to mute me because I'm going to keep. So,
no, we're going to fuck you off if you keep talking.
But the bottom line is, he just affirmed the consequent, though.
Yep.
If he would have continued, versus trying to veer off into giving us an affirming the consequent, which is also a straw man, by the way.
Like he's been doing for the last hour, just keeps trying to affirm the consequent.
Glad you got there with him, because that's where he was going. He wanted to go there, but he didn't want to go there at the same time because he'd already done this earlier. And when I spoke to him, I said, "That's right, you're the guy that affirmed the consequence, and the consequence." Sorry, and then he said, "No, I didn't do that." Right, and then he started trying to wiggle around all of it, trying to not do that. Well,
but he's like his prediction is, I'm going to see this. I've seen this, therefore my prediction is correct. That's affirming the consequent, then.
Well, the main problem is he doesn't know what the independent variable is. And we are not claiming to have a hypothesis for the stars. There ain't no independent variable, that's the problem. You've got your dependent variable, that's fine, your observation, your independent variable, so that's the problem I make.
Crashing your computer like a madman, for fuck's sake.
Oh, good. I'm not muted anymore.
Desperate. He's desperate. That's why.
No, I've just stopped listening because you guys don't want to hear the answers. Like,
You never started listening, you dipshit.
You don't understand. You don't understand. You're absolutely correct when you say that we have a discrepancy about the scientific method. Except,
Right, I'm going to go and get it.
I'm correct about it, and
I'm
you
going to go and
keep
get it.
putting your thinking on it. I don't know why you keep doing that.
No, we're going to
Fucking
post the
scientific.
scientific method for you, so you'll read it out loud for us.
I have no problem doing that as long as it's a credible source for the actual scientific method. Sure, no problem.
He's
Because I
already
know what I'm saying.
he's already getting his hand wave dismissal ready. See that? He's got no problem with it unless he's already set up an
It's all right. You know why? Because
Well, yeah,
it's
and
going to
you
be
would do the
it's
same
going to be a
thing.
credible
Stop it.
source. So what are you worried about?
If I just
Don't
came up
worry,
with
dude.
preschool's definition of the
It'll be a
scientific
credible
method
source
that doesn't
for
know
you.
what they're talking about, you would say the same thing. I'm sure.
Yeah. You're going to get it what you want. Don't worry about it.
So nice try.
We didn't
Let's
get it
see.
yet. Don't
Observe
worry about
natural
it.
phenomenon occurring naturally in nature, seeing an event in nature without man creating or causing it. So far, I can agree with that. Background research and ask questions. See if anyone else has done the same experiment and explore possible reasons for the phenomena to occur. Sure, why not? I suppose so. Develop a
I'm just
hypothesis.
going to fucking read this one out because it's much easier. Causes are called independent variable. If one variable truly causes a second, it is the independent variable. Hypotheses link variables in causal assertions. A hypothesis may describe whether or not a relationship exists, possible causal direction of the relationship. Do you want me to carry on? Because I'm just going to keep saying independent variables are the causes of
That's
the dependent
exactly
variables.
what I'm talking about.
Okay, so
Yes,
can you do me a favour
that's correct.
and
We
stop?
agree. What we
Excuse
don't
me.
agree upon
Excuse
is
me.
what I'm
Excuse
saying
me.
the independent variable
Excuse me,
is
dumb
and
fuck.
versus the observation.
Excuse me. So every time I ask you for your independent variable, can you stop saying that you've changed location? Otherwise,
No,
you're
because
invoking
that
that
is
you're
the
some kind of
independent
fucking wizard, and that when you change location, it causes the stars to rotate in opposite directions.
In the particular experiment that we're doing, location
It's not an
is the
experiment.
independent variable.
It's not an experiment. You changing
We're
location.
setting
If
one
you-
up. You
No,
don't
you're not.
understand how to set up an experiment, do you?
Sorry. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
You don't know how to plan an experiment out,
Excuse
do you?
me. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
You are excused. Trust me, you
What
are
are the three
excused.
constituent parts of an experiment? You've got 10 seconds. Failure to answer will have you removed from the room.
What you tell me, please.
He doesn't know.
Excuse me. You're having a go at me saying I don't understand shit, and I've been schooling you for the
Yes,
last
I am.
hour.
And
Now,
I'm correct.
tell me what
And
the
you don't
three
like it, do you?
constituent parts of an experiment are.
The independent variable, the dependent variable, and the control.
Awesome stuff. What's the independent
I know
variable
what I'm
within the
talking about.
experiment?
You're just misunderstanding.
What's the independent variable within the experiment?
Is the location.
No, it's the presumed cause of the phenomena. Fucking
Yes,
wizard.
the cause of
Do you
the
think that you
points
changing
of-
location
You know what
causes
I'm
the
saying?
stars to
You can shut
rotate?
up for actually 2 minutes.
Excuse me.
You might get this, but
Excuse
you
me.
won't. Just mute me.
Excuse
and
me,
run away.
prick. Excuse me. Do you think that you changing location causes the stars
do
to
what I
rotate? Is that what you think?
Yes.
You think that you moving around on the earth causes the stars to rotate, do you?
Again, because I've said this before, but again,
You're an idiot.
the location that you are standing on the surface, yes, is the cause of the apparent rotation of the stars in this particular experiment. And you don't understand that. That's why we can't have an actual test.
So if you didn't change location, they wouldn't rotate then.
Exactly. There would be no change in the rotation, in the apparent rotation.
Because we cause them to rotate or not.
I'm not talking about the actual rotation. I'm talking about the apparent
so
rotation.
you're not talking about causes then? Dickheads, you're not talking about causes then?
Yes.
You're not talking about causes.
In the change in apparent rotation of the stars is your location.
So you did
How
this.
do you not understand that? You really don't understand that?
Did you cause this to happen?
Wait, wait. If the cause,
I
if
caused the change in my
if the
observation,
cause
yes,
is the
by
change,
moving locations.
hold on.
How do you
If the
not get
cause
this?
is the change, if the cause is the change in location, then that's it. That's the point.
Exactly. And my hypothesis for that is because the location we changed to is on the other side of the surface. Do you
Okay.
understand that now?
You're basically
Okay.
saying
But
if
look,
you
but
don't
look,
move,
but
the
look,
stars
but
don't
look.
move.
Hold on. No,
I'm
stop
saying that
asking.
if you
No.
don't move, let me answer that
See what
question.
you
I'm
did?
saying
No,
that if
don't
you
answer that
don't move,
question.
the
You're
rotation will
not
not
answering.
change.
Oh my
Yes.
God. Oh yeah, that was. So
No, but
anyway,
if you don't move,
okay, so if
the
I'm
stars will
bro,
still
stop
rotate.
talking, bro. Stop talking. So, like I said, you're standing in one location, you see the rotation. You move to another location, you see a different location. You didn't predict anything.
You see a different rotation.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. So my hypothesis is I'm in one location on the Earth. I see a rotation. Then I go to another point. I see a different rotation. So what's the
Right.
problem?
There's no problem with that. That's exactly what the observation is. My hypothesis for that observation is that I am standing on the other side of the surface.
Me too.
Your
That's
hypothesis
mine too. No, my hypothesis is the same.
that you're standing on the other side of the surface.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. You can have that hypothesis if you like. Then we're on the same team in this experiment. The other side proposed a different hypothesis, though.
There is no other side.
This is a new hypothesis that you're presenting.
Well, the other guy said that he had another explanation. He had a different hypothesis for the observed phenomenon.
Excuse me, Elijah.
Yeah.
When he says on the other side, he has an antipodal assumption. He's
I
on
didn't
the
hear him
other
say
side
that.
of the sphere.
I didn't hear him say that.
I didn't say a sphere. I said the other side, but I can also give
Other
you the
side of
support.
Bullshit.
for
There's
that
a correction.
hypothesis.
Stop. There's a correction. Stop. Earlier, he said, when I stand on top of the planet and I look up, you were assuming a ball during your last presentation, son.
You did.
I did not say I was assuming a ball. I very specifically
Other
said
side
the
of
other
what?
side.
It's
Other
still
side of what?
antipodal. Still
The point-
antipodal.
The point that I'm trying to make is it doesn't matter. The point is we're on the other
Other
side.
side of what?
As I said 3 other times before, we have to take it at
But it's
baby
cool.
steps.
But it's
We don't
cool.
necessarily have to get to a sphere just with this observation.
But it's cool. That's what I'm saying. I got him to the conclusion of. So you're
I haven't made a
standing in
conclusion yet.
Okay, well, you
Nice
already
try,
have
but I
an
haven't made a conclusion yet.
So you already have an observation, right? And then you're in another location, you have a different observation. You called that the test. And the test showed you that you have different observations of rotations on the other side, quote unquote, of the Earth. Okay. I literally am going to hijack and take that hypothesis as a flat earther. Now what?
That's fine. You can do that. So if that's both of our hypotheses, then what would you expect to see as we travel from the North Pole to the South Pole, looking up the entire way?
Different star rotations. At some point.
Right. But when you get to the point where it's rotating in the opposite direction, then what is your conclusion?
What do you mean conclusion? When you get to the other side, it's another rotation, and that's
Yes.
the hypothesis.
So we proved that correct. Location does have an effect. At the end of the test, we proved that yes, your location on the planet does change the apparent rotation of the stars in the sky. What conclusion do you draw from that?
Doesn't change them.
Hold up. No, what conclusion do you draw? What conclusion do you draw from that? Because you've been waiting for this moment. So I'm waiting for you to say.
I'm not waiting for any moment. It'd just be nice to finish the flipping thing.
I said I'm waiting for this moment you finish. You said it'd be nice to finish. Okay, go ahead and do that.
So, based on the fact that when I view a point of rotation, When I see that same point of rotation rotate in the opposite direction, it only ever happens when I am on the other side of that point of rotation.
You already said that. That's redundant. We agreed. We see
That's the supporting evidence for my conclusion, which is I am on the other side of the surface. We can then
when I come to this location, my conclusion is I've come to this location. Fucking retarded.
My conclusion is I'm on the other side. This different location, same as yours. So now what?
So then we both agree. That proves that we are on the other side of the planet when we see different rotation.
See, he was assuming a planet the whole time.
The first time. No, again, I'm not saying sphericity. I'm not saying
antipodal. I can't believe we've let this prick do this for the last half an hour. I told you 15 minutes ago he had an antipodal assumption, and there it is.
But that's not an assumption. I just walked you through how I came to that conclusion. It's not an assumption.
But he's saying that when he says planet, he's not giving a shape to the Earth.
Right. I'm just saying planet in the course of the conversation, so you guys know what I'm talking about.
He is if he's going to the opposite
side. I don't.
If you remember, I started by saying I'm on the other side of the surface I'm standing on. I didn't even say
Listen, but his conclusion is that he's on the other side. If that's as far as he's willing to... Listen. No, you...
Antipodal we lie for the 15th time.
Yeah, he means antipodal.
Jedi, listen to what I'm saying for the 5th time. If he's not willing to say it, and we've clearly defined, okay, well, if you're going to say planet, you're not talking about any kind of geometrical shape of the ground. He's saying, no, I'm just saying I'm going to the other side. So if that's the case, then that's the end of the conversation. There's no arguing with him, telling him, no, you need to accept antipodal so that we can argue with you. No, the conversation is actually done.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying, though.
That's literally what he just dragged you down. If you listen to his fucking conclusion, Eli.
Look, thank you. Is your name Eli? I appreciate you, Eli, for actually taking a moment to understand what I'm saying and try to get my point.
We do understand what you're saying.
Let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question. And if the answer is no, then I'm correct, and the guys can just leave you alone with your non-point. Is anything that you just said, do you think that proves that you live on a spherical globe?
I do think it's a start, yes. It means that it's at least not a flat plane.
Not that it's a start. What?
Well, no, because that is my claim. My claim is not that it's
so you're claiming. Hold on, time out. You just added a new premise. So before you said the other side. Now you said this at least proves that the surface is not flat. And so the opposite of flat is literally irregular, aka curved. So you are holding a position then, aren't you?
Well, in a way, because yes, I did say that. I'm admitting to saying that. But what I mean by that is not, again, not sphericity.
What I mean by that, then it is affirming the consequent at this point. You didn't really give anything or do anything or prove anything.
No, because the world could still be flat. I'd just be on the other side of it. This is what I'm saying. I'm not concluding sphericity or flat with that experiment.
That's literally why it's affirming the consequent, because it could be curved, it could be flat. The point is, if you're not going to make a point, then it isn't an affirming the consequent. You're just not supporting what you believe. But if you're going to say this is a step in proving what I believe, then at this point, it's an affirming the consequent by textbook definition.
Well, hear me out. This is what I'm saying. What I mean by not flat is like a singular flat plane. Because if the Earth was a singular flat plane, it would be impossible for us to be on the other side of it, would it not?
What the fuck?
First of all, there's no such thing as a singular. Listen to what there's no such thing as a singular flat plane. First of all, in reality, it's a concept. Like mean sea level, that's a flat plane.
You just admitted to no flat Earth by that logic, but I'm not going to be like, no. Please continue.
Well, first of all, you got to understand there's a difference between flatness, like how smooth a surface is, an orientation. So the horizon, that's an orientation. Straight is an orientation. Flat, when we're talking about measuring from the surface of Earth, is an orientation, sir. I'm sorry if you were ignorant of that fact. Two different
No,
kinds
that's
of
fine.
definitions.
I'm just saying.
Two different definitions of flat. So when I tell
Exactly.
when I tell you there's no such thing as flat, it's because one dimension is not what we live in. We live in 3 dimensions. That doesn't mean
Correct.
that the surface. That doesn't mean that the surface isn't level. So that was just a ridiculous thing.
That's cool. This is what I'm saying. I can accept that. Based on my experiment, it does not prove sphericity or flat. We would have to do more experiments for that. But what I'm saying is that I was under the impression, excuse me, let me clarify. I was under the impression that if the world was a flat plane, that it would be impossible to be on the other side of it. Am I wrong about that?
The fuck? He now thinks we're living on a CD disc.
Yeah, he thinks we live on a disc in space. Yeah,
Bring in something that happened during our earlier conversation. Okay, so I presented an alternative, probably my bad.
Okay, sorry.
He was giving the impression that this could not possibly occur, right, without there being antipodalism invoked, right? And I gave him the example because he wanted to start using bike tires, and I said, okay, you've got a bicycle, orient it horizontally. Now turn the front wheel one way and the back wheel the other way, right? And that's happening over a planar surface. I was just introducing an alternative to him, which he then took as a hypothesis. But I was just showing him that you could have, like in reality, 2 things above a plane, right, appearing to rotate in different directions, right? That was all I was doing. I was introducing another concept for him to consider, rather than him being stuck on I must be antipodal in order to view.
Well, he didn't even express your view there. He tried to give you disc Earther.
No,
he wasn't even genuine there.
Hypothesis that your friend introduced, he was talking about me and that example.
Yeah, so that means, sir, not only did you like take an hour to basically affirm the consequence, but you couldn't even detail what T-Dub actually said, which is sad.
So I did consider your hypothesis, and I tried to test it. That was the moment you muted me. You really gonna say that I didn't? You really gonna say that I didn't even consider that there was another explanation for my observed phenomenon? Come on now. This is why I say you guys can't track.
This is live recorded, bro.
Perfect.
Your hypothetical made up observation.
Tell me it'll be on YouTube later.
Yeah, facts. You can go back and listen to yourself getting cooked. Yep.
Perfect.
No, it's live now. It's not like you have to go. Hopefully, it'll be on later. It's live streamed now. Let's see, 2 places right now. More than that, probably, because there's more people in here.
No, that's okay. I just hope that it would be archived somewhere.
Yeah, well, yep. The cooking session will definitely be.
Yeah, we heard you say standing on top of a planet, and then you go to the other side. So you obviously meant going around a ball. Yep, we heard it.
Cool. Well, except that I clarified, and what I meant by planet was in the course of the conversation.
Your words are recorded.
No, I'm so glad that they are. So, like I said, do you want to talk about the other hypothesis now?
Yeah, no disc in space because space is fake. So, what's your hypothesis?
Nigga, what?
Well, I'm not saying that it's a disc in space. I asked you, is it possible to be on the other side of a flat Earth? I'm asking that. I'm not claiming anything. I'm asking.
Space is fake. It's not a space disc. It's not a space disc. You can go on the other side of.
Bro, like, listen.
So is it possible or not?
Listen, when I listen to him I'm not defending anything. That's why I'm not really preempting. I'm not trying to listen. My answer to you is just like I can go across the street. Of course, I can go to a different state, a different country, hence across the earth. Yes, of course I can.
Okay, and I can agree with that, but I'm talking about antipodally.
All right, if that was your assumption in the first place, if that was your assumption, if that was your assumption in the first place, then again, you affirm the consequence. There is no antipodal on a like. What are you talking about? Antipodal would be 180 degrees underneath.
That's what I'm saying. And my experiment leaves room for the possibility of the Earth still being flat, but we'd just be on the other side of it.
He doesn't know celestial theory. He doesn't know the celestial theory, so he doesn't know that that's already the case. I mean, that's how it's modeled, like a hamburger.
But this is why I said very specifically, if you're going to have a conversation with me about this stuff, try to put aside your preconceptions about all other scientists or globers or anything like that. I'm not arguing like everyone else.
I didn't give you any preconceptions. I just told you going across the street isn't antipodal anything. So
then that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on the other side of it completely. Like you said, 180 degrees. This is why I used the bike tire as an example, so you would understand what I was talking about.
With the bike tires, if you go to the second bike tire, you are no longer under the same rotation at that point. You don't go any
if you
further.
Go under the first one.
Excuse me.
Well, yes,
exactly. If you go under the second axis of rotation, then you're underneath a different rotation on the same plane.
Yes, that was the hypothesis that was given to me as an explanation for what I observed.
Okay, and
I wanted to go into how to test that.
So your response was you need antipodal. There's no such thing in that example, bro.
Correct.
You don't need antipodal or anything. So you don't, but by merely going from one side to the other side of a surface doesn't prove antipodal or anything. Now, if you're going to presume
but it does, because I have predictions related to that hypothesis if it was a singular plane that we were under, or that we were on top of, and that we were looking up at two different points of rotation. There is a prediction related to that, because I would expect to see something different than if my hypothesis were true.
What is your hypothesis?
That's not actually a valid. So give me two premises and a conclusion then.
Why are you changing the subject? We're talking about an experiment.
No, that's called a logical syllogism. That's what we're actually talking about.
I know that.
I know that. Guess what? So don't interrupt.
But I'm talking about an experiment.
I'm going to have to mute you then.
You're changing the subject.
Well, first of all, there's a syllogism. There's a syllogism for the way that a fucking hypothesis is set up, stupid.
Let's not call each other names, alright? Let's keep it civil.
Whatever. Sure. It's fam. Fam.
Hello?
See, because in an actual hypothesis, you have a special kind of prediction where you have a cause that affects the natural phenomena observed. So the testing would be to test that. Testing that would be actually physically causing a phenomena to occur by manipulating the independent variable.
Right.
So you seem to think that
everything you've said so far.
You seem to think that manipulating the independent variable is changing your location. This is all
in this experiment that I've designed, that is the independent variable. It's not what I think. It's in the experiment that I have designed to test the hypotheses that we've come up with based on the observations that we made. I have designed the independent variable to be the location.
You didn't design anything.
I have. You're
said
just not
was,
listening.
no, you didn't design anything.
I did.
All you have, okay, you didn't design anything. All you said was, at the North Pole, we see one rotation, and then I go to another location, we see a different rotation. What causes that? Me going to the different location. That's basically what you said. That was supposedly your test. There's nothing antipodal in any of that anywhere. Nowhere.
Experiment that I proposed to test.
But again, there's no antipodal anything anywhere with what you said.
I'm not talking about that anymore.
No. The bottom line is, if you're not begging the question, like you're trying to do after the fact, by telling us that in your example, it is antipodal, no, it's not. You didn't mention anything about any antipodal anything. You said the other side. I said, well, are you talking about any geometrical shape? You said no. Guess what that is? A plane by default, my man. But you didn't know that, I guess. How can you go to the other side? Like, what does that language mean? Unless you're going to make a claim about the surface being curved or not curved.
Right, because I could go to the other side of a room, for example.
Roof on top of your house, right? You're on this side. You're on the roof, standing on the top of your flat roof, right? Then you go inside and you go hang off the ceiling in the same spot. Now you're on the other side of that same surface. It doesn't matter if it's a sphere or not. You're just on the other side of the surface.
You sound like an idiot.
No, you're on the other side, but you didn't go further to the other side. Sounds like you just went to, I don't know, something that would be equivalent to the equator. Or if we were talking about reality, we would just say, okay, the equator. Because if you go to the other side of the equator, you're dealing with two rotations. Not one rotation which you're going to step outside of and be on the other side of, like you keep trying to suggest.
Exactly correct. I agree with what you.
Then there's no more conversation to be had then. Right?
Dismiss as implausible. And the reason I say that is
you're muted. If I'm correct, then there is no more conversation then, right?
yes, there is, because we have to talk about what happened during the experiment.
Nothing happened. You went somewhere else in your hypothetical and saw something else, which you quote unquote predicted before you did that, thus it validating what you predicted. That's affirming the consequent. I told you that already. I'm not going to take you off mute so you can say I didn't do it. Listen, this is all recorded. That's what you did. You're trying to say there's something antipodal going on. You didn't prove that, though. You're just trying to beg the question of it being antipodal. So you're begging the question. You're affirming the consequent. You're not really doing anything. You don't know what science is. You think that changing locations is manipulating an independent variable. That's hilarious. Is there anybody else?
Is he trying to define a location without defining the shape of where the location is at?
Well, I mean, he said that it didn't have anything to do with shape. So then, by definition, if you're going to go to any side of anything, then you're going to be going from one side of a plane to the other. Unless you're going to say the other side is actually antipodal, in which that's the premise you actually have to prove, not beg the question.
May I ask, is he global?
Which he introduces after, by the way. He doesn't include it in his so-called hypothesis.
Was he global?
Well, yeah. With his antipodal to the other side assumption.
Yeah, then I think he got the conception, of this flat disk floating in the space. Yeah, and he's asking what is on the other side.
Yeah, when we go to the equator, we flip 180 degrees. Yeah.
Oh, the equator, okay.
I mean, he couldn't even accept that you don't change location in order to observe.
He might be something. He might be slow if he thinks like that. There might be something wrong with it.
He is slow. He failed there, but what he really was trying to do, what he wasn't counting on, is the fact that we're not circle earthers. So that's where he fucked up, because he didn't really know where to go, so he was winging it. And he doesn't know anything about science either, though. So he needed to count on us thinking we were going to go, hop over the circular, go from, I don't even know how there's a highway and the cars are going one way, you go to the other side of the highway and now they appear to be going the other way. No, we're not making that claim in here, bro. That's not our argument. So he was fucked after that, after he realized that wasn't our claim, after he tried to, force it down my throat. He had to change tactics.
And by the way, in my defense, right, I didn't mute him after he presented his so-called hypothesis. I muted him after he said, not even sure as yet if there is 2 points of solidation. And I gave him the opportunity. I muted him and I said, because he'd already said that this wasn't in defense of the Earth being a ball and that he wasn't at 2 points of rotation. So I said, well, I muted him and I said, well, we're moving on to the next caller. You go and find out if that is the case before you even present your so-called hypothesis. That's when he got muted.
See if you can answer the triangle test.
Yes, IQ test.
Okay, dude, answer that.
Did you say he said that we flip upside down when we go behind the equator?
No, he can't say that because he didn't define the shape of what he's on the other side of.
Oh.
Exactly. So he did, but then again, when we pressed him, he didn't. So I said, okay, so at this point, you don't really have an argument. So when he tried to say, okay, it's antipodal, I'm like, well, no. Like, what would be? He didn't even know. How are you gonna? What would be the antipodal version of the flat Earth? That shit is crazy. What he said.
He wants to get banned. He's in text. He said that's going to be his win.
He's not even server muted anymore. He's been off.
He won't answer he won't answer the triangle test question. This is impossible for these guys to answer.
It's because you guys just don't listen anyway. I'm at this point, I'm finished talking to you.
It's a simple question. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Your ridicule is awesome, so keep it coming. It then genuinely does make me laugh. It's funny. It's why I come here. But like I said,
All right,
at this point, I'm finished trying to get through to you. So with that,
Okay.
have a good night. Thank you for the conversation. I do appreciate it.
Good night, man. Yeah, I hope he does go back and listen because, just like everybody who regurgitates like talking points from the news to me, I know they didn't actually read any sources, go back, listen to the claims after looking through the sources and seeing if the claim is validated, things like that. I know most people don't do that. I know he's not. I hope he goes back and listens to this live and gets to Googling. And I hope he knows how to Google. I hope he knows what he sounds like. He knows what a credible source is, since he asked Jedi to provide a credible source, like an EDU or something like that. So I do hope he goes away, listens back to the live, and realizes, maybe I wasn't as right as I thought I was. Because if you listen back to the live and then you actually listen to what we say and either refute that directly, which you haven't because you've agreed the whole time, with me at least. If you don't look, through when I said, well, you committed this fallacy and look it up, then you're not going to realize that you're wrong. So I hope you do go do that. Hope you show it to all your friends.
How is he? How is he called? Is he back in the chat room?
Well, he's down for the night. He says he bid us a good night.
He's just hanging out in here to keep our stats up in this server, which is nice. I'm glad when these guys do that.
Yeah,
oh, very nice from him. Yeah, very nice from him. Thanks. I assume he believes that when you flush the toilet in the southern hemisphere, the flushing water, will spin in the opposite way.
He'll think the experiment is him watching it.
Well, he doesn't know what a triangle is, so I doubt he knows about spinning water.
Could you imagine? I go to one school and then I go across town to another school, observe kids in those different locations, and I'm like, I just did an experiment. I knew those kids on the east side were going to be bad as shit. I went there, they were bad as shit. Like, and that proves my hypothesis, which is the conclusion is, don't send your kids to the east.
Brilliant, mate. You done it.
I guess running around my house makes my house a globe.
Yeah, man.
I would say, whoa. Child conduct wasn't mentioned in any of your previous statements. How is that in your conclusion? Yeah, all right, I'm going too hard. All right.
T-Dub, you're killing us.
Yeah, who is that? T-Dubs.
T-Dub.
He sounded like he was taking off in a rocket.
He's playing some CIA shit, messing with my headphones. I thought my head was going to vibrate off.
He just programmed you, Radwin. You're going to wake up feeling weird.
Yeah, that's right. I can tell now.
No, I was just saying you could introduce another conclusion. You could say if political investment in education is bad in this region, right? Financially, I go to this school and I observe bad behaved kids. I go to that school and I observe bad behaved kids. Therefore, my premise about political investment in education system is correct.
I like that example.
Yeah, but if you can't
However, my
measure any curvature,
conclusion
it's used to look up.
is that school is antipodal. Wait, what the hell?
Don't worry about the lack of curvature on the ground. Star rotations, guys. That's what it is.
I wish the truth got more burn, man. It's very unpopular these days.
What's the biggest lesson learned today? We could determine the curvature of the Earth based on reason, not measurements.
May I answer that question? What did we learn today? I mean, I learned that very quickly. I mean, it looks like it's no use explaining to these people because they just don't want to accept the reality that observations disprove the spherical Earth, and there is no curvature. I mean, it's not difficult to see that. It's not difficult to comprehend it. It's just the unwillingness which they have not to leave the globe Earth. I don't know what to say. I mean, sometimes I feel like it's useless to talk to these people. Although I have witnessed some globers who start to go on the fence. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. What do you think about it?
Neil deGrasse Tyson gave him a big out. Said, "You, no matter how high you go, you can't see the curve." So now all of these guys are like, "All right, cool. I'll take his word for it. I've been taking everybody else's word for it."
Yeah, I don't know. Were you here? Yesterday came someone who said he saw the curvature of the Earth from the plane, and I told him that Neil deGrasse Tyson, your priest, told us and everyone else that you cannot even see it from the International Space Station, and he says that stuff is flat.
Yeah, I wish I would like it in a perfect world, like we wouldn't have to go through elevation angles and specular reflections and planar flight, all this other stuff, like just for people to realize, wait, we were told to expect one thing looking at all this stuff. You got all these GoPro things, you have all this, everything that they have from International Space Station. And fam, I'm not supposed to be seeing any of that stuff. That right there should have woke up like damn near everybody. Like, how they got the wham bam flim flam. I don't know.
Exactly, and don't forget, or I think these people never think about the fact that we all were globers at one point of our life. I mean, we also believed in that, and then when we looked at it, man, you cannot find the curvature. They always say the Earth is too big to see the curvature, and suddenly boats go behind the curvature at 3 miles distance. But nevertheless, we can see the horizon behind the oil rig, which is at a distance of 9.4 miles, and we still see the horizon behind it. And then they come with the refraction in the case of the oil rig. What about refraction in the case of the boat going behind the curvature? It doesn't make sense, and that's why I say it's the unwillingness. It's like, don't take my ball from me, don't take the ball from me, like children.
Well, the way I deal with it, with just face-to-face conversations, I have a lot of people, that'll just be like, "Oh, you're the guy who believes that the Earth is flat." So, and they'll bring up any random point about eclipses or whatever, and I just say, listen, I don't need to answer any questions about why or how anything is. All I need to do is say to you, how many completely flat areas does it take to make a fucking ball? I mean, I build things for a living. I'm a builder. Like, I know what level and plumb is. That's my whole shtick. So when people tell me that you could take something that's completely level and flat and you just put it together next to something else that's completely flat and put it next to something else that's completely flat and you're going to make a ball eventually, I'm going to tell you, I think your math is a little off.
Yeah, but that's the problem which Elijah referred to when he said, we don't actually, in a perfect world, we would not be needing to go to the angles and elevation angles, because it's very easy to see with the eyes. I mean, to see the buildings. I think where is it on Chicago Lake, the other side in Canada? Is it Ontario or Toronto? I mean, to see that shit at a distance of 52, 56 miles is incredible.
They're not looking at it or thinking of it critically. There's no critical thinking happening. It's just literal trust. It's 100% trust.
Exactly. It's like a religion.
It also shows how much of a mess you can get yourself into if you don't know what an independent variable is.
That's why it's true when Nathan Oakley calls them fundamentalist, religious zealot. I mean, come on, man. You can see the horizon behind the oil rig. The oil rig is at a distance of 9.4, and the horizon is behind it. Make that make sense.
The end.
Yeah, the end of intelligence for them. Critical thinking, the end of critical thinking, as you said.
Yeah, that's got to go for sure. Can't keep that up. Yeah, that's got to go for sure if you're going to keep your globe up after that. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. You're going to have to throw that out of the window.
Hang on. We know Earth's a globe because when we go down to the beach and we watch a boat sail out, become refracted, and then appear to go over a refracted horizon. That's how we know Earth's a globe.
So we watch it set over the geometric horizon, which doesn't appear as the geometric horizon.
Yeah, that was the case until the Black Swan. They always claimed that the horizon behind which the boats go is a geometrical horizon. That was their claim. Until we came up with the Black Swan, and then they came up with the refractions, and I think McToon came up with 3 horizons, right? three different horizons.
Yeah, nobody ever claimed the horizon was Earth curve. It says.
Yeah, we didn't claim that. They claimed that.
What was he named? Tim somebody on Nathan Oakley's, right? He says this, right? And then he presents a video called This is Earth Curve with a horizon. Boats going over it.
Trump did that as well on Nathan Oakley. You have a geometric horizon? No. We don't have. No, we do.
We do. Yeah, right, the rumpus, yeah.
Yeah, that was Trump.
And the geometric horizon only exists in the math.
That's what I mean. You cannot converse intellectually with them. I mean, the geometric horizon only exists in the math, yet still we can see the horizon obscuring the boat going behind it. It's a fuckery. It's like it's like they are treating us as children, but they are busted. They are busted. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Santa Claus is real. No, I'm lactose intolerant. I didn't drink that milk. Like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Yeah, it is fuckery. That's exactly what it is. You're right. That's what it's fuck shit. So we've been dealing with fuck shit, y'all. You get it. I was just on a plane. You get on a plane, you look at the ocean, you got a clear sky, the sun beaming on the ocean. Fam, there's no mistake. You see the coastline, you see all of the fucking city gridded up. It's over. Like, there's not. First of all, once you see that, you come to the realization that these motherfuckers lied about you supposedly seeing curvature from that perspective. It's
exactly.
Like, well, how you gotta be higher than giraffe pussy to see that shit. Basically,
you can go as high as you can, but you will never see a curvature because there is no curvature. That's a problem. I have been also on planes many times. I never remember that I thought that I saw the curvature. Never remember that. Even before hearing about flat Earth, I cannot claim that I have seen the curvature from the plane. I never thought about it when I looked out of the window. The horizon was actually flat. But I never thought that indicates that I was lied to. I have to admit that because I was not thinking critically. Yeah, I had faith as I trusted in the priests of science. That's it. I think part of the problem is that they feel threatened because our arguments, are very convincing, and they feel threatened that they have to do something about it. And I have to admit that it is very difficult because, for example, you cannot start talking about flat Earth in your work. If you care about your salary and you want to pay the rent and your bills, and you cannot know how people would react. I think that is also a problem which why they feel threatened, and that's why they want this idea of flat Earth to disappear. I mean the globers.
Well, look at where they have us right now. I mean, we can't go beyond the 60th degree parallel south, and we can't. We also cannot find out exactly what's going on in the north as well. So we have two big question marks that really prevent coming up with a definitive map, right? And definitive North Pole, really, without being able to see how much more land and surface area is up there, or in the north. We don't know what's around Mount Meru, so to speak, or the Black Rock.
Yeah, that is very suspicious. I mean, the fact that we are not allowed to sail beyond the 60 degree in the south is very strange. Very strange. And in the north also, they always used to, the maps were, even the new maps, the modern maps, they were different 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Well, some of those older maps that show
yeah, I cannot remember, but they used to show something in the north. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was not like the maps. Yeah. And the fact that in the north it is not as cold as in the south. Like the Antarctic is damn cold, really, really.
There's a lot of talk about lands around the North Pole.
Yeah, the problem is that no one is allowed to sail beyond the 60th degree and in the north also, to the North Pole. Or to
I feel like there's a lot of talk about the South, but I feel like the North is being overlooked, and that really does take up a large area that no one has any idea about. So if there are 4 continents around Mount Meru, and however small they may be, that's still pretty big secret to be keeping from the world. And it's all speculation, of course, but why would they be on the old maps?
Yeah, they are hiding something. God knows what. No one knows. I mean, I'm not trying to indicate like the Gleason map, but I have heard that in Australia the sunset and the sunrise is much faster and it happens very quickly. I'm not sure if you are from Australia, but we have a lot of flat earthers from Australia here, and yeah, you can ask them. I always heard that the sun sets very quickly at the end in the southern so-called hemisphere, or beyond the equator, so in Australia.
I've seen the videos. I've never witnessed it personally. I'm from the north. I haven't traveled much.
Yeah, I'm from the north too.
Anyone else keep getting periodically kicked out?
It happened to me all the damn time.
But I have had that before.
Yeah, but there's just a lot of presuppositions coming into these discussions where these guys just aren't seeing it. They're just presuming that, they're already thinking about a million different reasons why they know it's not flat. It's like, oh, Elon Musk or whatever. It's all just propaganda that's been spoon fed to them. Like, none of it is based on any critical thinking. It's just it's really coming to terms with the lie. That's the hardest part, I feel like, for most people, is like now they have to come They have to come face to face with the true conspiring forces that are against everybody and keeping this stuff a secret. And I mean, if they'll keep this a secret, they'll keep anything a secret, right? So, got to kind of throw out all of the programming, and that's a tough pill for a lot of people to swallow. So you hit the nail on the head when you said that people just don't want to come to terms with the good arguments that are being made, because it's going to force them to really take a look at their world.
There are a lot of reasons, and even confessions from NASA that something is not right, something is wrong. For example, have you seen the TED Talk from Don Petit, where he talks about the tyranny of the rocket equation?
I have not.
Yeah, you have to take a look at it. The first time I saw it, it was on the channel of Robert Bassano. You know Robert Bassano?
No.
Really? Yeah, I can put a link in the chat box. But Don Petit had a TED Talk where he said the payload, right? The payload of the rocket is only 3 or 5%. The rest is fuel. So if we will not find another kind of fuel, we will never be able to leave Earth. So how the fuck did they leave Earth and go to the moon 60 years ago? Let me see if I... Sunrise. Flat Earth reflections. Yeah. John?
Yeah, I'm still listening. Yeah, I'm still here.
I posted the video in the chat box.
Okay,
I'm not sure. Yeah.
It takes a little bit for the stuff to load up.
Because I'm connected with my smartphone, but I still can post, in the PC version. So this is Don Petit and Robert Bassano.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll check that out.
Yeah, and in the and at the end, or in the end, however you call it in English, he says, you better find another kind of fuel, because if we would not find another kind of fuel, we would not be able to leave Earth. Make sense.
they've been so unbelievable the entire time. I mean, like I said, I think they're surprised people even believe that they've ever been to the moon. And there's so many people that doubt any of that stuff, and rightfully so.
Yeah, there are a lot of admissions. Have you seen the video from the science guy? How is he called? Bill Nye, right? Bill Nye, the science guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he came up in discussion the other day.
Have you seen the video? I don't know. Is it taken out of context? But he says, "Come on, guys."
What, the Earth is a closed system?
Yeah, exactly. The Earth is a closed system.
Yeah.
We can go nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, yeah. That's a highly popular one.
Yeah, and he says it in a resignation tone, and yeah, he says, "Come on, guys, the Earth is a closed system. We can go nowhere," or something like that. We cannot leave the Earth. I think he says we cannot leave the Earth. It's crazy, the admissions that are out there.
Well, you have so many of those, but you have so many people that are convinced that science has already discovered everything. Like I said, history's already been plotted out perfectly. Nothing's got left, swept under the rug over the years. It's like they speak with such confidence in university and everything. So it's like everybody believes. They just like, all right, I just got to ask Google. Like everything's already been figured out. I just got to ask Google, type it in ChatGPT. I'll figure everything out right here, right now. I don't even have to leave. I could just stay at my house. I could order fucking DoorDash. I don't have to do anything. Everything's already been figured out. I got my smartphone here. I don't need to go to the library ever. I don't need to read any books. I could just listen to whatever comes out of this phone or whatever comes out of this computer screen. So
yeah, like the guy 6 hours ago or 12 hours ago who came and he said, "You and your stupid flat Earth brain in your head," sounded like he has answers for every question, and then all the time he is typing in the GB chat.
yeah, he was using AI for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I don't know if you were here. I think you were here.
I remember. I was working. I was just listening.
I think Matrix was also here. I love his accent when he's, "Oh my God, what the hell?" His English, I don't know, Australian or English accent is very nice, very aggressive.
He had a very, very thick accent.
Yeah.
But oh boy, yeah, he knew everything. Couldn't tell him nothing. He had it all figured out. Just wait. You just wait. Let me just let me confer with my ChatGPT real quick. I'll get right back to you dumb flat earthers. Just let me ask ChatGPT, how do I deal with you folks? Hilarious.
Yeah, Platte.
Such a dizzying intellect.
Platte in the chat box posted the trailer from Capricorn 1. I loved that movie. Yeah, GBT chat, whatever it's called. God.
I got another guy in a forum that I'm a part of, and like, dude can't type out nothing, but he just ChatGPT is typing up essays for this guy. He's just flooding the comment section. I'm just like, wow, man. People pumping out this AI content, just flooding all the platforms with just trash. I call it trash because you're not putting some good thought behind it. It's just muddy in the waters.
And yesterday, someone brought an AI video from Jordan Peterson, where he calls himself Warden Weirderson. Warden Weirderson.
No, that stuff's gold. That stuff's good. That stuff's good. You're talking about
You know it, huh? Okay.
Talking to my homeboy. Yeah. No, he's good. His stuff is good. See, like I said, if you're doing AI with the right mindset, it's good. But if you're just pumping out content, just like ego feeding, you're just feeding your ego with your little AI buddy. I think that's unhealthy.
Yeah. How about that movie? Wait a minute. How is it called? Fuck. I have to look into my external drive. You know, there's a movie where someone says, I think he's the son who, the actor from Deadpool. How is his name? Deadpool and the Green Lantern. You know him?
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, he's the son of Burt Reynolds, right? Is he the son, or
That
he
I'm
just
not
has?
sure. That I'm not sure of. That I'm not sure of.
Okay, so he's called Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds. I don't know how to spell. Okay, let's see. IMDb, IDM International Movie Data Bank. IMDb. Let's see his movies. It's a movie called something like about love. Deadpool. 2021. James First Pokemon. Honest Deadpool. Not Deadpool. Deadpool. What the fuck, Ryan Reynolds? Okay.
So while you think about that, what do you think? So now that you know that, whatever government think tanks or whatever government AI they have, monitoring all of the online activity, that they have an understanding that there's plenty of people who know that the Earth isn't a globe and that NASA's full of shit, right? So there's this truth that they have to deal with, that there's people waking up. What do you think I mean, this is all speculation, but what do you think their next course of action is now that they're not going to be able to get these people back in line in the correct way of thinking?
Sorry, I'm honest. When I don't listen to something, I would be honest and say, I'm sorry, I didn't hear exactly. So your question was, well, what do I think? What the government's the next step? Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Oh yeah. So now that the government sees that people are waking up to the fact that the Earth isn't a ball and that they've been lying to us all, and that they know that we know that they've been lying to us all. What do you think their next course of action will be based on the way they've been being so dishonest up until this point?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know, because one thing I can claim is that I can never predict what governments would do, because they're unpredictable. I mean, you think that they would admit it because there is no way out anymore, but they don't do it. They come with more bullshit with Elon Musk and X Space, right?
Well,
I mean,
it still doesn't change. It still doesn't change the. It still doesn't change the fact that they used a number that is pretty small. 24,901 miles, and I mean, they would have had to known eventually that it was going to come to a head. So they have to have, like, all right, phase 2 or phase whatever, 15, because I mean, they obviously have plans. So I'm just curious if you've given it any thought, or anybody else in the chat that wants to speculate.
Prove it's a globe, liberal. That's what I thought. You can't. Might mute it. Insane if they banned me. No, they didn't.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, prove it's a globe. You can't. Quiet down.
Yeah, I found it. It's called Just Friends. It's like the Deep South Pole. It's called Just Friends.
Yo, is this shit on YouTube? I want to promote my shit real quick. I got a new sound coming out on SoundCloud. Go to soundcloud.com. So I thought a mod would like mute me before I even got to the middle of my sentence. I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared to commit to the bit.
How'd you find this room, Travis? Welcome.
Oh, I'm not here. What do you mean, how'd I find this room?
Deep South Pole.
It's in here. It's very publicly available.
Okay, you know where you're at then. That's all. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, he saw it in the server and then he clicked join. That's how.
Yeah. I pressed that big green join button, and then I scrolled down to where it said 24/7 Flat Earth.
Okay, so
I clicked on
you're
it.
a flat earther, or are you on the globe team?
Oh, I'm on neither.
Okay, so you're indifferent.
Yeah.
You just wanted to promote your new track.
No, I was dicking around because I knew it was on YouTube, and that's why I said I'm not going to commit to the bit because there was no SoundCloud to promote. I thought a mod would mute me before I finish a sentence. It was for shits and giggles, some a laugh here and there.
All right, appreciate that honesty.
What's with all this shitty AI art? What the fuck does that mean?
John, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just looking at the AI art that he was talking about.
Oh.
I have my questions for the other art. The fucking not Doctor Sleep. What's it called? Oh fuck. What's that movie? The Shining, right? Yeah, The Shining. Right? Is that the Shining movie? Is that what it's called? That kid on the rug with the toys. It's from The Shining.
Yeah. Yeah. It's 19, what was it, 1970s?
Something like that. 76 maybe. What the fuck's that got to do with like a crop circle looking thing in the highway? I really want to know what he's getting at there. Just genuinely curious what this means. Oh, it's okay. It's tying together popular rug patterns. Come on, Platter. I'm on the edge of my seat, my guy.
I think that was supposed to be an Easter egg in the movie that Stanley Kubrick directed, The Shining, and he also directed the NASA moon.
Stanley Kubrick had nothing to do with NASA. I'm like 99% sure of that.
Oh no, it's a conspiracy theory.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I can see where someone. I mean, not really, but you know. Oh, you were doing a bit from a movie. Oh, with Ryan. Is that Ryan Reynolds? Looks like Ryan Reynolds.
John, are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you look in the chat box? Haven't you seen this movie? It's a scene from the movie from Ryan Reynolds called Just Friend. And this is what he says. It's cold out here. It's like the deep South Pole. If there is one, but there isn't, though. Did you see it?
All right, I see it. Yeah. No, the truth is always hidden in plain sight.
What?
Yeah, no, that's a classic revelation of the method tactic there.
Can you put it in English for me, or explain it to me like I'm a toddler? I have no clue what the words you just said.
No, he's talking to me about the movie.
Cool. I'm here too. It's like an open discussion.
Yeah, it was a reference. It was a reference to the lack of South Pole on the flat Earth.
Oh. It was just because you said hid it in plain sight, and I was like, I don't. It seemed like you were saying Ryan Reynolds was admitting to something.
Yep. That was funny with the microphone dropping. Plata posted that in the chat box. Imagine Dragons on the top of the world. Official music video. Funny. Mic check.
I'm back. Yeah, but that's been on my mind. I've definitely been thinking about what their next phase is once this movement picks up more and more steam. Because eventually, I mean, there's a lot more people. I mean, I've been a flat earther for what, over 10 years now, and it's like
Yep.
it's so much.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but just to make just so that you will notice. I know where you are going. You know, I agree with you. I mean, I'm sure you are going into the direction that one way or another, one day they will have to admit it. I think this is the reason why they somehow let the flat Earth truth come out. I mean, at the beginning, they didn't censor it so heavy like now. I mean, they let it flourish, right?
Precisely.
I mean, if they were not willing for the truth to come out, they would have censored the flat Earth videos immediately. But the fact that they let something like 5 years or 7 years for it to flourish, it means that they wanted it to come out somehow and plant itself and grow slowly, because they know someday they will have to accept, because someday, I mean, they always delay. In 5 years, in the 1990s, they were saying we will have moon bases on the moon, and each time they shove the appointment another 5 years, another 10 years, and one day people will say, "Hey, what the fuck is going on here? Aren't we going to the moon again?"
They can always hide behind, change in administration. That's the way they do it here in the States, anyway. Like, oh, we got a new guy in. Yeah, that guy's 8 years are up, and this new guy doesn't want to do anything about that. So
this new guy has other priorities. Yeah, the moon is not a priority for him, and
yeah. So they have that nice warm blanket. They could always hide behind that. You got to love these black budget programs. Who knows where all this printed fake fiat is going? It's just too much.
Yeah, but they will have to admit it. One day they will have to admit the truth, because one day they cannot hide it anymore.
They can't hide it right now. They can't hide it right now. Is the problem?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They cannot hide it right now. Yeah, but the normies, they don't have. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is the people that are behind the government, they believe in the government. It's like once you get the bulk of those people just seeing the data critically, and thinking critically, just thinking logically, everybody's going to be asking the same questions at once. But look, everyone's screaming at the top of their lungs about, planes spraying stuff. Nothing's happening about that. So we'll see.
Who's next? So what makes the flat earthers believe the earth is flat?
Oh, here we go again.
The lack of curvature.
What makes the... Oh, interesting.
He didn't get it.
Lack of curvature. Jeez.
What makes globetards believe it's a ball when there's no curvature?
Yep. Where's everyone?
Oh, I'm still here.
Okay.
Everybody, it looks like they're still here.
Did I get that right? You didn't know this scene from the movie Just Friends, where he says there is no South Pole?
Yeah, I didn't catch that movie, but yeah. No, I just watched that clip. That's awesome.
It's nice, huh? It's awesome, yeah.
Oh yeah, they throw Easter eggs at us all the time.
Exactly, Easter eggs. I think in GTA 5, I think there is also a scene where he goes into a garage which is constructed as a studio, and it is the studio they show like it was the studio in which the moon landing was filmed. Did you know that? I think it's GTA.
I had heard about that. Yeah, I don't play video games ever since the children.
Yeah, especially GTI, Grand Theft Auto. I don't play it at all. I don't like it. The game I play is Borderlands 2. I like only Borderlands 2 and games like Doom. And so first-person shooter. Sometimes I think it's called third-person shooter. Do you know Evil Within? The Evil Within?
Oh no, I haven't played games in it's been about 10 years, man.
Okay.
Yeah. All my fun went out the window.
Yep.
Wife and kids, man. Just shoveling out money. I feel like Al Bundy.
What do you mean, Al Bundy? Married with children.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have kids, children?
Yeah, I got 3. Young too.
Great. That's nice. That's nice.
Well, maybe you need to start playing video games.
Oh yeah,
I tell you.
I learned my lesson. I'm monk status these days, you know. Yeah. I'm a monk now.
What do you mean you learned your lesson? What do you mean?
Oh man, don't make more. Don't make more.
Sometimes it's because of the language barrier for me. Sometimes I don't get a joke or something which is very clear for others. It's because of the language barrier. So sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all good.
But it's just a bit of a running joke in Western society where if you have a lot of kids, it means you didn't have a TV, right? Because
okay, now I get it.
Yeah, just you could call it good luck or you could call it bad luck, one or the other.
Yeah, I would call it good luck.
Yeah, man.
It's similar in the like Gulf area, you know, like in the Africa as well. They say when they live in the tents and things like that, they say they don't have TV, so that's why they have 10, 12 kids.
That's better. The best entertainment.
Oh yeah, I definitely can't even get a word in most of the day if I'm home with these ones because they're so loud. Once I get them to sleep, then I can actually get on here and actually have a conversation. But for the most part, I'm like dipping in, dipping out, in between the screens.
I get a kind of complaint tone in the sentence. but
Oh, dude,
but I,
it's a lot of
huh?
work. Put it that way. It's a lot of
Yeah,
work. That's what yeah.
yeah, but I tell you, if you would have no children, I mean, what? You would die alone? I mean,
Oh,
you don't
definitely
think
not.
about. Yeah, I mean, you don't think about something like that unless you get old and you don't have children. So
No.
that's something you don't notice when you have three children, which are a blessing. God bless them. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
they're definitely
I'm
blessed.
just telling you, because I am a person like that who didn't want to have children, and yeah, and now I regret it. Okay, just put it that easy.
I understand. No, they are a blessing. It is just a ton. It is a ton of work, and
Yeah,
there's no going back. There's no going back once you go down that path.
yeah. As I said, it's better than dying alone, man.
Oh yeah,
Because we
I
all
wouldn't
have
give
it
it up
as
for anything.
yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like you're raising children, and you let them know it's like, well, it's flat, but they're going to tell you it's round, and you're going to answer your questions on your tests, but it's flat.
Yeah, that is part of the problem because yeah, I thought when I cannot control what they believe or yeah, when I cannot shape their way of thinkings, then somehow they will not be my children. But as I said, to put it easy, yeah, it's still better, and it's blessing to have children. And no matter how it goes, some children, yeah, have them quarrels with the parents, and yeah, but it's a fulfillment for your life. So that's all what I can say from own experience.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I just can't wait. Just can't wait for this to become more common knowledge amongst all the masses because I feel like it'll really bring people together,
You mean the
realizing
flat Earth?
how badly we've all been lied to. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah,
I
of
mean, one thing
course.
when it does come in, of course, no one's going to trust the government ever again.
Yeah, it's not about that. It's about the stupidity of the globe model. It's about not finding the curve. When someone looks for the curve, he cannot find the curve and sees things which we should not be able to see on a spherical Earth. Just imagine seeing I don't know, part of all of the Mount of Canigou. Do you know the
Mount
Mount
Canigou.
Yeah, Canigou, and 259 miles distance, I think.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's totally crazy. 259 miles. It's like something like 350 kilometers, I think, or
Yeah, that's like
370.
I think I think it's like a 32nd of the Earth or something like that. Maybe a little bit more of the circumference.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's a
it's a big
decent
deal.
chunk, man. It's a decent piece of like the whole fraction is what I'm saying. It's like really just blows a hole, and it's so big where it's like the Earth would have to be, I mean, magnitudes larger if it was to remain a sphere.
Yeah, you mean if it was a sphere, then it has to be, yeah, at least, I don't know, 10 times or 100 times bigger. Yeah.
It's insane. Yeah. So, I mean, that's why I said it's like it's already so blatantly obvious that they're lying.
Yeah, but you know why? But you know why the Earth cannot be that big? Because then the difference. If the Earth is that big, then there must be much more land beyond Australia, New Zealand, Argentine, right? And
the whole model.
And then the seasons, that when we have summer in Europe and in the States, we have winter in Australia. It should not be like that if the Earth was much bigger. Do you know what I mean? Because this shows when we have winter in the northern hemisphere and summer in the southern, it indicates that it is indeed the end or the edges or whatever it is. It's beyond the 60 degree.
Yeah, the
you know what I mean?
started over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not much bigger. That's why it cannot be a sphere, but much bigger. It can only be, I don't know,
flat and stationary.
Yeah. It's in all cases. How do you call it in English? It's indeed stationary. That's a fact. That's a fact. It doesn't make sense. You know, they say you cannot feel the movement of the Earth because the Earth does not accelerate, right? You know that.
Yes, yeah.
But you know, when you have seen videos about the moon orbiting the Earth and the Earth orbiting the sun, right?
Correct.
When the moon's orbit is going along the orbit of the Earth around the sun, the moon must go slower, and when the moon is going opposite of the direction of the Earth orbiting the sun, then the moon would have to accelerate.
That's
Do you know what I mean?
Well.
That's why the Earth must be doing the same thing, because the Earth is orbiting the sun according to the heliocentric model, but the sun is also orbiting the center of the galaxy, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's why they cannot claim that. That's why they cannot claim that the Earth is moving in a distant speed. That's why we cannot feel the acceleration, because there is no acceleration. That is bullshit.
It's not a linear path.
Exactly.
It is acceleration because it's a curved motion. It's a curved.
Yeah, spiral. I think it's spiral. It's like a spiral.
Well, there's several motions going on at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a spiral.
The Earth is orbiting. Yeah, the Earth is orbiting the sun. Yeah, the Earth is orbiting the sun, and the sun is orbiting the center of the galaxy, and the galaxy is shooting into space and orbiting around the center of the universe. They have the specific name for it. I forgot it. I think the great gravity. Yeah. The whole thing doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It's just a made up story. That sounds like it makes sense.
Yeah. But there are a lot of holes in it. There are a lot of holes.
Yeah, well, no one questions them. You know, they're too busy pondering, oh, well, it's amazing how much bigger a black hole is than the biggest star that we know about. And they're looking at all these CGI images, just, you know, doing all these thought experiments in their mind, coming to all these conclusions about estimated assumptions that they have. So It's just
Facts, bro. They'd be like, "Oh my god, black hole, galaxies, aliens."
yeah, there has to be life somewhere else out of trillions and trillions of different stars and orbiting planetary bodies.
Yeah, and then we have
explode one day.
How is it called? How's it called? Pseudo-Romanian space-time continuum?
I don't know. That's a mouthful.
Yeah, you know, Einstein says that gravity is actually curvature of the space, right?
Yeah.
And
space is a fabric.
And what do they show us in documentaries? They represent space as a flat plane, and then they put the Earth in this flat plane with grids, and they show us curvature. I mean, they cannot even imagine something else. I mean, they are confronted. They have to use all the time flat things. They even say that the universe is flat. Right? You know that.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the way they model the universe, it's like it'd be like taking a Rubik's cube and just making it out of like trillion cubes that are interconnected. And like that's how you'd have to map out space because there's no reference points. You need reference points. So yeah, the whole concept, it makes your brain do mental gymnastics, so to speak. So it's just laughable that this is the basis for all of these quote unquote truths. You read the definition for the term gravity, it's just like, wow. Couldn't define it, huh? Had to write an essay.
Yeah. How is he called? deGrasse Tyson? Mike deGrasse Tyson? Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. When he was asked, what is gravity? He says, no idea. Next question, please. Next question, please. Have you seen the video?
Oh, yeah. He's all slapdash about it.
Yeah. He says,
so smug.
Yeah, we don't know. Have no idea. Next question, please.
Yeah, that guy irks me. I don't even know why. First time I heard his voice, I was just like, dude, who is this? Get him out of here.
Yeah, he has that kind of, I don't know, how do you call it in English? Kind of smile, the evil smile, the smile of a liar, sometimes. Yeah, smirk. How is it called? Smirk?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has all the time he has that smirk. Yeah, like I'm bullshitting you, but it's my job, and it's not my fault if you are so stupid to believe me. It's like that smirk.
That's like the dude who did the Final Experiment. What's his name?
Will Duffy.
Yeah. He gives
Will
me
Duffy. Yeah. He has that smirk too.
The fake pastor.
Yeah, the criminal pastor. He was convicted, I don't know, 6 times, 7 times.
It's all crypto scams. That's the weird thing. It seems to be like that's the glue that's holding that whole crew together. At least that's the word on the street, anyway.
Not a space agency. Do you know the judge? There was a judge. There was a judge who who occupied himself with cases from the FBI, and there is a scene where he says, "We call NASA not a space agency," or something like that. Have you seen that?
No, that I did not see.
Bro, watch that regular show. Yeah, go ahead.
This was a judge who chased cases. You know, I think it's preferred not to use that word. You know, with P. Cases about people who were suspects of P activities, and so in one speech of his speeches, he talks about NASA, and he says, "We call NASA not a space agency." I think he says, "Not a space agency."
Super fake, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Just think about the money.
Yeah, the money, but I really think it's more than the money, man. Some people say land. I think it's even deeper than that, man. They can lie about all kinds of stuff to get money and lie about all kinds of stuff to hide land.
It's about controlling what people know. That's their big shtick. Control what people know about history, to control about what people know about the realm that we live in. Control the mind.
Yeah, literally, you controlling the mind. Yep. Yep.
Knowledge is power. They control all of your knowledge. You're powerless. The way it goes. That's why they got the stranglehold on the youth. They want to program all the children. And they've been doing it for generations already.
Yep. Now it's getting to a point where it's like my 7th grade teacher, he just retired. He was like, I can't do this shit anymore. Because the parents are bad too. It's not just the kids. It's just fucked up now, bro.
I mean, look at the vaccine schedule. Shoot. That thing's crazy. Compared to when we were kids. I mean, shoot.
Yeah,
It's
bro.
insane. Insane.
Please don't talk about medical stuff, all right? Because we're on YouTube and they'll just shut the channel down, okay?
Yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah, that's true. That's a big deal in all different places.
Even that just shows you it's like, man, damn. You don't even have freedom of speech on certain platforms.
It's ruthless, man.
They got us by the balls, bro. They got us by the balls.
Yeah, for sure. Ain't no doubt. And then when you're not online, they're listening through your smart devices anyway, unless you got your settings set up. Throw it on airplane mode and put it in a special baggie.
Now they process 1/3 federal government payroll, and that's
But Kenshi, you said you're in Augusta.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm like right near you. I'm in Grovetown.
Oh yeah, you're like, damn, you're close as hell. That's like
Hell yeah, man.
right there.
Yeah, I heard you say that the other day, but I was putting the kiddos to bed, so I couldn't really talk.
Gotcha. Yeah, I went to AU and everything, and I just moved back out here. I didn't graduate from AU. I left and went back to my hometown. Graduated from GGC. Now I'm back in Augusta.
What do you mean AU? You mean Europe? AU?
No, it's the university out here.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt you both, but John, I don't know. Kenji, have you seen this this video from the Mishot facility? I just posted it in the chat box. He says the Mishot facility. What do they do? He says.
No, I haven't seen this.
Yeah, that's a big green screen room there.
Yeah. And the Mishot facility processes 1/3 of the payroll of the federal government. Why?
I'm gonna copy
at
this
that
link.
facility.
Yeah, that facility. He says it in the videos, in this timestamp which I posted.
Holy cow!
Something like $200 billion every 2 weeks.
Sounds about right.
It's a lot of
you can listen to it. $200 billion every 2 weeks.
Man.
It's in the chat box.
Yeah, I copied it. I'm gonna check it out. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't fake it with that budget,
right?
Yeah, just imagine what they can do with that budget. 200 billion every 2 weeks. 1 billion every week.
Could definitely keep some mouths shut with money like that.
Yeah, that's why they can buy anyone they want, man. $200 billion into every 2 weeks. That means $100 billion every week. That means more than $10 billion a day. Right? Yeah.
Lots of money.
They can either end your life or make you rich. What you gonna choose?
Exactly.
That's why I don't blame anybody who's on their team, because I'm like, that's kind of a tough question there. Well, I can make you rich or I can end your life. Which one you want?
Yeah, you mean you cannot blame those who are who sell out? Yeah.
It's kind of a tough question. It's like we could kill you and everybody you love, or make you rich. What do you choose?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they would prefer not to kill someone, rather to make someone suffer slowly, killing them slowly. That's worse.
Oh man.
Maybe that's why Neil Armstrong was so damn guilty, and his mom, rest in peace, she suicided allegedly before the whole thing.
No, I think that was the mother of Buzz Aldrin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I get him mistaken. But yeah,
No
they were super guilty after that staged moon landing. Super staged.
Yeah, man. You remember the press conference? Wow. That was not the face of. Yeah, that was not face of someone who achieved a great achievement.
All three of them look like their dogs died and shit. Like,
yeah. And the thing that's so weird, there's this Globe Brain is crazy. There's this girl on YouTube, like I clicked on her video of the breakdown of it. The title was body language analysis of the post moon landing conference, whatever. But she's at the beginning of the video, she gives them an excuse. She's like, keep in mind, guys, they're not used to having this many people watch them, so that's why they're gonna be nervous.
Come on.
She cut down all suspicion.
These were all military pilots and masons.
Oh man, Globe Brain is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Jaren's kind of got that same look going on ever since he got done with his final experiment.
Oh yeah, all of them were shills. I got a lot.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that about Jaren? Because I'm listening without headsets from the smartphone because my headsets always mean. You mentioned the look on the face of Jaren, right?
Yeah, well, just his whole demeanor since he got back just seems like he's feeling a little guilty about something.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, but haven't you noticed this look in his face even when he was the leader of the Flat Earth? I mean, in the Flat Earth conferences, when you looked at him, he always looked annoyed, like someone who can't wait until the conference is over so that he can go home. Haven't you noticed that from the beginning? He was always annoyed.
Damn actors.
That's why I didn't like Jaren from the beginning. Although he also had great stuff. He was the one. The first time I saw about this Pic du Canigou, how is it called? Canigou, right? Canigou, the Mount of Canigou. That was a video from Jaren. Yeah. He had also great stuff, but when the moon eclipse happened in 2000, was it 2018?
Yep, I was 17. Or you said moon eclipse, so I don't know. The solar eclipse is 17 though.
No, I mean the moon eclipse, when they said that the shadow is going from in the opposite direction. It was supposed to go. The shadow was going, I think, from the west to the east.
You're talking about the Selenilian eclipse?
No, I'm not talking about Selenilian. So, what happened is they tried to explain why the shadow of the moon in the eclipse. Yeah, I think you were right, Kenji. I think it was the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
And the shadow of the moon. Yeah, and the shadow of the moon was going in the opposite way, from the west to the east. And people said that could not happen in the heliocentric model. And then people started to explain how, that the moon goes around the Earth faster than the rotation of the Earth. That's why it's happening. But that was easy. There was even a guy who made a video about Jaren saying this is stupid. The moon orbits the Earth in a faster movement, but it is in a bigger orbit compared with the circumference of the Earth. Because when you talk about the rotation of the Earth, then you are talking about the circumference of the sphere. You can solve the problem just by thinking the phases of the moon complete themselves within 1 month. That means the moon finish its one orbit around the Earth within 3 days, but the Earth finishes the equator finishes an orbit around the center of the Earth in 1 day. Do you get what I mean? That's why you don't need to make complicated calculations. That's why the circumference of the Earth or the equator is rotating about the alleged center of the Earth much faster in one day. So that was so stupid. That's why I knew this is so stupid that he must be doing this. How do you call it? Intentionally. It's not a mistake which he's making. That he's saying that the moon is going faster, that the shadow looks like going from the west to the east.
Yep. They gotta mix in some lies there. Every shield, you can tell they're a shield because they mix in some lies.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, as I look back at the whole beginning of this movement, I mean, it looks like the shields were the ones who kicked it off. So for whatever reason, they wanted us to know that the Earth was flat.
Yeah, that's something which we talked with the.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, with John,
Rolled
because
it out.
John asked, "What do you think? What is the next step from the governments? Because people are awakening." And then I told him, "I don't know, but what I know is that they pushed the flat Earth as if they knew that someday they will have to admit it. That's why they pushed it the first 5 or 6 years, and they didn't censor it until it spread. It spread a lot. I mean, if they are lying, and if they would see someone like at the beginning, the face of the flat Earth was Matt Powerland and Journalism, they would have immediately censored them if they didn't want it to come out, right?
Right.
So that's why I told John, I think that they wanted it to come out somehow so that it will plant itself and grow slowly, so that it would not be. It's like they don't want to admit it, so they let it out in a certain percentage so that it could grow by itself. Do you know what? You see what I mean?
For sure. Maybe too, it's like, some people say that they have to tell us certain things. So maybe like they had us so indoctrinated with the globe that the only way out was for themselves to tell us in disguise as one of us, and they created us almost. Not that they created us, but like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a deep
That's true. They created us. Yeah. It's like you said, the word disguise. It's like someone who likes to admit a crime and guilt, but he doesn't want to make it official so that he will not be condemned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like take the guilt off his back.
Yeah. Not because he's so saint, not because he feels guilt. No, because he knows that the lie cannot go forever, because people are getting this Nikon 900 and Nikon 1000,
which they discontinued all of a sudden.
Yeah, and people zoom into the moon, and then they ask, "Where is the lunar module?"
Yeah, they zooming into stars and seeing some interesting things.
And that's why they cannot fly to the moon anymore, because everyone would hold his P1000 and the rocket is not going to the moon.
Yeah, exactly. No, literally. But I said that too the other day. The more space missions, the more conspiracies, even on the globe side. Look at the Katy Perry shit that they just did. Everybody's questioning that shit. The more space missions they do, they know, the more conspiracies, man.
Oh, yeah, you're right, man.
Yeah, and they contribute to the conspiracy because they again looks like made a mistake, but I'm sure it's not a made a mistake. It was orchestrated because someone from the inside of the capsule was able to open the door when we are told that the door of these capsules cannot be opened from the inside. Have you seen the video?
Yeah, yep. And it went, from the inside.
Everybody saw that one.
Yeah.
But why won't they speak out? Like, why wouldn't one of these people who will go to fake space missions like say and go for the
They'll
truth?
get killed.
Sworn to
Exactly.
secrecy,
They
my
will.
friend, by penalty of death. And not just their death of their loved ones too.
Like, why don't people from Russia or people from like countries that hate America call them out, like China?
Secret societies, buddy.
Wait,
There is a few of them
all
went out and
actually,
said,
wait, so they're actually
Yeah,
together, all of them?
actually, the Russians. There is a video where I don't know from the space. So people who work in space, Roscosmo, or someone showed President Putin, photos from the moon landing and explained to Putin that AI has found that these photos are fake. So somehow, haven't you seen that video?
No, are you serious? That's real?
Yeah, that's real. I can find it maybe in YouTube. Wait a minute, I will
Yeah,
look.
I mean, who was the guy that the kid asked him about why don't we go back to the moon, and he was like, he just
Yeah,
straight up
that was
said,
Buzz
because
Aldrin.
we
That,
never
that was
went.
Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin.
He said because we never went.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look for it, it's there. You just have to look for it, and not on YouTube, not on Google.
I mean, I think any normal human would see the moon landing and know that it's
Fake, yeah.
like you see the flag moving. It's like literal air, man. Right?
Yep. I mean, I really just sat down and just examined my own thoughts about it the other day, and I was like, how did they know that they could take a jet, fly it off of Earth, and go land on that thing up there that's glowing at night?
I know, right?
How did
with
they
all
just
of their
really think about
vacuum
that?
chamber tests. Their
Really
vacuum
think,
chamber tests.
yeah, really think about that. How did they know? Yeah, all right, let's build this rocket, man, and let's go land on that glowing thing up there we call the moon. We know it's a rock already, so let's go up there. How did they know that was gonna work?
Yeah, how did they know it was a rock already? How did they know?
Right. How did they know?
Right? It's funny.
And all of a sudden we can't. I mean, all this technology we done developed, and we can't go back to the moon because whatever, we don't have the technology right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just fishy, man. It's just super fishy.
I heard they were making a new trip to the moon again.
Yeah, guys. Neither YouTube nor Google lets me find this video.
Oh yeah,
they are censoring. I will try it in Yandex. Do you know the search engine Yandex?
Yandex is also Russian. They might also hide it from.
I think it's Russian. Yeah, is it Russian?
Yeah, but also Russia is in with the conspiracy, man.
Yeah, the Artificial Intelligence Journey 2023 conference hit Moscow this week, in which Russia showed off all the latest developments and partnership with the industry. I got the video. Putin and Nikolai Gerasimenko from Sberbank watched a neutral network analysis demonstrating a video which suggested the possibility of... It's a video.
Send it in the chat.
Okay, let me see if I can video. Okay, I will save it.
Plus, the moon moves fast as, excuse my language. How did they I mean, every 15 minutes, the thing is it's moving. It moves quick. So I mean, yeah, and I'm not talking about fast as in how they say the Earth is spinning at however many miles. I'm just saying, you see it in the sky, it moves pretty quickly. So for them to land on it, how does that even work, man? Like, I don't know. You just
Yeah, it's fucking mind blowing.
yeah.
Okay, I couldn't download it. I couldn't download it.
I think they say like gravity and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, but then they landed on it, and then they came back here and landed on the Earth.
What are the rocket thrusters pushing off of? That's the whole thing. Like in a vacuum, you got nothing to push off of.
Yeah.
How are you steering this thing? How are you accelerating and decelerating? Like
Yeah.
none of it makes any sense. How are you stopping whatever capsule you send out there from just being crushed like a small can
Yeah, bro.
In a vacuum like that? It just doesn't make any sense.
For real.
Yeah. How do they believe? Like, how do they think people believe their bullshit? Like,
I guess if you tell a lie big enough, people will believe it. That's the quote.
Yeah.
That's why they tell you when you don't have the means to question any of it. They catch you when you barely have a vocabulary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they just keep pounding it into your brain every freaking day that they get a
Tell you,
chance.
oh, the Earth is round, and they don't tell you why and not tell you how. They just tell you, oh, it is. You have to believe it.
Everybody that comes into this room, they don't even know the size of the Earth.
Yeah.
They don't even know what the curvature is supposed to be.
You don't even know that the Earth measures flat, man. Like, that's
Just
funny.
trust the authority.
You just trust the government. Government who's whatever.
That is just such a it's like a spiritual robbery to go through life and not know exactly where you are. Of course, we're not intended as humans, I don't think, to know every little thing about where we are, but to think that it's something that it's definitely not, and just to go through life never realizing.
People who are round earthers, like, want to feel the community, want to feel like included. They don't want to even like think. They can't think because they tie their beliefs to their identity. You know.
Yeah, for sure. You get a bad rep if you're a flat earther.
To your identity, you can't really think.
Yeah.
That's
you get
how
a bad rep.
Stay always like ignorant in that. You're never gonna know the truth.
No, you get a bad rep if you're a flat earther, but it's really not
guys,
that.
can you hear me?
It's really just propaganda, my friend.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was able to download the video. It was difficult. I will post it in the chat box. Okay,
cool. Check it out.
It would not be a link. It would be a direct video.
A download? Okay, bet. I'm gonna download it. But yeah. Oh man. They had us so good that they had to tell us, man. Dude. Crazy.
Yeah. Let's see. They try to make like, oh, yeah, let me check the video.
I have it in the chat box.
Literally witchcraft.
For sure.
I'm checking it out now.
Yeah, this definitely got released. It wasn't something that slipped out. It was definitely let out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely let out. I think it was definitely let out by the Russian as a threat to the Western world that we will come out with the shit truth if if you fuck around, you find out.
For sure, man.
No fucking way. Holy shit, they got exposed, man.
Haven't you seen that?
Yeah, that's fucking funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
I mean, it's basic knowledge, but they're just confirming by themselves.
Yeah, and the site where I found this is here, so you can read where it was. It was the Artificial Intelligence Journey 2023 conference in Moscow.
Damn.
I will put a link. I will put a link from the article.
Dog, I never thought like Russia would attack the United States for faking it, but I guess they did.
Yeah. Might be just the one nation that's holding on to some kind of, I don't know. But yeah.
Nah, man, they were into that space shit too, man. They also thought the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Here you got the link.
They're all part of the treaty. They're all part of the treaty.
Is
They
there
all
any
have the same
countries in the
bond.
world that know the truth? Like, is there any?
Here you got the link from the website where I found the video.
Holy shit!
Nice.
News. How trustable is that website?
I have no idea. I don't know. Let me see the domain. It's called totnews.com. Nothing else.com.
If it's been fact checked, it's probably trustable.
I mean, we all know that the moon landing is fake, so it doesn't really change it.
Yeah.
It's called Tot News, Australia's front line since 2011. You sound like you have an accent, Australian accent.
Wait, who, me?
Yeah?
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm Egyptian.
Or is it Egyptian? Okay.
Yeah, dude, you know that ancient Egyptians also used it to think that the Earth is flat. I'm just following what my grandfathers do.
Yeah, most of the ancient cultures thought that the Earth was flat.
Yeah.
I mean, people thought the Earth was flat until the end of the 19th century.
Until now, actually.
Yeah, now is the globe more mainstream.
I mean, yeah.
More
But I wonder
idiots.
why? Like, why do people like the idea of a globe more? Like, you know that in Islam, like the religion, and also most Abrahamic religions, it says like the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but when I told my Muslim friend, he told me no, that is not true.
Dude, he doesn't know his religion.
Yeah, he's actually a Turk.
Oh, yeah. Turkish people are becoming like more secular and shit. They're falling for the conspiracy.
Yeah, at the beginning he liked he liked the idea of the flat Earth because it was very clear. But then he said, no, he doesn't want to hear that anymore. I think because his friends laughed at him, and yeah.
You know why? Yeah. You know why? Because he feels his identity like ridiculed. Feels.
Yeah. That is the reason for the Globers also, because yeah. But you have to admit, I mean, if you work and you don't want to get fired, and if you think that the people you are working for them, if they don't like to hear about flat Earth, then you have to admit that you have to care about your.
Why do people wanna get so against?
Yeah, I mean, when you see someone doesn't care and doesn't want to hear the truth, why should you destroy your job or? I mean, it's understandable.
Yeah, just pretend to be one of them. I mean, that's what I do to just get around at work.
I think you have.
I've been pretty vocal at all of my jobs.
Yeah, you can seek like-minded people, and then you can have a conversation with them. But with the Globers, you will not be able to have any productive conversation. That's the problem. It will not need.
Yeah.
It will not.
They're always so close-minded, and they don't know anything about science.
Yeah, really, they don't know. Yeah. Actually, they do know, but they neglect it. They have to neglect it because the curve is not to be found because math doesn't work, because even when the radius of the Earth is, how is it, 3,595 miles, the radius, even then you must be able to see the curvature in 3 miles. You should not be able to see the oil rig in front of the horizon, and the horizon behind the oil rig, which is at 9.4 miles away. So in order to ignore that, they will have to ignore science, but not because they don't understand it. In the opposite way, because they understand it, because they have to come with something like refraction and optical illusion, because they know that science is witnessing against the globe, and is witnessing for the flat Earth. So they have to sometimes they have to pretend that they are idiots, because they cannot explain it. They cannot explain the science, the math, and the geometry. They cannot.
Exactly, man.
So they are not.
It's just.
And
It's
whenever
a given.
like some random
given
ass
amongst them.
start argues with me like about the satellites and shit, like they don't even know that everything works and like with wires and shit. Like your internet is basically with wires.
Like I said, it's a given in their psyche. It's not something they have to think about. They've never thought about the numbers. They don't even care. Like I said, most of them don't even know what the supposed
Yeah,
alleged
they just
circumference
go
is.
in to prove it, and like they think they can prove it, but they can't. They think it's easy. Fucking globe stars. I
It's
hate
always
like
look at the sky. It's always look at the sky. It's always look at the eclipse. It's always look at the sun, look at the stars.
yeah.
Gravity. They'll drop an apple and say it's gravity. I mean, just the basic stuff that they always come with. Never ground measurements.
I don't really get it.
We had one today. Look at
Like,
the sky.
what does the eclipse have to do with the Earth being flat? Like, I mean, round. Yeah. What does that have to do with the Earth being round? Like, that's fucking funny.
Look at the star rotations.
Sorry, I didn't hear. What do you mean? What did he talk about? What do you mean when you say what does that has to
Yeah,
do with
like
the Earth?
the eclipse has nothing to do with the Earth being round. Like seeing some shadow on the moon doesn't say like, oh, that the Earth is a ball. Just so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. It's because they cannot escape from the fact that the Earth is representing itself as flat. That's why.
Yeah. Like it doesn't show a ball on the like shadow. It just shows a circle. So that's another proof. You know?
And it shouldn't be a circle. It should be an ellipse. What is it called? An ellipse spheroid or whatever? It shouldn't be a perfect circle according to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it should show 4 factors how shadows work. One of them is called confirmation factor, and one of them is called the sine wave.
Yeah.
Factor.
All of the reasoning is
The shadow should be like the S word. I will post in the chat box.
I know the slideshow.
There was a guy who had a very, very nice video about it. Maybe I will post the video too. Memes now. Lunar, I think. Moon landing. Lunar eclipse. Yeah. Yeah, you see, that's called the sine wave factor.
Damn.
I will post it now. The shadow should not be a perfect circle. It should form a form like an S. Did you see it?
Yeah, exactly, man.
Yeah.
Sine wave.
Yeah, and then there is this selenium eclipse. How is it called? The impossible eclipse. Selenium, I think.
Yeah.
Where the shadow Yeah, selenium. Fuck. Anyway, the impossible eclipse, the moon eclipse, where the shadow of the supposed where the alleged shadow of the Earth on the moon should be actually on the bottom of the moon, but it's on the top of the moon.
It's fucking funny, man. Like, they just disprove themselves with their own logic. Funny.
That's why Neil deGrasse said you have to go even higher. Meanwhile, the ball would have to be, 300,000 miles in circumference? What's he talking about?
Yeah. Fucking
Selenium. Yeah, exactly.
black holes and shit. Eats light, fucking attracts light.
Yeah, you see that. Sorry for interrupting. You see that in the chat box? What you see and what you're supposed to see.
The ceiling. I don't know about that, but yeah, I haven't seen the science behind it.
Because this lunar eclipse happens when the sun on the other side is over the horizon. So you have on one side the sun over the horizon, and on the other side you have the moon still over the horizon, going down, but still over the horizon, and then you have the shadow of the supposed Earth on the top.
Yeah.
So
it makes sense.
now you get it.
Yeah. Holy shit. Wait, is this a lunar or this is solar eclipse?
Yeah, that's why they call it. That's why they even call it the impossible eclipse.
It's a lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
Oh. Damn. It's really cool, bro.
And of course, you know the scene, the clip from. I always forget his name. The science guy.
John deGrasse.
No. His friend.
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye, the science guy. You know the scene, the clip. There is a clip from him where he even says in a resignating tone, like that. He says, "Come on, guys. The Earth." He says, "Come on, guys. The Earth is an enclosed environment. We can go nowhere. We cannot leave the Earth." He says this.
Wait, oh yeah. Are they actually hinting that they were like silence and shit? Are they trying to
we are talking. That's what we are talking about. I mean, they put some clues that they are lying.
Yeah.
Revelation of the method.
Wait, where are you guys
I think
from?
it saves them karmically or something.
Berserker, where are you from?
Yeah. They believe if they put it forth, then it's your fault. It's not their guilt.
Yeah. Bro, I hate the people who think we don't believe in Australia. Like, they're fucking idiots. Like, they just used a random ass flat Earth map they got off Google and claim that we use that. Fucking funny.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And
What the fuck is he talking about? Did you hear that?
Holy shit, bro! He literally said it.
Yeah, I will post it. I will post it in the chat.
Holy fuck, bro! Make sure it's like full, like the full clip, so nobody says you took it out of context.
Yeah, it looks like he's talking about environmental things, but nevertheless, what he says is, I mean, someone should have told him, look, you should formulate it in another way because this is very revealing and stupid.
Yeah.
I just posted it in the chat box.
Man, those people are beyond cooked. How do they like teach these things at like to pilots who like drive planes and shit, and like teach them wrong science, and then they stay alive with wrong science? Like, how?
The commercial flights fly mostly on autopilot. Pilot just lands. But I mean, you're not thinking critically. You're not really thinking critically anyway. You're just following the manual. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if you're assuming you're on a ball, you're not even wondering like, oh, should I be looking for it to be flat? And if you're not even looking for something, you're definitely not going to find it.
Yeah, right. And most of these flat Earth, like most of the round Earth videos, they just send a random 360 camera to the like atmosphere and show you the like angles of the camera. Like the camera makes like makes curvature, and they be like, oh look, curvature of the Earth. Funny.
Yeah, you mean the
balloon.
You mean the Fish Islands? Fish Islands, yeah, Fish Islands.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, but everyone could see that the Earth is flat when it's in the middle of the frame, and then it gets concave when it's in the top, in the bottom of the frame, in the down part of the frame, and when the Earth is on the upper part of the frame, then it gets convex. Yeah.
Dude, the fact that people have to study like space and all of these things in like university and wasting their time on like imaginary shits, it's really really depressing to think about actually.
Yeah, you should visit the channel from Robert Bassano. It's called Flat Earth Reflections.
Yeah.
And he used to talk a lot about these things.
Yeah, like it's really sad that you live your entire life being indoctrinated on wrong shit.
Yeah, I mean, you need, you know that satellites are balloons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Robert Bassano has documents on that. He even interviews he has an interview by a journalist of one of these pilots who explains how they did deliver the satellites, and then how did they catch them back and brought them back to Earth when they had to refill the balloon or something like that. Because Robert Bassano always said, not what you think or what you know, but what you can prove. So he always talked about things only when he had proofs.
Oh god.
His channel is called Flat Earth Reflections, and he has another channel called, I think, Planetae Veritas or something like that.
Wait, there's this one YouTuber. Do you guys know this one YouTuber who went to the experiment? There was an experiment recently.
Yeah, you're talking about journalism.
Yeah. What happened to this guy? Like, did they pay him? Did they do anything to him?
Yeah, he was compromised. He was from the beginning a shill and compromised.
Wait, so he was not actually like.
I think it was like a.
I think he had a conviction
some type of trial intervention.
about I think he was convicted because of Bitcoin scam, and the FBI told him, "Yeah, you come free if you do this job for us as a flat earther." Right? Sorry for interrupting you.
Way. So it's just let him say the Earth is round to let him free.
Yeah.
No, he had to do a whole bit for, he had to go to work for him, basically do what they told him to do.
Wait, so the video
that's the conspiracy theory behind the whole thing anyway.
Wait, so the video of the thing, the Antarctica thing was all fake, right?
Ain't no telling, right? As they say down here in the South.
It's probably fake. It's probably green screen.
One thing, the mods here and most of the people on this channel, they don't like to challenge and say that they don't believe that that they saw 24-hour sun in Antarctic. They say, so what? But if you would ask me, I would say, why should I believe a fake and a criminally convicted pastor? Because Will Duffy is a pastor, but he is also convicted because of scam crimes.
Yep.
Exactly. 6 or 7 times.
Holy shit.
And yeah. And why should I believe him? Yeah. And it looked fake.
What's it was there?
It looked fake. It looked fake because first of all, just a question. People said, why don't they have, when you're in the cold and you exhale, then you can see the breath, right? How do you call it in English?
Yeah, I know.
Breathing out.
Vapor. It's vapor.
Vapor. Yeah, people said, why can't you see the vapor of the exhale? And other people said, well, because it's 100% dry in Antarctic, okay?
No, it's not dry. I think I heard about, Antarctic summers. They say Antarctic summers are really hot. Like, not that hot, but, they're kind of hot. Like, they can reach normal temperatures, like 3 or 4 degrees Celsius, or actually 9. I heard about that. I'm not really sure, so...
Yeah, but what I wanted to ask, what do you people think? What do you people think when if you are in an environment, in a dry environment, and if you would exhale, I mean, your breath contains in itself vapor. Shouldn't you see it? Shouldn't you see it more clearly in a dry environment?
Yeah, I think so.
Depends on the temperature. But as cold as it is out there, for sure you're supposed to see it.
Yeah, that's why there was. That's why there was.
No idea.
Yeah, that's why there was the Vapegate. Witsit gets it. Yeah, he went back in the camp and he brought a vibe with him and he vibed and he said, "Oh, now you can see the breath." And someone analyzed the video and showed scenes from the video where they were coincidentally they shot a video of them walking on the ice with their boots, and you could see that they did not leave foot stamps, shoe stamps, or how do you call it in English? Sorry.
Footprints.
Yeah,
footprints.
Footprints, yeah.
Yeah, footprints. They didn't leave. And some people said, it's because the ice is frozen and it's very hard. That's why you cannot leave footprints with your shoes. But in that scene, you could see footprints of shoes of others. So.
Wait,
So what now?
Wait, so what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean they cannot walk on ice and don't at least this form the footprints of those who went before them on the ice when there are footprints on the ice. Or the snow. It's the snow. Actually, it's not ice. It's snow.
Yeah.
I mean, as if they're not capable of doing it all in studio. I mean, it should be
As we said.
taken. It should be taken seriously as it's been taken.
Yeah, but that's it. Don't forget what we said.
Our community.
Somehow they want to leave. All over the place. Were you the one who said Easter eggs?
Yeah, the Easter eggs. Yeah, they leave them all over.
Yeah. Intentionally, they are doing it intentionally because they wanted it to come out. They just didn't want they themselves to admit it because that would make them, how do you call it in English, liable for crimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they put it out without admitting to it. And they can continue with the scam. I don't know how many billions per day for NASA, and the money gets laundered. I don't know if you were here when I posted the video from Michoud assembly facility. Were you here, Kenji?
I think you're talking to Tomato.
I was here, yeah.
Ego. Who is the other guy? The other guy, you're Kenji, right? The other guy.
Kenji. He's not here right now.
Oh, he's not here. Okay, how are you called? Because I'm logged in on my smartphone and I cannot see all the avatars.
You're talking to Tomato and you're talking to John.
Okay, you're John.
Yeah, I'm John.
Okay, you're still John. And
but you're talking to Tomato too.
Wigo is hot miking, I think, right? Wigo is hot miking. Is it Wigo or Migo? Fuck, I cannot see without my glasses. Migo.
Berserker, where are you from?
Austria.
Oh, nice. I'm moving there actually. Like, pretty.
Really?
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe
nice.
Like it might be a stall, but might move it to Switzerland. Switzerland is peak, bro. Like the fucking Alps and shit. Like imagine having like a random ass house and just getting this cool ass view. Like,
Are you Tomato or Migo?
No, that's me. Migo. Tomato's hot miking.
Okay, Tomato is hot miking.
What does hot miking mean?
Hot miking is when your mic is on without you, or you forgot it and you talk with someone else, or you do something and we hear everything behind you, what other people in your room. Yeah.
Oh. My mic is loud, right? Isn't it? Guys can hear noise and shit. This proves that the Earth is round. See? Think for some. Yeah. Oh fuck. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. It was really nice talking to you guys. I'm gonna add you guys.
Okay, good night. Good night.
We should talk later. Good night.
Good night.
For sure. Be good, man.
The world's largest green screen studio set, where Hollywood goes to film movies. G.I.
Yeah, I was
Joe,
just looking at that.
Ender's Game, Wolverine, Armageddon. Did I post this?
That
Oh,
was
someone.
that was over fences.
Oh, someone reacted to me, right? Or,
Yeah. Read what he said about the final experiment.
I mean, this photo, this last post where it says Globies, when you spend tens of thousands to travel to Antarctica to make precise measurements of the sun's path, only the best chunk of snow and ice will do.
Yeah, Will Duffy was writing blank checks because he's like the Oprah Winfrey of the new pastor brigade. Because every new pastor has is a millionaire, you know.
Yeah, the pastor who preaches that it's okay to lie.
Millions. I wonder what that number is. How many pastors are millionaires in the United States?
Yeah.
Probably a lot more than I think. Probably a lot more than I think. Can't be that in
Is that someone hot miking?
Yeah, that's tomato.
Migo Wigo is hot miking real hard.
No, that's not it. Oh yeah, it is him. No, it was tomato.
Should I mute him?
Yeah.
Yeah, the poor guy. I don't want him to hot mic something embarrassing.
Yeah, no, that's mighty nice of you.
Is he gone? No, he's here.
Gone.
Okay. No, he's here. He's here. But I muted him.
I still hear him.
Because it's yeah, I told you it's difficult. I'm logged on my smartphone, and then I cannot see all the avatars on the smartphone, and I do that because I used to log on my PC, and everyone told me that my headset is getting fucked up. It's getting worse and worse, and I'm cutting when I'm talking. I'm not clear. My voice is not clear. That's why I'm using now the smartphone without any headsets.
Oh, I see.
Because even on the smartphone, the headsets started to make problems. They were clear to hear, but it started to disconnect suddenly and connect again.
Yeah, there's one guy in chat, like, I don't know, 40 minutes ago, talking about, that a couple of those globe proofs were good ones. And I think the one was would be like it would be daytime all the time if the sun was close, which is one of the funny ones. And then what was the other one? He said gravity, of course, and boats over the horizon. Yep.
Really? Boats over the horizon? Really? Boats over the horizon?
Yeah. What was his name? He was just in chat not too long ago.
Do you mean Prophet?
Matthew Learns.
Okay, Messi?
Yeah, Matthew Learns. Yeah, he said it at 11:31.
Oh, Matthew. No, yeah, I know that guy. Come on. He said he would. He said he would defy the second law of thermodynamics on his computer with the software. And I forced him to admit and told him because he challenged QE a couple of months ago that he would prove the second law of thermodynamics to be violated, and he said he would do it on a computer program. And on the computer software. And I told him, mate, QE told you, show me an empirical evidence, an experiment in a laboratory. Yeah, where you can show me gas without a container. I told him. He told you he wants something physical. Empirical means physical. And when you tell us that you will prove the second law of thermodynamics to be wrong, to be violated on the software, you have already lost, and you have admitted that you lost. Don't be shameless and have a little bit shame and admit that you cannot, do that. And he said, okay. And he said, okay, I will do that. Yeah, I admit, you got me. He said.
Well, it's truly easy to hide behind experiments when you're, to get to the root of your experiment, you need a vacuum chamber that's never been built, something that could contain all that pressure. And it's theoretical. Like even just the concept of the chamber you would have to construct to contain that type of pressure is all in theory. Like, oh, you need 20-foot steel walls, like, okay, how you gonna make that? What steel plant are you gonna use to manufacture these walls?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just talking about, like, if you're gonna talk about gas in space, right? You need to create this vacuum, right? First. So you would need to have this big vacuum chamber, and then it would need to be so big because they hide their gravitational equations hide behind supermassive bodies. So you would need supermassive vacuum chamber to be able to conduct the experiment in the first place. So the whole thing makes sense.
Yeah, but when you think about it, I think the word in English, I forgot it. I think contemplate. Is it right? Contemplate.
Yeah, contemplate. Yep.
Contemplate is right. It's the process when you think about something very deeply, right? It's called contemplate.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, if you contemplate it, couple of months ago, I also put a question forth, and I said, the claim that space is a vacuum is contradictory to itself, or it's contradicting itself. Because look, you are telling us space, okay, is a vacuum. And the Earth is a planet which is floating in space. And then there is the sun, and there are billions of millions of millions of billions suns and galaxies. And I said, dude, listen to yourself. You are telling us space is a vacuum, but in the same time, it contains all the planets, all the stars, all the nebulas, all the galaxies. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a wordplay. It's like sorcery. It's like sorcery. It's like hypnotizing. They are telling you space is a vacuum, but it is full of planets and meteors. Look, this is nonsense. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong.
There you have a Glober.
There we go.
Here we go. Look, from the beginning, vacuum means emptiness, nothing. And then he is telling me that I'm wrong. What should I say? I'm speechless. I'm speechless. It's
outer space
it's like
is non-uniform.
Okay, I think I will mute myself and I will make me a coffee because, dude, have a little bit shame and yeah, dude, vacuum means emptiness. Vacuum means vacuum. You cannot have the Earth and all the planets and space in an environment which you call vacuum and claim that it contains everything in the universe, dude. To come here and then say that I'm wrong is, you can see the audacity, John. I will mute myself and make me a coffee. I will be back soon. I will just make a coffee and be back.
Oh yeah, take your time. There's Matthew Lards.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
You doing all right? Happy June, first day of June, or second day. Okay.
Yeah, so you believe the Earth's a globe?
No, I don't believe it. I know it. I'm just kidding. Yes, I believe it. I believe it.
Okay. So, what's your best globe proof?
Oh, I don't think there are any proofs. I think
that was Matthew, man. That was Matthew.
I would say there's good evidence. I think that the heliocentric model is the best explanation for the evidence that we have. Things like sunsets and moon phases and seasons and things like that. Eclipses, GPS.
Okay. So what about the lack of measurable curve on the surface of the waters?
Right. The Earth is so big that it would be hard to do a direct measurement. So I don't think the curvature of Earth has ever been directly measured. But that doesn't bother me because I don't think you have to. If it hasn't been measured, we haven't measured whether it's flat or curved, right?
Well, no, we've measured. I mean, we could see too far based on the circumference that scientific community is presenting. That's the issue.
If you cut out, if you cut out the idea that the path of light can curve slightly, then that's when you get the contradiction.
They have observation we have observations of Mount Canigou, like I said, 250 miles away. That's way too much. That's way too much to just speak away as refraction.
So yeah, you couldn't see that mountain if the path of light traveled in a perfectly straight line. So you're right about that. I'm saying that maybe sometimes it doesn't.
over 3 miles, right? You're supposed to have measurable drop. Now, none of that has been substantiated. So you're looking to other observations to explain what you're not finding here on Earth. And these observations are made, and it's not due to refraction. It's already been nullified. Because it's repeatable in different conditions.
So you're saying something more. You're saying not just that it isn't, but that it couldn't be refraction, right?
Precisely. If you're using different lenses, you're not going to get the same refraction. But the objects are still visible. So the lack of a physical barrier stopping visibility means there's no curvature. There's no rate of drop from the observer's point.
Yeah, it means there's no curvature or that the light curves a slight amount. Logically those are the two options. But you're saying that the light curving couldn't happen. Is that right?
It couldn't happen with the right conditions.
Well, why couldn't it happen? It doesn't have to curve very much. It's just a tiny amount, right?
Well, over 10 miles, you're talking about 60 feet of curvature. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's the total amount that it would cumulatively build up to over the space of 10 miles. But I'm talking about like how much
It'd be falling away from the observer's point in all directions, which is not observed. Like I said, it would be obvious. It wouldn't be something subtle. Like I said, if you have nothing but flat surface on the water, if you're out on a calm day in the middle of the ocean, you're looking all around you with a Nikon P900, you're potentially zooming in on 20 miles in every direction. So if you don't see any rate of drop in all directions, and you could raise up from that point and not see any rate of drop in all those directions, then you know there's no curvature, because you would have to witness that. The fact that it's not being witnessed screams that there's no curvature. The Earth is flat.
I don't know what to say. I just say that doesn't bother me because I think that the path of light can bend a little bit.
Still waiting for that glow proof.
Yeah,
You're never going to find any proof.
Light bends 60 feet. Light bends 60 feet. Just a little bit.
But when you're talking about how much something bends, you should probably use angles. So the real number is 0.00072343 degrees every mile. If it bends just that tiny amount, then all bets are off, and you can't tell the difference between flat and spherical.
How
So you're
convenient.
telling me that it's just an inference that it's spherical?
No, I'm saying that you can't prove it either way by looking at by squinting at the horizon.
So then it's just a deduction based on the bias.
No, I would say it's best explanation for things you see in the sky, like the sun and the moon and stars and stuff like that.
So the sphere is based on the sky.
Exactly. The sky tells us that it's this external reference frame that helps us see the shape.
So
of
you're
the Earth.
presupposing a sphere because the sky tells you what?
I'm looking at a bunch of different explanations, and the explanation that says that the Earth is spherical explains the sky the best.
So you got some sky worshippers or something, man? You can't measure the floor?
I don't worship the sky, and I don't measure the floor.
I mean, it's telling you what it is. I mean, you're telling me the sky is telling you that the Earth is a sphere. It sounds like the sky worship.
No, it's not worship. It's just looking at evidence and drawing deductions and finding explanations for
Oh, so it is deductive. So that it isn't. It's all based on interpretation then.
Well, yeah, there's some interpretation involved, sure.
Based on the presupposition.
No, all explanations are in the running. So if you can come up with a better explanation, and anybody can come up with an explanation. The question is which explanations are the best.
Exactly. So just once you like the story, that's pretty much it. You don't have no evidence for it other than you presuppose that the Earth is a sphere because of the skies telling you what the Earth is a sphere. Yes. Sounds like sky worshipping.
It's not sky worshipping. What are you on about?
I mean, you telling me that the sky tells you the Earth is a sphere because so explanation.
No, I'm saying that the explanation explains what's going on in the sky better than any other explanation.
All this time you could have measured the Earth instead of,
Yeah, it's too big. We don't have precise enough instruments, especially since the path of light can bend a little bit in dense air near the ocean. So, I mean, it's a good explanation of why the full moon stays the same apparent size all night long. It's a good explanation for seasons and eclipses and moon phases.
I swear, man, 15 years ago, y'all used to say we have science. Now y'all don't have science.
Turns out that was a lie. But I don't see Matthew going and correcting Wikipedia and be like, actually, we can't prove it.
Wait, what?
Even if you put some parentheses either way, right?
That y'all had science. Yeah.
What do you mean have science? People do science to explain things.
No, 10 years ago, y'all used to say the Earth, the science shows that the Earth is a sphere. That's pretty much what they used to say. Now y'all saying that science don't prove it.
Science provides explanations. So, for example, an explanation for what water is made of is H2O, and there's a bunch of different reasons for that. It explains the observations we see. So that's just an explanation. You're not proving that water is H2O. You're explaining that it's H2O and showing, oh, look, electrolysis works and the molar masses work and all this type of stuff. So that's what science does, is explain things.
So how did science go from experimentation to explanation?
Experimentation is part of what science does to come up with good explanations. It's always been part of it.
Yeah. The Earth is not flat.
Bingo, I agree with you.
Does that make it true?
No.
Okay.
That'd be the consensus fallacy, right? Or whatever.
But Matthew, I've heard the you globe earthers say, well, if fallacies is all you got, I mean, isn't that all you got?
Yeah, fallacies are invalid ways of arguing a logically deductive argument.
How come I can think of like more than one occasion where Glover said, if fallacy is all you got, it's okay to use fallacies to trick your audience. Like, why would Glover say that? Why wouldn't they just bring
they're being disingenuous and dishonest?
I wonder if, like, and I'm not saying this to be a troll, I wonder if, like, the flat earthers think that the ice wall is like Game of Thrones and that there's giant fucking monsters and, like, ice zombies that are beyond the ice wall. You know what I mean?
What in the order did you?
Have you seen Game of Thrones?
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? Like, the little fucking ice motherfuckers that, like, they're, like, dead. You know what I'm talking about? Like, when the winter comes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, some flat earthers say that there's, like, continents beyond the alleged ice wall. And, like, it's really inconsistent. You know, because some people say that, like, the ice wall just goes on forever. Some people just say that, you know, there's continents, like, generated land forever. And then...
That's like saying the Earth is a globe.
Why are you in here arguing against people that don't exist? That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
People don't believe that there's continents beyond the ice wall.
In here? Is there anybody in here that believes that?
Here. I'm saying some flat earthers, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, some globe earthers think that Santa Claus is real.
Yo.
You know what I'm saying?
What's up?
Dude, I mean, it wasn't a shot at you. I was just saying, like, it's like Game of Thrones, you know what I mean?
I believe the Earth is flat. I genuinely believe it.
If I show you a Glober who eats his own burgers, does that mean all Globers eat their burgers?
Yes. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with him. And I believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I believe that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. I believe that everybody, like, collectively 102,000 employees, including janitors at main space agencies, you know, 13 of which have launching capacities, are lying to us. And that all astronomers, respectively, have lied about their career field and know for a fact that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, you're
simply off the basis that we can't measure curve to the exact degree that flat earthers want us to, so that makes all science leading up to then completely irrelevant.
Yeah. You're steel man in my position precisely.
Hey, what is going on in here? What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Wait.
Hold on, you shut the fuck up.
Whoa.
So what is going on in here? We got people LARPing to be flat earthers, and the fucking globe earther is like straw manning a whole bunch of shit, and then the other globe earther who's LARPing. Okay, why is it flat?
Why do I believe the Earth is flat? I just told you.
No, man, he's a glober, and he's trying to make fun of
Well,
flat
no, because
earthers
the globe model doesn't matter. Like it doesn't. Like it's
most
not.
of the mods
Not
are not
accurate. I just
here.
told you that it doesn't
That's
add
it.
up.
And I'm making my coffee, but I muted him. If you want me, I can unmute him again.
No, don't unmute him. Yeah, we're not going to tolerate you guys in here LARPing like you're fucking flat earthers and pissing in the punch bowl, making everybody think that what we're saying is what you're saying. We're not going to tolerate that shit. If you want to be muted, continue doing
it. Yeah, he implied that we believe in the ice wall. Yeah, that we believe in the ice wall, and yeah, but none of the mates here believe in the ice wall and throne of Game of Thrones also. He was just making fun. That's why I muted him, because I was not sure if you can mute.
Yeah, it's poisoning the well.
Yeah, I know.
So we're not going to tolerate that shit. If you guys want to be muted in here, that's what you come in here and do, you'll get muted. If you want to have an intellectually honest conversation, now that's one thing, but arguing against people who don't exist in here, that's foolishness.
You're going to tolerate it.
Zero tolerance.
May I ask what did Yosef do to get muted? Like, what was he doing?
Yeah, that wasn't even him talking. That was me talking. Why did he get muted?
He was exploiting the fact that most of the mods are not here, and was making fun about flat earthers and implying that flat earthers believe something which the people here, the flat earthers here, don't believe. We don't.
That wasn't him. That was me. You muted the wrong person.
We don't confess to a specific model. We don't say the Gleason model is the model. We don't say that the flat Earth is a disk floating in space, and then they come here and they imply that, and they argue.
Man, shut your bitch ass up, fat.
Is that what you call straw manning? Yeah, I think it's straw manning. I mean,
that's exactly what a straw man is.
They say what? Yeah. Oh, that was the answer for your question, why he was muted. That was the reason why he was muted. As the colleague here said, I can't see his avatar because I'm using a smartphone and I cannot see all the avatars when someone talks. The colleague said here, yeah. When you are not ready to
fucking serious question
to have a intellectual conversation, then you will be muted.
I'm just saying
he was not ready to have an intellectual and honest conversation. He was just trolling and laughing.
So look, if with all due respect, if y'all don't know anything about the shape of the Earth, right? Y'all don't know, like, I guess, the environment that the Earth is in. Y'all don't know whatever you guys just said, right? You guys were saying that, like, you guys don't claim that there's an ice wall. You don't claim that it's a disk floating in space. If you don't have any indicators of this, then what proves that the current measures of measuring what the Earth is and what space is fake? Like, if you don't if you don't know anything about astronomy or the shape of the Earth, then how can you determine it's wrong or not real?
So that's a loaded question. If you don't know anything about astronomy, right, what makes you think I don't know anything about astronomy?
With all due respect, a lack of education.
Oh, so what's my education level? Can you tell me?
Probably just high school. Maybe not even that.
Okay. So you think, like, after high school, I, like, never went in to, like, look for myself at the library or on the internet, and I just completely ignored my own self-taught education. Is that what you think happened?
And I think that the education that you took is just completely wrong.
That's a stereotype fallacy. You know that, right? So at least I know, because I stop talking. I'm in the middle of talking. So at least I don't stereotype you guys and say that you are actually the most educated people because you're Globers, when it would make sense because you were repeating what you were told in the government school. Right? I wouldn't do that to you. I would say, it's probably likely that they had their own continued education outside of like government school, and they're not just like little automaton robotoids who just repeat what their government told them to, right? So how come I know not to make logical fallacies, but I'm the uneducated one? Why is that? Can you answer?
Well, because you take...
Are you conversing with someone in the chat?
Doesn't mean that the education or the information you're reading or, I guess, discovering is necessarily true.
Larry?
It doesn't mean that for the government school either, whatsoever. I use my education for my time in the Air Force.
Can you hear me, Larry?
Right? So it's like,
who are you talking to?
For all of Flat Earth to
someone
work,
in the chat?
everything would have to be a lie.
No, someone's talking right now. You got them locally muted. I apologize, sir. Please continue.
And
what's your name, by the way?
My name?
You mean me?
The Glober. What's your name, Glober?
Like my Discord name?
Yeah, Berserker, is that you?
No, it's what's the matter?
I am Berserker. I'm not a Glober.
No, Berserker. Someone else is in here that you have locally muted.
Okay, locally, only locally. Okay, I thought I was able to mute him on the server. Sorry. Yeah, that's what's the matter? Okay, then it doesn't make sense.
You guys were talking over each other, so we're going to let the Glober respond to why I'm not stereotyping, but he is. But I'm supposed to be the uneducated one, but I know better than to stereotype. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I thought we were beyond that, but I just think that just because you read a book or read a bunch of books doesn't necessarily make the information in said book to be accurate. Okay, it doesn't.
Of course,
I can read conspiracy books all day, right? For example, about 9/11, the officers of Charlie Hebdo, the Las Vegas shooting. It doesn't make that information that I've retained correct. And you can go as far to say that government-based content, right, like books and shit like that, could be fake. Science changes all the time. I agree with that. Like, for example, we didn't even know that the Earth was not a perfect sphere. We assumed that it was, just 35 odd years ago, right? It's not. It's an oblate spheroid. So,
well, you still didn't answer the question. Why is it that you're trained and educated by the Air Force? I didn't finish high school, but I know not to stereotype you, but you don't know not to stereotype me. Why is that?
Well, nobody's ever told me not to stereotype people, right? You stereotype people based on literally everything. That's how we conduct ourselves as humans. You literally characterize stereotypes.
That's illogical. That's illogical.
Okay, so how is that illogical? That's how you. What do you mean?
For me, just to assume that you've only been educated by the. Okay, you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer. How is it illogical for me to assume that because you're a Glober, you've only been educated by the government? That's a stereotype. Why would I assume anything? That's terrible logic.
Well, because then you're assuming that everything the government's already telling us is a lie. You don't see that, like you don't see the hypocrisy.
You're stereotyping me again. Is that your only shtick?
Well, you just said that government-based education you don't trust. You just said that.
I didn't say that everything the government said is a lie. I didn't say that at all. I didn't even imply that.
You've implied
that. What I implied is that you're stereotyping me by saying I didn't graduate high school, I'm not educated. But you, the educated one who's educated by the Air Force, is using a lowly stereotype fallacy as your argument. Why is that?
Just inductive reasoning. I mean, like, I'm not going to go up to a doctor that's about to perform a fucking brain surgery and be like, I know more than you. Everything that you've learned is a lie. I know more than you. Let me do this surgery. Scrub me in. I'm not going to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that thing that you said made sense. Like, of course you're not going to do a surgery if you're not properly trained and educated on how to do a surgery. But why would you assume these things about flat earthers, about them not being educated? Do you think it's not possible that we have actual doctors, like people with biochemist degrees and stuff like that? Did you not know that?
I think that it's very unlikely that that's the case, but I'm sure that there's maybe a few people that have been skeptical over the years. I understand. It's very hard to trust the government in its current status. I understand that. Even being in the Air Force, I'll admit that.
So do you mean that we don't have even civil engineers who were
I never said
Globers
anything like that.
and became flat earthers? You said it is very highly improbable, not possible that we have doctors here.
No, so it's unlikely, right? And then I also said that I'm sure that there's a few people that became skeptical over the years. So let's not forget that part.
Skeptical.
Yeah, like for example, like from what my old time being in here, right? This isn't my first, when I was
unlikely almost means no, right? I mean, what do you mean with unlikely? It's
not probable. It's not common.
Can't you be more precise?
Yeah, so it's not common that somebody that is a doctor.
Okay, I think this is a question. This is a question which Larry asked. It's a question which you should not answer with unlikely. You should answer yes or no. The question was, do you think that we don't have doctors who became flat earthers?
I believe you do. I believe there might be one.
Okay, I will formulate the question in another way. Do you think that we don't have any civil engineers who became flat earthers, who were Globers?
I just answered the question. I said that you do. Like statistically, it's proven that you probably have at least one doctor, right?
Okay. And what was your education in Air Force? Do you think the education in the Air Force is much more admirable or higher rated rather than a civil engineer?
I mean, it just depends on what you do, right? So for me, right,
yeah,
I don't want to you're not. I don't think you're an American, right? So. Am I correct in assuming so? You're not American, right?
Yeah, I'm not American, but I studied but I studied civil engineering according to the.
No, I'm just explaining the military. Like our military operates, we have a different SOP, standard operating procedure, than a lot of militaries. So, for example, right, like if you're commissioned, if you're an officer in the Air Force, yeah, absolutely. I think that having a degree and being an officer in the military generally makes you more qualified, so to speak, depending on what school the person that you're comparing went to, because you would need a degree before doing so. In terms of like a civil engineer, a lot of people that are enlisted in the military, they've had different shreds. A shred is so for example, you can change career fields while you're in the Air Force after serving a year and a half, right? So there's a lot of guys that did military police, right? And then they went over through avionics or, navigation on C-130s, or even other planes, for example, your C-5s, right? Shit like that, C-17s, correction. So, yeah, I think generally speaking, if you have a career that pertains around the scope of navigation, then, yeah, I think that does outweigh a lot of flat Earth civil engineers. And the reason why is because these people have learned based off science that we all agree, right? People in the Air Force typically all agree on. We agree that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So yeah, absolutely. And you can sit here and call me biased, but it's just realistic. I'm being a realist here. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just being real. You know what I mean? So I would say
that. Bro, it's you know what? I don't have a problem if you offend someone. If someone is really stupid, obviously stupid, and showing signs of The question from Larry was, why is it that he is the one who didn't visit college? And
I already answered this question. If we're gonna backtrack, right?
You are talking about him in a derogatory way. So he is the one who is lower educated, and you are higher educated, but you are acting as someone who is disrespectful to him. So if you are really so wise and so so enlightened. This is what he was trying to imply. You should show more respect to someone who is lower than you, but you are not doing that, and that contradicts your claim that you are higher educated.
Okay, so
I mean,
that's
what
not
he's
true at
saying,
all.
what he's
Respect
saying, so
isn't
what
respect isn't given; it's
he's
earned.
implying,
Okay,
yeah,
it's
what
earned.
he's
Respect is something that is earned. It's not given. You tracking that? Like, so I'm not going to respect every person in my way. I'll treat them as a counterpart, but it doesn't mean that I'm just going to sit there and give them undivided respect.
So
I feel like that makes sense.
So
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. But I mean, I have a weakness. I always consider the bright side of every human being when I start talking with him until he proves once or twice or thrice that he's an asshole and a hypocrite. Sometimes I give someone so many chances, and that is, I have to admit, is a weakness. But I will have to tell you, I'm not trying to make fun of you. It is very, very. It is in the same time disrespectful to the person you are talking to. It is also hypocritical, and it sounds very stupid how you Globers try to hide from the fact and point to the sky how we could explain the eclipse or the stars, but you evade the question which we have. Why can't we see the curvature of a spherical mass, astronomical mass of the planet Earth, which is not that big, 3,595 miles radius? That makes that gives us eight multiplied by miles square. Things should drop behind the horizon after 3 miles, and we can see the oil rig habitat, which is at a distance of 9.4 miles completely, and the horizon behind it. And then you come with the refraction, claiming that the refraction could shove the bulge of water, which is hiding part of the lower part of the oil rig habitat, to the behind of the rig, and that means physically there must be a hidden part. So how could the refraction make a hidden part of the oil rig visible and appear behind the oil rig, so that the oil rig can obscure the horizon? But of course, when boats go over the horizon, then you forget refraction. That is dishonesty, disingenuous, and being also disrespectful, trying to brainwash people and trying to treat people as children, which you like to enforce the idea of Santa Claus and lie to them. You treat them like idiots. So who is the one who is disrespectful? We adhere to the math, to the geometry of a sphere with 3,595 miles, where you have to see a curvature after a certain distance. And then you evade it, and you invent every kind of refraction, and light is bending, but light is not bending when the boats go behind the horizon.
Can I just go ahead and add something?
Okay, I will mute myself. Maybe Larry can.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's gonna be real quick. So
because I have to apologize that my English is not that good, because English is not my mother language, so I have the language barrier. I apologize for that, because I have to speak much slower. But bro, you seem to forget, or you have to think about this. We all were Globers. We all were Globers. And I tell you, as a civil engineer who studied according to the ACI requirements, ACI means American Concrete Institute, ASAIS, I think American Steel something. So yeah, you can go look at it. All the books which we read were from McGraw-Hill. And McGraw-Hill is no more a publisher. It was a publisher 30 years ago when I studied the books. And you know what McGraw-Hill is now? McGraw-Hill is a political and economical and scientific think tank. They don't publish books anymore.
So
how could it be? How could it be that they told us that we should not consider the curvature of the Earth when we build bridges or roads or railways? And I studied everything. I studied everything. I didn't study only concrete construction or I studied concrete construction, steel construction, foundation design, solid mechanics, hydraulics, and highways, and project design, where I design after how many years we should sell the cars or the things, the machines which we use, and how many minutes a worker in building projects gets per hour. That means per day 30 minutes or 1 minute. I studied all of that, and not only one branch of it, all the branches. So they told us not to consider the curvature of the Earth, and surveying. Oh, of course, don't forget surveying. And I didn't take that seriously because, I never thought about flat Earth at that time.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
In terms of, are we talking about like bridge building here, for example? Mm-hmm. Okay, so just a guess. I'm not a civil engineer. Just a guess. I'm not going to claim to be educated in a field that I'm not. So maybe has something to do with the depth of the water, right? For example, the terrain on the water is very, very unreliable, right? Just a guess there. In terms of everything else you said about refraction and stuff, yeah, it's a common rebuttal, right? I think it's overused. I think we can agree that refraction is overused. My explanation on why you can see, like, for example, the bow of a ship or the hull of a ship, depending on which way you're observing it, is because whenever you guys, it seems that you, right, I'll say this, it seems that you guys don't account for the refraction calculation because it's just one big illusion, and that's what a lot of flat earthers don't understand, that globe earthers believe that refraction and seeing a ship appear right over the horizon or beyond the horizon is literally just reflection from the water mixed with refraction, right? And you guys don't agree with that form of science, so you don't calculate it. And that's the way that we define it. So whenever we do calculate it, you're like, well, it can't happen. Well, if you don't agree with the science, then you can't calculate it, right? So that's
another
where the model comes
stereotype
from.
fallacy. Is that your only shtick?
Well, that's what that's what it is. That's what he just said. So I mean, clearly you weren't listening, with all due respect, sir, because he just said.
I've been listening.
Okay, what did he say?
Yeah, he said as a civil engineer, he was told not to take it into consideration.
That's not what we're even talking about. We're not even talking about that. So, like, I already know that you're not.
Sorry, structural engineer. I misspoke. Yeah, I was listening.
We're not even on that point of the discussion yet. We're talking.
So he's not a structural engineer?
Earlier, right? And you're talking about
he called you out for cherry picking. Yeah, when I was on the stairs, he called you out for.
Right?
Why do you feel the need to overtalk me? I sit there and listen and let you guys get it out. He did. I'll give you that. I was about to get onto him for monologuing, but then he kind of moderated himself. So that's great. So
okay, so if we roll this back on the YouTube and I look at the timestamp of how much time he's talking and then how much time I'm talking, you're saying that
I've already agreed with you. No. I've already agreed with you on that. I said I was about to moderate a flat earther.
Okay.
Did you miss that part?
Okay, well,
he moderated himself.
Why you're speaking over my turn to speak, right? But you weren't with him. You allowed him to talk, but you're not allowing me to talk.
Fair enough. Go ahead and speak. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So what I was saying, right, is refraction, right? You guys don't take into account refraction typically, right? I'll say typically out of respect. And you don't agree with that form of science, and we do. And that's why there's a big disagreement, right? Because you guys don't believe this form of the science, and we do. So there's no way to accurately calculate it. And another thing is with the distance, right? Like the surface area of Earth, it's not perfect. You can't use a 3-digit, right? How do you say equation, right? To find the exact curvature of Earth. It's a very generalized curvature. There's no 100% foolproof method to actually measure the curvature of Earth. It's a generalized assumption, right? Because there's different terrain levels, there's different elevations, right? There's different obstructions and barriers of the actual terrain. Therefore, you can't get a 100% accurate surface area. In terms of all the bullshit satellite pictures that are pieced together, I agree. The ISS is much too far. It's too close to the Earth to get a 360-degree picture of Earth. They're spliced together. The only sufficient evidence that we had of Earth being round is the Challenger, or not the Challenger, the probe, right, in the 60s that we sent out, and we got a 2D image of the Earth, if that makes sense. So those are my stances on things, right? There's a reason for everything, right? It's up to the person to actually read between the lines, right? Like I'm not trying to generalize anything. I'm just telling you that's why I think what I think. I'm done. And wait, one more thing. Over fences. So yeah, literally, that's how you find. That's how you find the mass of something that's so large that you can't measure it. Like you would need to have a fucking. You would need to have a digital reader, right, and like a rangefinder and a bunch of other tools to exactly calculate the surface area of the Earth. Yes, it is 100% a guesstimate. Yes.
Right, so you said it's based on assumptions and guesstimates, but yet you keep sprinkling, the word science in there, when science has absolutely nothing to do with finding the shape of something. That would be geometry. So it seems like maybe you don't know what science is. Do you know what science is?
I do know what science is.
He don't know what science is.
All right, so what is science?
The exact definition I can't give you, but I know what science is, yeah.
Oh, well, how am I supposed to know that you know if you won't tell me?
Okay, so is this the part where I look up the exact verbatim definition of the word and you say you had to look it up, therefore your point is irrelevant, and does not matter?
You're not talking to a first-year flat earther, bro.
Okay.
Let me make my arguments and you make yours.
Science is a systemic study of the natural world through observation, experiment, and reasoning. It involves gathering knowledge about the physical and natural phenomenon of the universe and formulating theories and laws to explain how things work. The goal of science is to build a body of knowledge that can predict, explain, and sometimes control aspects of the world around us.
That sounds pretty good. He seems to know what science is.
Experiment is the key, right? Because without the experiment, if you call it science, it's pseudoscience, by definition.
What's the definition of pseudoscience?
The definition of pseudoscience is science believed to be derived from the scientific method when it was not.
Oh.
Yeah. So, just one more thing, because they're still talking in the side chat. There's a lot of reasons on why you would generalize a measurement. For example, I don't know, has anybody in here worked in metal cutting or woodworking? Anybody in here?
It's pretty fun.
Okay, so have you ever heard the term hey, measure twice, cut once? You would rather have more of a board than less of a board. So there's a lot of reasons on why you would actually have a generalized assumption with a deviation that goes beyond how big the Earth actually is, right? It's just for calculation. That's all it is.
Well, you've already admitted that, there's this refraction thing, and if there's this refraction thing, then the geometric horizon is due to refraction and not actually the Earth curve causing it. So you kind of threw your own model under the bus.
You can't.
What?
You can't observe the curve of the Earth from a naked eye. You would need an instrument to actually observe it.
But they told us that boats go over the horizon and taught us that all through government school, right? Public means government. If you go into a government building, you're in a public building.
Absolutely.
So in government school, they told us the opposite of what you're saying. So they lied to us?
Science, that's what's so, I guess that's a downside of science. Hold on, my hotkeys fucking up. Give me a sec.
Yeah, you can't trust the government, man.
So, science changes, right? And that's why a lot of people are skeptical about science. You see a lot of, skeptics on all aspects of science, like especially the study of medicine, that certain virus that I'm not going to mention, I respect for the server.
Ebola.
So there's skeptics on everything. Science changes. It's not 100% like mistake free, right? And people need to realize that it is a study. And hey, professionals are allowed to make mistakes. People are allowed to make mistakes. So I think people they get caught up in, this person is like, studied. He has a fucking doctorate, in whatever the fuck, right? And he made a mistake, and that's unacceptable. No, like, we're all human at the end of the day. We all make mistakes, right? So, science changes, right? People are wrong a lot. And you learn from when you're wrong the most, right? Like, just in the 1500s, 1400s, actually, we believe that the earth was just flat, right? And it's documented that we believe that the earth is flat, and that changed, right?
No, that's not true. Nobody believed it back then.
In the 1400s, nobody believed the earth was flat?
I'm sorry, not nobody, but not many people.
Okay, well, I guess
so most people
thought
it was a globe, Matthew. Like most people, went outside and just, I'm experiencing globe. Is that what happened, Matthew?
Well, yeah. So if you're talking about the populace, who knows? I'm talking about the educated people who wrote books that we can read still. Those people didn't think it was flat.
Yeah, I was
since we're talking about
populace.
Since we're talking about science, let me ask this guy something.
Let me say something real. Matthew come in and red herringed away. Matthew come in and red herringed away from this guy's bad acumen of science. Can we take him back to science, please?
Take him back to science.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Right, so since, they don't really teach us proper science, we're going to have to go back to the experiment and what is a hypothesis test. So let's say you guys have a hypothesis that gravity holds down the oceans. Would that be a fair argument to make, Air Force?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you manipulate your presumed cause as to what's holding down the oceans?
What's the alternative hypothesis? You're proposing a hypothesis test. You need an alternative hypothesis.
I'm about to get to it. Why the fuck are you interrupting? Don't be rude. Act like your dad raised you.
To be fair, dude, you just called me.
You didn't let me finish.
I mean, I don't think you're in a position to say rude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're being kind of rude.
Yeah, you're kind of being a little rude yourself. But go on, continue. I'll let it slide. Go ahead.
So by me talking and getting interrupted and then reacting to it, that's rude in your opinion?
Shut the fuck up and make your point. Quit being a bitch.
Yeah, word.
Why are you guys scared?
No, you sit here and you bitch. You sit here and you want to tone police when you're acting like a little prick yourself, and then you want
all white knights, check back out. Back to the peanut gallery. Thank you. All white knights, check back out. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are being really weird. So I'm going to try to make the argument again, right? So you guys are claiming that it's gravity. I'm claiming that it's specific gravity that's holding down the oceans. So can you manipulate your presumed cause like I can? Because I'm saying it's high gas pressure and low temperature that's holding down the oceans. Because if you put ocean in a tea kettle at high temperature, it won't stick to the bottom of the tea kettle anymore. And if you put it in a vacuum container and you turn on the vacuum pump for 3 days, it's going to boil at low temperature and it won't stick to the bottom. So when the phase change happens, it makes the water extremely buoyant, even though it went from liquid to gas, and it's going to go up like the rain cycle. So can you use my presumed cause as your control variables while using your presumed cause as your independent variable, and you can vary and manipulate that, Air Force, so we can see the water go up and down like I can do, or am I the only one with science here?
Yes, civilian, I can. So I just have a question about your experiment that you clearly conducted so well. What temperature would cause the water in a tea kettle to not stick to the bottom? Do you know the exact temperature?
Well, it depends on the gas pressure. It's two causes.
Oh, okay. So you're using a variable that isn't consistent for your actual argument, correct?
No, it's consistent. Yeah, it always
that mean that the
boils at
water
the
is
same temperature at the same gas pressure.
Okay,
but
so
if you
does that mean that
manipulate
the water is
one
also
at
the
a
same
time,
temperature of the fucking tea kettle? Because then you can measure temperature, right? We all agree on the measurement of temperature, don't we?
yeah. So can you show me what your presumed cause is? That's all I need.
So it's gravity, right?
Okay, can you manipulate that?
And the mass, yeah. Well, see that's the issue, right? Because we don't know a lot about gravity, right?
Oh, sounds like an excuse.
Well, I think the excuse for yours, civilian, is the fact that you're okay. We can measure that it's not temperature. We can 100% measure that, right?
So if I get it up to like 500 degrees, you think the water's just going to stick to the bottom of whatever container it's in?
Okay, how could it be 500 degrees, right? We've never had a reading like that unless you're over like a volcanic body.
Yeah, that would happen in nature.
Okay, so what I'm saying is it would have to be that exact degree of temperature for water, and that would 100% like be a fucking like it would change the temperature of Earth so bad that it would be like inhabitable. You know that, right? Like you understand that, correct? Like that would like
I just need your presumed cause. You said gravity, but then you didn't.
It would literally like fucking the water would change so rapidly if that was the case. Can we agree on that? Like, or no?
Have you still not provided your presumed cause that you can manipulate?
It's gravity, right? Like, do you want me to like break down?
Okay, so can you manipulate?
So you can just like
manipulate gravity and make the water go up and down like I can do.
Yeah, we can't manipulate gravity right now in a controlled environment.
So it's
the only
just
time
like
that
a
we can
baseless
do so
assertion.
is with density, right? I understand that you're trying to get into that.
That's
Like,
my cause. That's my cause. You can't use my cause to prove your cause. So can you manipulate gravity without manipulating relative density? Because that's my cause.
Oh, like, do you have that copyrighted? Like, I can't use like a part. Like, do you own density?
Well, I went first, right? If you manipulate density and make things go up and down, the relative density proves my point. So you can do it if you want to. You're just proving my point.
Well, I'm agreeing with one aspect of your point, right?
So we're in agreement. It's not gravity. It's specific gravity.
It's not just gravity. No, there's different aspects of it, but the main key cause would be gravity in my consensus.
Oh, there's that baseless assertion again. Can you prove that?
Can you prove that the temperature of the water is what you say?
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying you gave the fucking example of a tea kettle, right? And you're like, yeah, at a certain temperature, you don't know the temperature, right? And the temperature of the water.
I told you it depends on the pressure.
Right now for it to happen.
It depends on the pressure. If it's 14.7 psi,
okay, so then
it's going to be at 120 degrees.
Pressure, right? Okay. Is there a universal pressure in different parts of the world? Like elevation doesn't change that whatsoever?
When did I say that?
Well, I'm just saying that's what you're implying, right? You're saying
no, I'm not implying that whatsoever. I'm implying that I can make water go up and down by manipulating the relative density. Can you do that with any object without manipulating?
And what I'm asking you is it universal?
Is it universal? Yeah. If something is extremely buoyant, it'll go up. If it's really dense, it'll go down.
Okay, so if I'm in a different part of the world at a higher elevation, is it going to do the same exact thing?
Negative.
Wow. He answered your question for you.
I didn't ask him to. I'll be back.
Yeah, go. Is there anybody else?
Larry, I will defend the flat Earth.
Sweet.
Can you show us the curvature?
We've already. I don't think you were here for this. We've already discussed, and I've already said that the curvature of the Earth using a 3-digit formula is not enough to exactly measure the one, like to a 100% corrective rate. Like you're measuring a surface area of thousands and thousands of miles, right? And you're using 3 digits to do so.
I understand you cannot prove curvature. Can you prove rotation?
Yeah, you can actually.
How? Show us.
Using a gyroscope.
Why I don't feel rotation?
You put a gyroscope in a vacuum environment and 3.14 degree drift.
Why I don't feel rotation?
Because you have skill issue.
It's all relative, dude. Like you're such a small force on Earth that it's all relative.
I
You're not
don't
going to
feel
feel
rotation.
10,000
I don't
miles
see
per hour
curvature.
fucking drift.
So you don't have anything to prove rotation. You don't have anything to prove curvature.
Explain
but you live on a globe, right?
Like this is cope. You didn't let me explain. I just told you that we actually do pick up drift. We do. You don't even know what I just said. You just said that I don't know.
1,000 miles an hour.
I don't know why it's the cause, but you didn't even listen to me. Makes sense?
You pick up. How do you pick up?
I just told you a gyroscope. The flat earthers actually tried to prove this, right? They put a gyroscope in a vacuum environment and still picked up like a 3-degree drift. So like you guys use this exact argument and then you were disproven by your own science. You guys wasted $25,000 doing this, by the way. Next question. What was it? You said, why can't I prove the exact?
You didn't prove anything. You only showed did words.
You want me to pull up the experiment that you guys fucking failed?
Yes, of course. That's what we want, man.
Okay.
It's like you haven't heard of this
science. Words only.
Don't give us Netflix, bud. Give us.
I'd like to see more science.
Gyroscope. If gyroscope is picking up rotation,
it better not be Jaren in Netflix.
Because gyroscope, it has to be rigid in space. You know what it means?
So it's kind of like a scenario to where we're not wrong, the gyroscope's wrong. Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
The Netflix
gyroscopes are controlled by NASA, bro. Get your head out of the sand.
Gyroscopes are controlled by pigeons.
That's true.
And look, anyways, all right, here. I'm pulling up the video. I'm making sure it's the right one. Give me like 1 second. I don't want to put the wrong one, and then I want to make sure it's a good timestamp. Give me a sec.
If gyroscope is made to stay rigid in space,
gyroscope is made to stay up.
Gyroscopes aren't real, man. They were created by the government.
Gyroscopes are made
out of the stands, man.
Yeah, gyroscopes aren't real, guys. They're fake. Liberal propaganda.
Literally created by the deep state.
The curvature that you say that you cannot see. 3959.
What?
It's very, very small. You say boat goes over the horizon, and then you say we cannot see the curvature.
Yeah, and I put out the. You guys are missing a step in the actual equation. You guys typically don't believe in light refraction, right? So you don't have that fucking independent variable in the actual equation, and then you say you're wrong, even though you don't use our equation.
What is the equation of refraction?
What do you mean? Your equation of refraction?
MC squared.
What is the equation of refraction? You just said you put an equation. What is the equation of refraction?
With the variable or without the variable?
Whatever you put it. How do you count for the refraction?
Like I said, this is okay. So, are you done?
Yes.
Okay.
Waiting for you.
Boy.
You said you put an equation.
That is the exact equation of refraction right there. But it's spaced out, right? Because it's retarded. That right there is the actual equation. Do you know how to do the actual equation of refraction, or do you want me to do that for you as well?
Of course you have to do it. It's your claim.
Well, no, I'm just saying this is your claim right here.
I didn't do any
This is your claim right here, and it's not consistent either. There's no 100% consistency.
I did not do any claim. You said I did not do any claim. You said there is an equation that you don't put.
Your claim was that refraction can't be used to disseminate curve. Okay, and I said it can, but it's generalized. That's what I said. On Phone Grave, on BD,
Yeah, generalized. You put it as you want, just to say that it's curving. Doesn't matter whatever we show you. You will say it's refraction, and you're gonna put anything you want just to say refraction. But you don't have any calculations.
What's the matter?
That is the calculation, no?
Snell's law isn't.
Refraction is built to suit.
I'm sorry, I don't even know what's going on. Can somebody fucking what? What?
A bunch of drunk people are arguing about refraction.
Okay.
That's not drunk.
I got like some background shit. I'm trying to find the exact video, and not like some fucking retard talking over the video, explaining that they lost $25,000. So just give me a second. Y'all can like talk this out while I find the video.
Why you said then there is an equation and you don't know even the equation?
I just put it in the chat.
He did just put it in the chat.
It's been in the chat for about, 3 minutes now? 2 minutes now?
Chat, check that.
Hey, chat. Hey, everybody. Can I get F's in chat? Can we go ahead and check out that equation? W in chat. W equation.
W's in the chat.
So how do you apply this?
Fraction.
How do you apply it?
Fractions were created by the government, man.
Fraction, dude.
Yeah, dude. Fractions are actually just liberal propaganda.
No, but how do you apply it?
Do you have a calculator?
How do you apply it in reality?
Yeah, let me use my Casio calculator and just fucking and apply the fucking element of refraction to a generalized area that's completely made up. Let me do that real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
You need a very controlled environment.
Exactly, everything is made up as your refraction equation.
Yeah,
everything's made up, dude.
Yeah, it's all fake, dude. Birds aren't real.
How do you apply it in reality?
Like I just said, you need a very specific, climate and very specific terrain to apply a generalized calculation.
So every time we do this
air density comes into play, the temperature comes into play, the visibility comes into play, weather patterns come into play when you actually literally talk about the bending of light, because even 1% darker is going to throw off the entire equation. So that it's very hard to prove refraction without specific.
How do you know all these variables? It's exactly in the same exact way
measure it, pal.
for us to always see the Earth flat.
I independently verified all the variables, so rest assured, my friend.
I checked the charts. The variables are correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, the variables do appear to be.
Okay, so how many variables are there?
It's like 17.
I thought it was
at least
20.
30.
It like I said, it changes constantly. Is someone talking about it? It's very hard.
Well, the amount of variables would be the same constantly
without a simulated, area that you're taking the equation in.
The amount of variables would be constant. The variables themselves would vary, but the amount of variables would always be the same.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 sec, dude. Miguel, so... Oh my fucking gosh, this guy right here is using fucking IFR. Okay, so IR, right, does distort. Like I said, that also depends on the actual variable. It's hard to make it distort, but it does. Especially if you're using like a zoom feature on an IR camera, it does. I use IR every single day in my job.
What's your job, bro?
My shred right now is security forces.
Fuck yeah, that sounds cool as shit.
He's a government agent.
He's a fucking Fed, bro.
I'm a Fed.
That's so tough. Wait,
That's
where do I get
cool.
where do I get permissions to send images?
You have to be verified, non-Fed.
These LARPers are over here. Freaking was talking.
So in the end, all
Nobody
you were
in chat?
saying about refraction,
It's a politics and religion thing. It's not us. Like after you're here for a while, you'll get perms.
Yeah, you have to shitpost in the chat for a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta like be degrading in the chat to get perms.
Yeah, say at least like 3 racial slurs, and you'll be good.
All right, man.
Are you trying to get the server shut down?
Pick it up because
Y'all want to try to get it
Who said that?
I can't find it, by the way, the video I was trying to show. Who was wanting the video?
So who's telling people in here that they should put racial slurs in the chat? Who said that?
I don't know. I was tabbed out.
Probably Miga.
Yo.
I don't know, I think I saw Larry saying that.
Really?
I was charged.
Larry, did you say that?
You guys are the most dishonest people I've ever met in my life. I can't believe
Larry,
that the
it was
globe has
Chartsy.
nothing but you guys. I mean, for fuck's sake, does your family
Also
line
got,
not have
like,
any honor?
grass and
Does your
water,
family line not
air,
have any honor?
and trees, and
Where's the honor amongst you
various assortments
Globers?
of plants and other animals.
We're
It's a
not a
lot more
very.
than
We're
just
not.
people.
Hey, we're look. Humans themselves aren't inherently like honest. Okay. For example,
Especially the Globers.
I see what you're
The
doing. You're trying to
Globers.
generalize, right? Here, let me. I'm gonna start generalizing again on flat earthers, and then it's just gonna become a pissing contest between each other.
Doesn't
Just
feel
because
very
you got
intelligent.
disproven in one aspect of your argument doesn't mean that
When did I get
that's time to
disproven?
throw a hissy fit.
Just right now.
I mean, you left for like 35 minutes to cope and to find evidence, I assume, correct?
No, I'm at work and I was getting off the clock.
You're such a good
So
boy.
assumption again on your part.
Or where do you work? I'm trying to swing by.
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Work at your mom's house.
You're so funny. You got me. That's a knee slapper. Oh my gosh. So we work at Arby's.
Actually,
Roger
guys,
that.
Miga, can you refrain from telling people to say bad words here? It's off topic. It's unprofessional.
Yeah, dude, that's very disingenuous of you to start yelling the N-word and telling people to yell the N-word. That is fucked up, man.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Why'd you change your accent?
I didn't change my accent.
Sure, pal.
Who are you? Who's talking to me?
So what was wrong about my argument? You said that I said something wrong. My argument was disproven. What?
Yeah, so
what specifically?
You insinuated that my argument somehow isn't valid because it doesn't apply universal, but neither does yours. Do you remember?
Okay, so tell me when there's going to be an extreme buoyant force and that object isn't going to go up, right? Like if you had a steel anvil, you put it in a pool of mercury, it's going to float like an ice cube.
Right, and that's your way to determine relative density, right? But I'm telling you, it's not just density alone, and this is where we're going to disagree. We just need to agree to disagree here because you don't believe. Do you believe in gravity? I'll ask you. Do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, specific gravity is a real thing.
Okay, how do you determine specific gravity?
Well, if an object has weight, then it's going to go down. If it doesn't have weight, then there's enough buoyant force to hold it up.
Okay,
But if
okay.
you're
So
asking me,
how do you explain zero or negative gravity? Like when you pull like zero g, like do you know what the do you know what g force is?
you're talking about the reason that things fall down. I think we all agree that things fall down.
There's plenty of environments where things actually fall opposite, right? Like for example, like weightlessness. Do you believe in that?
Yeah, like a really, really fat guy who weighs like 600 pounds, he's not going to be able to sit at the bottom of the pool, so he's weightless.
No, that's not what weightlessness. No, okay. So
how much does a fat guy weigh if he can't go to the bottom of the pool?
Okay, so there is a plane, right? It's a 737, okay? And it simulates zero gravity.
You're talking about the vomit comment, yeah,
Yes.
I know what that is.
Okay, so
it simulates microgravity, not zero gravity.
Okay, correction, microgravity, right? And there's like gravity isn't one universal thing, right? So if you don't have a broad understanding of gravity or you don't believe in like actual gravity and not specific gravity, I've never even heard that term to be honest until here. Then we have to agree to disagree because we use two different forms of science, right, to get to our point. So it's just going to become a constant rebuttal of nuh-uh, yeah, huh, nuh-uh, yeah, huh, right?
Well, I can demonstrate mine, so I can demonstrate mine. And yeah, the reason the cell phone drops is because there's not enough buoyant force holding the cell phone up. The air can't hold up the cell phone. So yeah, of course, gravity is real, right? It's going to go down because there's not enough buoyant force.
Right. Hold on. Like, you know what's fucking insane? When you try to find a video, right, that you actually want to find and you can't find it, and then like you're just trying to relax and then the fucking video comes up. Like I just fucking can't.
It's okay. You're not the first one. You're not the first one. It's okay. It happens always.
Yes. Well, okay. So
did you know the government asked the social media companies to do something about the flat Earth? And that's why there's a Wikipedia article on YouTube. So you're talking to us about not being able to find what we look for when our government actually works against us to make sure that we can't find what we're looking for, and you're complaining about it, and the system is actually rigged on your side. That's
so no. It's just one video of one experiment that was conducted like 14 years ago. And it was a short that I watched, but I can't find it. It's not like a mainstream video by any means. It's just like the video's probably got like 10 or 13,000 views. So that's why. I don't know if it was taken down or what. And yeah, I do agree. I think the government needs to stay the fuck out of this is my personal opinion. I think the government needs to stay out of opinionated science, right? Like if you're religious, technically you fall under the guise of an opinion-based science, right? Like a lot of flat earthers are Christian, you know. So I think that the government needs to stay out of monitoring social media, especially like how they did with 19.
That's not true.
A lot of Globers are Christian too.
Yeah, like I'm not religious myself, right? But yeah, I'm not saying that they're all religious or they're all not, but I'm saying a lot of them use flat earth to prove, or they use their religion to prove flat earth, if that makes sense.
No, we stick to the science, we stick to the math, we stick to the geometry, we stick to the philosophy.
Do you think that's atmosphere, or do you think that's shape?
You're never going to hear me make an argument about the firmament.
Okay.
Now he's changing the post. The goalpost.
No, I'm just trying to find the video because there's nothing to argue about. Everything that we've talked about, I've already given an opinion on. If you want to give another argument, I'll gladly give an opinion on it.
You didn't give anything. No curvature, no rotation. What are you talking about? You know the size of your globe, right?
Okay, so I found the video. It's 22 minutes long. I couldn't find the short. If I can share it.
What does it prove?
It proves that we can pick up a drift. This is an argument that you didn't give.
So what's the argument?
I believe it was Mig. Whatever, I don't want to butcher your name. He gave an argument that you can't pick up a drift. And I said, you can. And he said, no. And I said, yeah.
I told you, I don't feel any rotation. And you said, oh, the gyroscope pick up the rotation.
Right.
It was your claim, not mine.
Right. Okay, can I ask you right now, do you feel your elbow?
Yes, of course.
Do you feel it like without thinking about it? Do you feel it?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Wow, you're like 1 out of a million. Do you feel your face? Do you feel your individual muscle strands? You don't feel them individually because guess what? You block out certain parts of fucking nature, right? So you're not going to feel everything. Okay, your body's gotten used to it over time.
Yes, but you see, when I'm in my car and I'm a little bit speeding or deaccelerating, I feel it. When I'm in a train, when I'm in a plane, I feel all that movements. Why I don't feel it on Earth?
Because you're not in a natural environment. Being in a train or moving at that speed relative to Earth's speed isn't natural, so you feel it.
So
makes
on
sense.
Earth, I don't feel any rotation, any speed, anything.
One, it's really hard to feel because you're less than 0.0000001 of Earth's mass.
Why I don't feel it?
Because you're so small and the Earth is so large.
I have to feel it much, much more.
That's the Ron Jeremy fallacy. The Earth is just too big.
It's massive, dude.
Yes,
sounds like an excuse to me. That's what I would say if I could.
Why are all my rebuttals just excuses to you? Like, why don't you ever go into more depth instead of actually trying to disprove them? You say just an excuse, liberal propaganda, and then you brush it off your shoulder. Why do you do that?
Well, Michelson Morley demonstrated that they can't detect the Earth's motion. Nobody can. So it's not my fault the science isn't on your side on this one.
Okay, well,
even Airy's failure, they tried to detect the Earth's motion and failed. It's Airy's failure. Look it up.
Well, I just gave you the link, right? You can go to timestamp. Let's see.
So you're telling me motion is
2135. Go
absolute?
to 2135, and flat earthers actually picked up a 15 degree per hour shift in the rotation of the Earth.
You're talking about Bob Nodell?
In a controlled environment.
You're talking about Bob Nodell.
Also, like, just because.
So how did you stop the Earth from moving to determine that's what was causing it?
What do you mean?
It's just a baseless assertion. You're saying that the Earth's motion.
You don't need to stop the Earth. You don't. What are you talking about?
Well, in an experiment, you manipulate your cause to see the effect. That's why it's called the independent variable. You vary and manipulate it independently from all the other variables while controlling those other variables so that you don't have a baseless assertion or a false cause fallacy.
Not true. You're talking about a controlled experiment. For example, there's other ways to determine management, or not management. There's other ways to manage, like, shift and speed and turning without having to eliminate the actual movement. For example, like pacing a car, right? Like if I'm fucking pacing a car or using radar to detect a car, right? I don't need to completely have the vehicle come to a stop and then determine their shift. There's other ways you can do it. That makes no sense. To be frank, that's a really retarded fucking argument.
Alright. So I'm fixing to post something to destroy your argument.
When you put your radar that the car is not moving, so it's on a stop, right? On a zero.
Okay, so you've never been pulled over, have you?
Hold on. That'll be enough. Copy. Alright. So you disagreed with the scientific method, how you need to manipulate your presumed cause. So if you look at the
that is like, I have the courtesy of like making it a small video and giving you a timestamp. Is there a part of this link, this mega link, that you want me to read, or is it everything?
I'm going to read it. Just be quiet. So, California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply something.
Oh, so it doesn't agree with your point. So now we're deleting it. Makes sense.
No, nobody's deleting it. Why do you do that with a narrative control? Why do you have to lie? Nobody deleted anything. Tell your audience right now that you just lied.
Just stop reading it like, oh, this doesn't agree with me. I'm not going to read it.
No, I didn't do that at all. Somebody posted something.
You didn't. Roll back the clip.
Can you be quiet so I can read my source? Are you scared? Don't be scared, though. Let me read my source.
Honestly, like, please don't hurt me.
Okay, so California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing The Edge that hypotheses aren't some useful tool or potentially outmoded version of science, they're the whole point. So with a hypothesis, a special kind of prediction helps you forecast the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. So the hypothesis should also contain a prediction about verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank is a dependent variable, which depends on what you're doing with the second blank. The second blank is the independent variable. So how wrong were you? Really wrong.
Well, what kind of
extremely
experiment is this? Is this a controlled environment or is this like a natural environment? Because it matters.
This is a scientific experiment pertaining to natural science.
Yeah, you're not exactly answering my question, man. I'm asking, is it a controlled environment or is it a uncontrolled environment?
You never do an experiment without controls.
You never do, ever. There's never a reason to do that.
Well, so why would you only manipulate one variable? Why would you only manipulate one variable if there's no controls? Obviously, you're going to be controlling all the other variables so that you don't accidentally manipulate those.
Because you can take actual variables from an uncontrolled environment and then put them into a controlled environment to see how they act.
You need the controls. Exactly, you need the controls.
Right. So
you need the independent control variables to do science.
You're right in saying that this is a really dumb fucking take, right? But going back to what you said earlier, it doesn't apply for everybody. Like, flat earthers believe different things and globe earthers believe different things. This guy is clearly like rage baited, right? And he said something to piss someone off. The whole point.
What are you talking about?
This guy doesn't believe what I believe.
Dude, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Penn State University on how the independent variable is important, and you said that no, that's not actually how it works.
It depends on what kind of experiment that you're running.
A natural science experiment. What other kind of experiments is there?
It's not a controlled experiment. You have different deviations, right, for the experiment. Therefore, it's not exact. Make sense? Okay. Like for ballistics, right? I don't know if you ever shot a gun. I assume you probably have. Like everybody has. Right? Do you like fucking take your ballistics with the fucking like when you, I don't know if you ever used like a tool of measuring like the actual like FPS of like firing, you know, say a 9mm. Do you just like read off of the fucking digits, or do you like be like, well, actually, I'm at a higher elevation and a wind's blowing towards me? Like, you don't do that. You just literally take that variable, and if you want to figure more out about ballistics, then you can input that in the simulation later. Like, it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? On Phonum Grave.
Yeah, you're talking about ballistics, right? But what we're talking about, the scientific method, where you manipulate your presumed cause and see the effect. And you said that that's not how it works. So I cited sources to prove that you're wrong, and you never recanted, which kind of makes me think that you're not really having an honest conversation here. You do have to control for variables.
I said it.
What other kind of experiment is there where you don't control for variables? When do you have an experiment where you don't control for variables?
Just what are you talking? You control for variables that are given to you in a natural environment, hence uncontrolled experiment.
Wait a minute. You control the variables, hence uncontrolled? What is that? That doesn't make sense, bro. You're double speaking.
Okay. Next.
You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, bro. You control for variables, therefore uncontrolled.
Out of both sides of their mouth. Okay, so listen, dude. All I gotta say, right, is there's experiments to where you're already given variables, right? Like shooting, you're given variables. Have you ever done long distance shooting?
No.
Okay. So then I can't explain it to you. Do you know like the? Oh, this is gonna be
long distance shooting. Is long distance shooting an experiment?
Yeah, it is actually.
In what way?
Because you have to sometimes, depending on how far you're going, if you're taking like a mile shot, right? Say you're taking anywhere between like 1,700 meters, you know, and like, I mean, 2,000.
What's the naturally observed phenomenon?
Yeah, the Polaris effect. Is that what we're talking about?
What's the naturally observed phenomenon?
What are you talking about?
The experiment.
I don't know what you're talking about. You can't just repeat something, like elaborate on what you're talking about.
Well, you said shooting's an experiment.
Yes.
Long range shooting was an experiment. What's the first step of the scientific method?
Of shooting?
The scientific method. What's the first step of it?
I think you're just spouting a bunch of bullshit. I don't even know what you're talking about.
What's the first step of the scientific method? That's not bullshit.
Okay, like I just said, repeating yourself, the same thing that you just said when I don't understand the question isn't going to help.
You don't understand.
It's like talking to somebody that doesn't speak the same language and then talking louder and slower. They're not going to understand what you're saying.
My question was, what's the first step of the scientific method?
Oh, it's calculating ballistics.
The answer is observation of a natural phenomenon, and I'm not so smart in the explanation of the experiment.
Yeah. So what's the observation of a naturally observed phenomenon while long range shooting?
Are you talking about like the independent variables of shooting?
Is anyone else?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I was trying to explain how ballistics have different variables, and then you just started asking me some random shit because you want to do a haha gotcha and seem smart.
I'm not doing a gotcha. I'm trying to find out if you know what an experiment is.
Okay, you don't need to know. Okay. This is the shit I'm talking about.
Timbo.
Every single fucking argument that you all have given me so far is a haha got you, and then it just never works out.
There's no got you. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. You're the one that's being really
go ahead and tell me, what's the next step of the experiment? Go ahead. What would be the next step?
I'm trying to get, you're the one claiming you're doing...
Oh, because you want me to say some verbatim bullshit, and I'm explaining that You can have a
You're
fucking
the one
uncontrolled and
saying
controlled experiment.
you're doing an experiment by doing long-range shooting.
It just depends on what you're looking for. Like ballistic drop-off, right? Like you got to calculate the Polaroid or the Coriolis effect. You got to fucking calculate fucking air pressure, negative pressure if you're firing out of a cold bore or a hot bore.
Okay, so what's the naturally observed phenomenon?
This is where we're at. We don't know what we're talking about, so we just ban people and then we just start repeating the same shit. That makes a lot of sense.
Who banned anyone?
He's asking you for your dependent.
You just banned 3 people while we were talking.
I didn't ban anyone.
You're driving 24/7. Like you got. What are you talking about? Fucking charge T's gone. Like what?
This is so funny.
On man down.
Wait, what's wrong with you, dude?
He's asking you for a dependent variable. You're saying it's an experiment, right? So he wants to know your dependent variable. I don't get why you don't get this.
Okay, just. I'm like fucking retarded, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Fucking hell. If you can't understand a question, then you might be intellectually challenged.
It just, I just don't understand how that pertains to shooting. What I was trying to talk about.
You claimed it was an experiment. So with an experiment, you have to follow the scientific
No, I said ballistics.
Hang on.
Are an experiment.
Correct or not correct?
Go ahead.
Correct or not correct? Do you have to follow the scientific method in order to do an experiment?
I mean, generally, yeah.
Okay, so we're back to where we are again. So the method is the science, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if you just Google the steps of a scientific method, then you'll know. It's not that difficult. I wasn't trying to have a fight with you.
What I'm talking about?
Because you claimed it was an experiment.
I'm not talking about the experiment itself. I'm giving you an example of an experiment that doesn't have uncontrolled or controlled variables.
What the hell are you talking about?
Exactly. You weren't there.
There's something wrong.
You're the alpha wolf, dude.
No, there's something wrong with you.
You really got me there.
I didn't get you. I'm not trying to get you, man.
Kimbo,
I don't know what you're talking about.
He is redefining the definition of experiment and rewriting it as it fits him.
It's his own method.
What's the matter? The question, what is the first step? He's trying to imply that shooting is not an experiment. Get it now?
Yes.
Shooting is not an experiment.
I thought when you shoot, you go and hunt your birds or your whatever you're hunting for. Now it's shooting, it's experiment.
It can be considered an experiment. It can be if you're measuring something.
What's the naturally observed phenomenon? If you can't answer the first step, then it's not an experiment, is it?
Yeah, and you're wasting our time jerking us off with this clown show sophistry, dude, if you can't even answer what the first step of the science.
I mean, like gravity, like parabolic path, air resistance, or drag.
What's the natural observed phenomenon? Well, there can only be one per experiment. You're going to only have one per hypothesis. What is it?
Oh, who says that?
Oh my fucking god! You're scientifically illiterate, dude. Stop trying to argue. It's pathetic.
You're a flat earther, and you have no base other than the government's lying to us. You haven't given me You haven't given me one.
So that was one sentence.
Measurement.
That was one sentence, and you gave me an ad hom and a straw man in just one sentence. So now you're failing logically too. You're just a blithering, pathetic failure, dude. Just put yourself on mute. You suck.
Yeah.
You're just not cut out for this. You're not even. If that's true, that flat earthers are really retarded and dumb, and you're punching down, you're not even successfully punching down at the dumbest. If that's true, so you're not even cut out to argue with the dumbest. If what you think is true, that flat earthers are the biggest dumbasses of society. So just put
I never
yourself on
said that
mute.
you guys were the biggest dumbasses of society.
Yeah, I was inferring that from your attitude, dude. But if that's what you think, you're making an even bigger fool of yourself than the people you think are the biggest fools. So probably just
you're kind of like getting upset. I'm just trying to give you different variables. I don't know if you're wanting me to like break down the scientific process of conducting experiment.
No, we don't. We don't want you to, dude. We pulled off your wig like I don't know. These guys probably did it like 2 hours ago. We definitely don't need the breakdown from Professor Numpty here. No, thank you, please.
Okay. Yeah. So what are your credentials?
Irrelevant. The credentials. It's all fallacious reasoning all the way down with you, dude. It doesn't matter what my credentials are or what you think I am or what you think I believe, blah, blah, blah. The first step of the scientific method is what it is.
Yeah, you don't need a degree.
Okay, so because I didn't know that, I'm just like my opinion doesn't matter because I didn't know that was what you're talking about. My opinion
Stop trying to argue and have a normal conversation.
Hey, watch this, bros. Watch this, guys. What's your
I've got like 5 people talking.
Nah, hold on, bro. Hold on. We're all gonna chill for a second. I'm gonna ask you, what's your credentials?
What do you mean for shooting? Like ballistics?
Any credentials? No, any credentials, because you just generally said what's your credentials. So what's your credentials?
Okay, in terms of ballistics, I shoot every single fucking day. I arm up every single day for my job. I'm in the Air Force.
You have a degree in shooting?
I'm working on one though. Right now, I don't have my degree now. But
so you're uncredentialed.
No, but I'm a student, right? So like I'm a step higher than what you are because you have nothing and you'll like never be anything, right? So like I'm working on that. Does that make sense?
Dude. How do you know he'll never be anything?
Because
I guarantee you, he works at Arby's. Dude, hey,
he works at Arby's.
No, actually, dude, he makes over $350,000.
I've never had to calculate Coriolis, by the way, fences.
Hey, bro,
it can't happen.
He builds houses. He builds houses and structures, and he makes over $350,000 a year. Something you'll never see with your Air Force career.
Okay, so yeah, I don't care about how
putting him down. Nice try putting him down, scrub.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's irrelevant. I don't care about how much money you make.
Now it's all of a sudden it's irrelevant now.
I never brought up money. I brought up that you'll never do anything. You'll never do anything that's like cool ever.
Building somebody's house is not cool. Are you dumb, dude?
It's not cool, no.
That's why there's entire magazines and TV shows about building people's houses, dude. There's no magazines or TV shows about your dumb ass.
And your like skill labor is very, very low. It's like a low labor like type job, right? Like anybody can do your job. You can give a retard a hammer and some nails.
Dude, you're a retard.
Do you think that people that build houses just hammer nails in? Is that what you think?
Well, no, there's other things like pouring, the foundation and stuff.
Yeah, you have to have engineering knowledge. You have to
essentially, like, from the basic, like, anybody can do your job.
You have to understand, you have to understand level. You have to understand level, something you don't understand.
Like finding a level? Like with a square?
No, understanding level as a concept.
And not anyone.
You gotta know how to use a transit.
Hello? And not anyone can do it. You have to have a license to do it. So
it depends on where you're at, because you can just get it signed off. Like I can build a house right now and have it signed off.
Yeah, how long have you been in the Air Force, bro? How long have you been in the Air Force, and what part of the Air Force are you in that you shoot every day?
So I do security forces.
Okay, cool.
And I don't want to go into specifics of how long I've been in, just for privacy reasons.
Well, you're a student, so I mean that explains everything. Go ahead, tell us more.
Well, that's really all.
Yeah. What's the range? What's your range distance that you shoot every day?
It just depends on what you're doing. Like long distance, like it's between 500 and 700 meters on average, but you can take shots up to like 2,200 meters depending on the caliber.
No, dude. What's the longest range shot you've ever hit?
I would say probably like 1,200 meters.
Oh, 1,200, dude. Cool. Yeah.
Well, I mean, cool. I would say it's more like 900.
Okay, that's it. No, 1,200, dude. That's you. Don't lie now. Don't try to trick us and lie now, bro.
It's a long way.
1,200. So I could shoot 1,200 without even trying, bro. But the point of the matter is, at 1,200, what's the alleged deflection of Coriolis at 1,200?
There isn't one.
Okay, so you're wrong already.
There isn't one. It's all fake. It's like all a bunch of liberal propaganda.
Oh, there you go. So now you actually are correct. So I said alleged deflection, not actual deflection. So there can't not be there can't not exist an alleged deflection because there are a bunch of idiots out there claiming there is one. So there is at least an alleged.
No, there's not. That's all a bunch of liberal propaganda. Yeah.
Yeah. So, dude. So now you're descending into silliness because you know you're about to get schooled by someone who knows what they're talking about.
Oh, really? You shoot every day?
Dude, I'll give you my credentials. 19 Delta, range operator.
Yeah, you're a Cav Scout. Congratulations, dude. You're fucking high speed. Yep. You're a Cav Scout.
Yeah, exactly.
And what rank are you?
Oh, how is that? So how is that worthy of being mocked in any way?
You guys barely shoot. You have no.
Oh, you're a Cav Scout. I'm gonna talk bad about you now. Oh, you worked at Arby's. Oh my goodness.
You're a Cav Scout.
Dude, what's the alleged deflection at 1200, dude? What's the alleged deflection?
I just answered the question. It's liberal propaganda. It's not real. It's all like the lizard people.
Okay, so you're disingenuous, dude. You're disingenuous. You're not capable of having this discussion, just like Heretic said. You're too stupid and too disingenuous.
Yeah. So you were when were you in the military?
You are an idiot, dude, because you literally are trying to act big like you know what you're talking about, and then when you're pressed with particulars,
I can tell
you immediately lead back with the retardation. Yeah. What is the deflection at 1200, dude?
I can just tell by the way you conduct yourself. You were never in the military. You looked up 19 Delta and it sounded cool, so you said...
I looked up 19 Delta. Yep, so here how this is going to go, dude. I'm going to meet you. I'm going to ask you the question. Yeah, so what's the deflection supposed to be at 1200 meters, dude, of the Coriolis? Mr. I shoot and I know, and I'm going to account for the Polaris effect. Let's go, dude. What's the alleged? Go ahead, tell me.
So there isn't one. There isn't one.
There isn't one. I agree. Well, now you just proved the Earth doesn't rotate. Good job.
Yeah,
welcome to Flat Earth.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Did he seriously say the Polaris?
I did say.
Yeah, he said the Polaris effect by accident. Yes.
Yeah. I just misspoke. My bad. But yeah, you were. Can we go back to your military career, sir? I salute you. Huh?
It's irrelevant.
Why? Huh? Are you gonna say it back, Overlord?
Dude, what are you trying to do? Practice your own face for your girlfriend later on, after Tyrone's done with her?
Hey, are you gonna say it back? Are you gonna say "huh" back?
Why? That's gay, dude.
Oh. Okay. So you were an armorer, you said?
Yeah, dude. What do you think I am? Some gay marine or something?
Well, no, I just thought
gay Navy, some gay Navy dude.
I thought a 19 Delta was a Cav Scout, not an armorer. That's what I could have sworn.
Dude, holy frick, dude.
I'm not Army, I'm Air Force, but...
Dude, in MOS like 19 Delta, you're gonna be a gunner, you're gonna be an armor, you could be all kinds of things, dude. They're two different things.
Why are you going over your skill level, not your fucking job? That makes no sense. You're going over your skill level, not your job. You're going over your actual independent...
What? Holy shit,
you
dude,
armed up people. You said safe and clear to people. Congratulations, that makes you an expert in ballistics.
Dude, you literally are
retarded. Today, Junior. Just spit it out, you know what I mean? You tracking?
Yes, why don't you actually give some data instead of trying to talk about the people? Go ahead.
I'm just wondering because I'm interested in your military career now.
Yeah, I know you are, because you don't want to talk about the fact that I'm going to mute you and ask you the question again. What's the alleged deflection of Coriolis at 1,200 meters, dude? You want to play brass tacks? Let's play. Now pony up, bro. Let's go.
I don't even know what you just said.
I know you don't, because you're too dumb.
Hey, man, where were you a Cav Scout? Where'd you go to your training at?
Your mother's house. Now, what's the alleged deflection at 1,200, dude? Let's go.
There is none. It's fake.
Okay, so Flat Earth wins. Why do you keep losing? Dude, why do you keep losing? Why do you keep losing? Yeah, I know, dude. Notice how you have to descend into chaos of discounting reality itself when you're actually asked about the particulars.
Because you wouldn't use
Coriolis on shaky ground, dude.
You wouldn't use it.
Why not?
It's too close. It's way too close.
Why? What's the deflection that it makes it so close?
I don't know the exact deflection. Half the time when you shoot distance, you actually have it pre-calculated. Like it just. How would you know?
How would you know? How would you know it's there at all if it's supposedly pre-calculated and you hit your target?
We're not in the 90s. This isn't fucking Desert Storm to where you're a scout sniper on a ridge and you're giving direct fire and you have to fucking calculate Coriolis by hand. You're retarded.
Yeah. Perfect, dude. Perfect. I'm glad you said that. So now that you've said that,
and you know that,
what I want to say without your retarded regurgitation through my sentence. So what he just admitted, friends, is that he has no first-hand knowledge that this alleged Coriolis even exists at all in any way, shape, or form. He's only going to appeal to the past and then say that it's calculated in the present and irrelevant at any ranges he's ever shot. So he just admitted he has no knowledge of this subject at all, period. Good job, bro. You played yourself. All right, I'm going to unmute you to watch you spaz and flip around like a floppy fish. Go ahead.
What?
I said flop for me, private.
Yeah, I'm not a private. So can we talk about
you're a private. Flop
can we talk about your military experience?
Yeah, flop. Oh, okay. Hold on. We'll talk about that. Sure, let's talk about it.
So
here's how we'll do that. So here's how we'll do that. We'll mute you. And then, well, I'll say I was in the military. There you go. Now you know about my military experience. So how does that, whether I was or wasn't in the military, discount the logistical and logical facts that you have no first-hand knowledge of Coriolis in any way, shape, or form to be able to talk about it in any definitive sense? So you're just talking out your ass to all my friends here, right? Saying that ballistics this, ballistics that, Coriolis this, Polaris that. And then it turns out you don't know anything about it. Anything more than some retard Googling it would know. Trying to present yourself as you know what you're doing, but now you're demonstrated that you have no clue. So, how does my military career change any of what I just said, that you have no clue what you're talking about? Let's find out. Let's unmute you and find out. Go ahead. Let us know.
Because you also use it as your credentials.
Okay, so if I use the military as my credentials, that changes the fact that you have no clue what you're talking about?
No, I'm just saying you used it, and then you said, how does it correlate? And I was like, you used your military. Why do you want to know about my military?
No, how does my military credentials correlate to your inability to have any first-hand knowledge about Coriolis? Yeah, go ahead. There we go. Okay, let's pay attention, bro. We're talking about you now. You came in here talking big smack, right? Acting like you shoot a lot, and so you can be definitive about talking about this in any way, shape, or form. Turns out you can't be, as demonstrated and everybody heard. So whether I'm pretending I was in the military, let's just assume I wasn't in the military, wouldn't change anything. Let's assume I am in the military, wouldn't change anything. Let's assume I was in the military, wouldn't change anything. The fact that you have no first-hand knowledge and you can't speak definitively on the topic, and your idea of what you can talk about is basically hearsay or a Google search, whether I'm a cook or a janitor or the president of the United States, wouldn't change what I just said. That fact remains, that you have no idea what you're talking about. So let's find out if you're going to actually qualify what you're talking about, concede you don't know what you're talking about, or talk about me. Let's find out. Anybody take a guess? Let's take our bets right now, silently. Okay, here we go. Let's find out the truth. What are you going to talk about? Go ahead.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know you don't, because you're not capable of keeping up. Yeah, we know you are, dude.
Like, I just shut it out, like, whenever, like, somebody, like, a poser, like, starts saying, I was in the military, look at me, I was in the ROTC, and then they weren't.
Dude, I know, dude, I know, I'm glad you said that. So now let me mute your retarded self that just played yourself. Because guess what you did not 5 minutes ago? You told all my friends in here that you were in the military, that you shoot all the time, and therefore that gives you some definitive sense to talk about this topic. And then it turns out you were wrong, because you have no knowledge of the topic. So it was you, sir, who did that, not me. And you got played. Sorry. So let's unmute you and watch you spaz some more. All right, spaz away, friend. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm rolling back the clip right now, and you did the exact same thing as me.
Doesn't matter.
Why?
Because I wasn't attempting to prove any point by my military career. You were.
Yes, you did. You want me to put it into a soundboard so you can hear you, or do you want me to link it?
Yeah, what point? What point was I trying to prove by that, dude?
You said I was a 19 Delta in the Army, and then you said that you were Armory, which is wrong. That's not what Armory is, because that's munitions. It's a separate MOS.
All right, dude.
You were on Armory Crew, maybe. Were you on Armory Crew?
I'm going to have to mute you for a second, dude. You're dumb. Okay, I said armorer. Armorer. With an ER. And a range operator. That means I was in charge of the weapons, issuing, maintenance, training, teaching the people how to shoot, zeroing their weapons, etc., ad infinitum, dude. Okay, you have an MOS. And then you have jobs underneath that aren't necessarily attached to your MOS. Okay, so the armor for your platoon is going to be taken out of, well, sorry, it's called a troop in the Scouts. It's going to be taken out of your men, dude. It's not a separate MOS that comes in and does it for you. You do it among your own dudes. I mean, it's like, dude, it's like, are you even in the military, bro? Oh, no, I forgot. You're like in the Navy or Air Force or some gay version of the Army. Let's unmute you and watch you spaz. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just for the Air Force, we have what you're talking about, right? Like, you can get CADM cert. That's why I asked you. I'm like, were you like certified on doing it, or was that your MOS and then you kept spazzing on me? So, like, you know what CADM is? Like combat arms.
Dude, I don't know all the lingo for your Air Force nonsense.
Okay,
dude.
So it's just different. You know what I mean?
Was I in the Air Force? Right, and were you in the Army? Right, exactly, dude.
Yeah.
It's different. Now you get it. Now you're finally starting to get it. Wow.
Yeah, but I still, like, where was your training again for AIT? Where was it?
Dude, AIT is at your mother's house.
Yeah, like, you see what I mean? It's just kind of cringe at this point. It's like,
everybody
you want to be me so bad. You want to be in the military so bad, but you couldn't hack it because you're a quitter.
Whatever, dude.
That's what it comes down to. You're a quitter.
Okay, dude. Notice how, dude, you keep trying to talk about me. Why is it you can't talk about the topic? All of a sudden, you've lost the plot. Everybody knows, dude, that Scouts only AIT in one location, dude. One. Everybody knows that. And even if they didn't, it's a Google search away. So you're not going to punk me out, dude. But nice try. Why don't you punk me out, dude? By instead of wondering whether I went to this base or that base, or, I went to this PX or that PX, or whether we say troop or squadron, or whether we say first sergeant or sergeant first class, depending on this, or whether we say top or whether we don't. Why don't you just demonstrate to my friends here your nonsense claim that you got to take Coriolis into account? That was what you're supposed to be doing. But we already know you already abandoned that claim. All right, let's see if he talks about me again, friends. Take your bets now. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I told you don't take into account Coriolis. It's too close. Like, you wouldn't take into account Coriolis if you're shooting at a target that's 7 yards away, 21 feet.
Yeah, cool. So you know what? You know why you else wouldn't take into account Coriolis? Because it doesn't exist. There you go.
Can you prove that it doesn't exist?
Can you prove that you're taking into account for it because it does exist by you shooting at a range in which you shouldn't have to take account for it anyway?
I've said that I've never had it personally taken into account, but there's accounts of scout snipers having to do it.
Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about. Yep. No idea what you're talking about, dude. You do. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't know that, for example, Chris Kyle had to take into account Coriolis for his mile.
Yeah, no, dude, bro. He told you he had to. Maybe. How would you know that he did or didn't?
Oh, I see what you mean. So he's lying about his military career just like you are.
No, I'm not saying he's lying. Dude, I'm not saying he's lying. So, for example, if you're taught that you need to take into account something and you add it to part of your, what you're putting on your shot there, how are you going to be any the wiser whether taking into account for it or not taking into account for it mattered? How would you know? That's the real question, friend. And that's the sincere part of this question, which is part of the reason why our friends earlier were pressing you on whether it's an experiment or not. Because if you add something to your firing solution, right, and it turns out that you didn't need to, but it also turns out that it was within the margin of error where whether you did or didn't, it wouldn't really matter. How would you know whether taking it into account is even part of it existing or not? You could just be adding something that's irrelevant, and then your shot still hits anyway. Do you see my point?
No, I see your point, but that's not what y'all were saying. And anything can be considered a experiment, literally anything. Like you can make anything an experiment, and that's what I was trying to say earlier. And then they were wanting me to walk through the steps. You can't make anything an experiment, dude. Yes, you can. Dude.
If I measure a 2x4, is that an experiment?
No.
Okay, so you can't make anything an experiment.
So our ballistics have never been an experiment. People have never made experimental ballistics. It's in the name, experimental. Like for example, like when you were allegedly a Cav Scout, I don't want to disrespect you because then you'll like mute me for 5 minutes, right? And I'll have to wait for you to yap. When you were a Cav Scout, what rounds did you shoot? Do you know what bullets you were shooting?
Yeah.
Okay, what are they called?
5.56, 7 fixed, 7.62.
7.62 by what?
The Barrett 50. I can't remember, but it's the standard NATO round. Whatever the standard NATO round is.
What weapon system were you shooting?
Oh, all kinds. You got.
Can you name them?
Yeah, obviously you got M4, M16, A1, and A2. You got the 240 Charlie, Bravo. We got the Bushmaster 25. We got the grenade launcher. Let me think of the name of that one.
Mark 19. M230 grenade launchers.
No.
And then the Mark 17.
Well, yes, but also the Mark 19.
Correction, Mark 19. My bad. Yeah. So I've shot like a lot of those weapon systems, right? Never had to have done Coriolis with me. I'm not shooting an M24 at 3,000 odd feet or correction yards. I'm fucking retarded. Right. Meters, right? So the margin of error is so small that you don't need to calculate it. Just because I've never done it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It goes for like that's like fucking what's his name? Who's talking shit right now? That's like
just because you've never done
that's like over fences saying that the female orgasm doesn't exist because he's never made a woman come. You know what I mean? Like that's so retarded.
Dude. That's not the point.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
No, but the point is there's both. No, it's not. Let me explain. You have to have both. You have to have the negative frame and the positive frame. So the positive frame is that you can actually demonstrate that it exists. So in the first sense, you say in these instances it wouldn't matter, therefore it doesn't demonstrate that it doesn't exist. But in the instances where it should matter, you have to demonstrate that it does matter and does exist. That's the second prong of that fork.
Right.
So for example, they did a test on a battleship, on a battery, which is the same turret, right? And they did the firing solution with the same on the 16-inch guns, 3 guns. They fired 40,000 meters, and the round uncertainty was a circle of about 300 and a little bit more meters.
So that was an experiment, right?
Coriolis, I mean, I wouldn't call it an experiment, but see, the thing is, friend, before we go on, listen, just chill for a second. Before we go on, there's experiment as a word, and then there's experiment in the context of different fields. So when you're trying something out and you're testing something, you could loosely call that an experiment. But a scientific experiment is structured in a way to elucidate cause and effect. Okay.
Okay.
So you have to isolate the variables in a particular way in order to do
pause. That. So let me get this straight. You guys were tripping out over me over fucking word definition.
Yes. It matters.
You were mad, like you were that mad. You guys rage baited that hard over word definition.
Yeah, it matters, dude, because when you're starting to make causal claims, okay, you have to put it through that proper method. Now, if you're just doing tracking claims, like, for example, if I shoot this gun, where do these rounds land? Right? That's not a scientific experiment.
That's not an experiment, but ballistics are an experiment. They are. Like you just said, right? Firing munitions or even artillery, you know how to call it like a 9-line and probably like grid zones and shit, right? You're a Cav Scout, you should. right?
Yeah. So the thing about that, dude, is you're talking about the cause of what's the variables that they can control at the weapon, okay, versus out there in the field. So in this test, they put the firing solution the same, the target the same, and they put all of the firing mechanicals the same. So like the powder, the charges, all of that. And they put it in 3 different guns, exact same every time. Okay, so no variables at all that were changed. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're putting in the white bag or whatever it's called, that bag is going to be measured wherever it was measured.
Well, the variables were changing because the time of day was changing and the temperature was, and those are variables that you take when you do long distance shooting.
Sure, yeah. So that so the point I'm making is that the main things at the gun weren't changed. Okay, so yes, you are correct that the atmosphere is amorphic and it's going to change every second. Sure, I would yield that. Now, but here's the problem that I'm trying to get to: is that with all that being equal, the round uncertainty is 300 meters.
Okay.
So that means that with the same gun, with the same solution, right, firing at the exact same coordinate, you can't be certain whether that round is going to hit within 300-meter circle.
And that's why it's indirect fire.
Right, and that's also why it has to be walked in. Now, so what they want you to believe is that if you account for Coriolis, that you're going to hit your target. But
no,
the problem is
that's
that
not what Coriolis is used for. Okay, Coriolis is used for direct fire, not sustained fire, literally direct fire.
All right, hold on, dude. I gotta mute you for a second.
Why? I'm not talking.
He's muting me.
Because, dude, I have a history. I have a history of knowing when people are going to spaz and want to talk over me when I'm saying certain things. So I just preview it. It's nothing personal against you. So the problem is this: we've been told for 10 years, personally, us here, and mankind for the last 100 years, that artillery fire requires accounting for Coriolis. But you just told us it doesn't. So what you just did is say that this whole argument about long-range artillery having to require Coriolis corrections was actually a false argument this entire time. So now we're basically in an agreement that Coriolis isn't affecting any of the shots you're taking, isn't affecting any artillery shots. So basically, you've just ceded Coriolis as being irrelevant, non-existent, equivalent. Sorry, not necessarily non-existent, but equivalent to non-existent. So you're having a struggle here proving Coriolis, bro. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I told you, I believe I already said what I did, right? In the military, I'm not an artilleryman. So
right.
I don't shoot a fucking 777 every day, right? I'm going to leave that up to the professionals, right?
Yeah, so where's this Coriolis? Where's this Coriolis dude then? If you don't know where it is, you don't even know that they need it in a higher range artillery. So where's this Coriolis?
Well, 300 meters. 300 meters isn't even, dude. Like you would be shooting like mortars at 300 meters, and that would still be fucking like danger close. Like
what are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about shooting right? 300 meters?
You said that the batteries of the ship were firing at how far? How far away from the?
30,000 meters.
I'm sorry, I have bad hearing. You gotta say it again.
40,000 meters, dude.
Oh, 40,000 meters. Okay. I thought you said 300 for
some. And the round uncertainty.
Sorry, the tinnitus.
Okay, so, all right.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hey, guy up top, are you trying to get in, or are you just hot mic?
I'm trolling. I'm sorry. You should mute me.
All right, cool.
I'll self-mute. I apologize.
No worries.
Okay,
we just wanted to make sure you weren't trying to say something good. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so, like, from my understanding of things, the Coriolis is only used, right? I've only ever heard of it being used from long distance, like sniper fire. Okay? I don't know shit about artillery. I'm not going to claim I do. I'm not going to claim I'm an expert of artillery, because I'm not. I haven't done any training for artillery. I've never shot a 777. I've never shot mortars, right? So I'm not going to sit here and claim that I know what the fuck that's about. Okay, and with all due respect, if you're arguing with people that have done artillery, I mean, that's kind of like an ego thing talking, right? Because that's like me going up to a fucking 18 X-ray and being like, I know what special forces is.
Dude, just chill for a second, dude. It's not ego at all. It's called math.
Okay, so do you know how to fire artillery? You can give direct fire from a fucking
a
grid zone.
It doesn't matter.
It does. Distance matters.
Oh my goodness, dude! Hold on a second. I got to mute you again. Just chill.
What grid zone is good?
Okay. I don't need to have ever fired artillery to know that if the circle of uncertainty of the round hitting the ground at range is magnitudes greater than the alleged compensation for any Coriolis, that the variableness of the round would subsume the variableness of the Coriolis, especially when every round has the same variableness. So the only way that round is hitting the target is by the forward observer walking it onto the target. Okay, I can be explained that. I don't need to have ever had military experience at all to understand that concept. Just being a shooter could help me understand that concept, right? Or just being someone who understands basic three-dimensional relationships could help me understand that concept. Ego has nothing to do with it at all. The fact that you keep bringing it back to that is talking more about your predispositional mindset than ours. We're talking about the facts. We're trying to get the data. We're trying to get the brass tacks, how it actually works in reality. Okay? So the only category that you've left Coriolis to is supposed long-range sniper shots. Dude, we got emails with the guy who holds the record for the longest shot. He says he didn't account for Coriolis at all. At all. At all. So let me put it into perspective for you, my friend. You personally have heard claims about supposed accounting for Coriolis that you personally have no idea how to parse out the particulars and determine whether or not that you do or don't need to account for it. So what you actually have is faith in a story you've been told. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we'll unmute you to hear your reply. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much point on.
All right, awesome.
And I take their word for it.
That doesn't mean you're wrong, friend. Don't get me wrong.
But
logically, you could still be correct, but you would have to find out more evidence to prove that you're correct. Would you agree?
Okay, can I just say this? All right, so who, if you don't mind me asking, and I'm not doing this like as a I got you, who had the longest like sniper shot? What was the dude's like who was that?
I could Google.
I'll have to find it for you. Find it for you.
Well, no, I'm not doing it like to be a dick. I just want to see the email. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, no worries. We have it, and I'll listen. What's your name here?
Can I read it? The longest ever recorded sniper kill of all time was performed in 2023 by Vyacheslav Kowalski, a then 58-year-old former businessman turned soldier into the security service of Ukraine, with a distance of, get this, 3,800 meters, 3,800, right, or 2.56 miles during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Congratulations.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, right? That is a massive distance margin from 20, what did I say, 9 to 2,200 meter shot.
No, we were talking about. No, I think AI was referring to the longest.
Before that, the Canadian JTF2 guy.
Shot, like not kill. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I think he's talking about.
No, it was kill.
Yeah, I know who he's talking about. That misses.
I know who he's talking to.
AI was talking about kill, just talking about a shot that was taken. Was the furthest ever the target hit. Like it's the record that's been broken, hitting a target.
Right, because the dude that has the longest kill in his book, he wrote that he took into account the Coriolis. So I thought it'd be really interesting if all of a sudden he said he didn't. Because he's a Canadian JTF2 guy that's a scout sniper, and he used American ammunition, fun fact, for it. Right? Because the ballistics were better. But we won't get into the whole argument of whether or not ballistics are an experiment or not. We won't get into that. But I'm just saying I think that's very interesting.
Have you considered that everyone says you're right is just lying?
Go ahead. No, it could be that. It could be that they are entering in the alleged math for the Coriolis at that range, and they are hitting their target. But it could also be the case, just like in the case of the artillery, that the fact that they took into account or didn't take into account wasn't actually the arbitrational factors why they hit the target. So, for example, there's wind variabilities that are much greater than the Coriolis variabilities allegedly at that ranges. So it could be the case that the crosswind was in his favor and his Coriolis compensation was actually negated because it was erroneous. And the wind actually saved the shot for him, but he thought it was his Coriolis correction. How would he possibly know? The answer is he couldn't know.
Right. But that's one thing that you do when you actually do long distance shooting. You take into account wind factor always. Right? So he would know the direction of his crosswind. I understand what you're trying to say, right? And
dude, you have to know the directions of the crosswind for the entire meter from you to the target, dude.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Right?
How is he going to do that? How is he going to do that?
What do you mean?
Does he have a rod that extends out?
There's a camera. A camera can pick it up. Have you never used it? There's a digital camera that picks up and averages out the distance that the wind crosses over, hence crosswind. Back in the day, we really couldn't do that, right? That's why you would have mills. You would go up by mills, right? I don't know if you've probably shot the M24, right? But now there's a camera that does it for you. And I understand, like, you guys have a distrust in that technology. I understand that. That's fine, right? I'm just saying that it is used, right? It's been documented, at least, that it's been used.
You said we had a mistrust in that technology. What the heck?
No, he does.
Okay, cool. So now show that he did that accurately on his shot, and that Coriolis was the arbitrational factor of why he hit the shot.
You would have to be there. You would literally have to be there to do it. You can't show it.
So it can't. Right. So it can't be validated.
But why do you go to default and say that he's lying?
I didn't say, dude. Notice this, friend. I parsed it out very clearly. So I want to make this clear to you because I don't want to hear you or any other retard listening accuse us of accusing that this man's lying.
Yeah.
No, I said any other retard listening.
Which would insinuate that I was a retard, right?
If you do this following thing. So I'm setting it up to not let you be retarded. Here's why. Let me explain. I never accused the man of lying. You and somebody else kept saying that we're accusing the man of lying. None of us did that. What I said, and I parsed it out very particularly, is that he could be actually representing to you. Excuse me, I got a cough. He could be accurately representing to you the method he did. I did this math. I wrote out my little Coriolis thing that I thought I had to take account for. I added it to my solution, and then I fired the weapon. So he could be telling the 100% truth. What I'm telling you is that he himself would have no way of knowing, and therefore no way of validating to you that his correction for Coriolis was the arbitrational factor that made the shot hit the target. I never said he was lying. So if you continue to insinuate that any of us are accusing him of lying, then you're retarded.
You said he couldn't be validated, but he's the one who did it. So why would he say he did it if he couldn't validate it? That's
holy fucking shit, dude.
Right, no, I understand, right? But what I'm saying is, if you say...
So friend. Yeah. So I got to mute retard boy.
Do it.
But I can't because my little option here is missing at the moment because I didn't refresh my Discord.
I'll self-mute. It's okay.
Okay, so he can listen. The man who took the shot can validate that he supposedly accounted for Coriolis. Okay, if he did do some math and add it to his solution, he can say by his testimony, I did that. What he can't do is validate that accounting for that at that moment was the arbitration of why he missed or shot the target. He can't do that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And respectfully, I disagree. Okay.
How could he do it then? Explain how he could validate that shot.
Okay, it depends if he's zeroing his rifle, right? Or if he's going up by mills. It would depend on all of that. Because, listen, if you've ever shot, like, even beyond 3, I think Army's qualification is like a 300-meter target, correct? So, like, if you've ever shot, like, a Trijicon ACOG, right, and you're using your mil difference, it's going to throw it off so much. So it would be so unlikely that he didn't use Coriolis, right, for that actual shot. If he's just going up by mills, right, then no. But if he's zeroing his rifle, then yeah, maybe it's plausible, but it's still very unlikely.
Oh, no, dude, the correct answer is he wouldn't know unless he missed and then tracked all the shots and then put them together in a package of data.
Error. Right? It could be trigger squeeze.
Exactly. So you just proved that he can't validate it, dude.
Okay, I know, but look, dude. Look. No matter what
it's a story, says, dude. It's a story. It's a story.
Okay, all right. Is that what it's come down to?
Whether you realize it or not, by your own admission, you just agreed.
Okay, can we agree on this though? Can we agree that everything that you don't believe is just a story, typically, because you have an issue trusting it? You have an issue trusting the science. You think that it's not like a relevant science? Okay, so yeah, then you're agreeing with me. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I was telling your boy earlier, right? It's hard to agree to disagree when we agree on two different methods of getting our answer. You know what I mean? It's really hard to come to a conclusion. Dude, like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, if you're getting your methods, right, for your measurement from a different way than I am, and you don't agree with the way I'm doing it, then we're never going to agree.
What are you talking about? You don't have a measurement.
I told you that they have been documented using the Coriolis, right? We agree there. We're tracking, right? And you said the Coriolis isn't real. That's what I'm talking about.
There's alleged documentation of people supposedly accounting for Coriolis.
And why did they make up the Coriolis? Why would they do that?
Why do you think, dude? Because they believe they live on a spinning globe. That's why.
Oh, okay. That doesn't sound like fucking crazy to you? Like, that doesn't sound like absurd.
No, not at all.
Okay, see, that's just where we did.
If you answered before the amount of deflection that he was asking
Let's move on.
We could pass it out. Yeah?
Oh, dude. Dude, who keeps droning on? Let's move on.
Not sure.
You
that
bored?
Would be me. No, this
if you let us know the amount of Coriolis that's supposed to be over your shot, then we could work out, whether it is a factor, or whether wind plays a bigger factor than Coriolis, or whether other things play a bigger factor than Coriolis. And then it becomes insignificant.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It becomes
let's ask this question.
Anything.
Yep. Let's ask this question then. What's the deflection of Coriolis at 3,000 meters?
I don't know.
Well, then I guess the conversation's over then.
Do you know it? You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. It's just a proposition. It's not me saying it's one way or another. It's just a proposition on how it can be used, right? And,
dude, don't you think, dude, that maybe, just maybe, you should look into this more and find out what the alleged deflection is and how that will play out?
You don't know it either, right? And you claim to be so educated.
I do know it.
Right?
Yeah, dude. It's 4 centimeters per 1,000 meters, dude. Good grief.
Okay.
It's a rule of thumb.
Okay, and that wouldn't change at all with like external factors. It's just always like that, no matter what.
Dude, the standard rule is 4 centimeters per 1,000
in a controlled environment with no external factors. Yes.
Holy. It's either left or right, depending on which alleged hemisphere you're in. That's the claim, dude.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And you don't agree. You don't think it's a thing. You think that somebody, I guess, made it up to promote.
Dude, how wide is a human being across the chest?
Depends on their size.
What's the average center mass?
I don't fucking know. I mean, it depends, really, dude.
Okay, so you don't even know if these centimeters are going to be subsumed by the target's width.
Or because you aim center mass. I mean, like, you aim small, miss small. You know what I mean? You always aim center mass.
Oh my god, bro.
Like, it just...
Hey, bro, I'm just going to put it to you like this, brother. Bro, I'm just going to put it to you like this. Your story's falling apart. And my homeboy John Luna is bored of your story. So he'd like to talk about something else.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. It just doesn't make sense. It seems like you won't admit.
I know it doesn't make sense, dude. You have no particulars. You have no idea how to prove your claim or validate it at all. You're just
you just doubt everything everybody says, and then you say, "Yeah, they're all in on it.
People did it."
I can tell you got Section 8 out of the military because you're schizo. Like, whatever. Gonna be real. You got a psychological discharge. That's what I'm.
Yeah, dude. So basically, I'm gonna have to mute you just to say this. If we wanted to know your opinion, we'd just Google the mainstream status quo. Then we'd know exactly what you think, bro. Because that's all you've told us this entire time. None of your personal experience was valid into any of this. You really just had to appeal to a third-party source. We could have just Googled that shit, bro. Thanks for being irrelevant. Just like Coriolis. All right, Luna, are you satisfied?
I mean, this guy didn't have
painful now. I wasn't the only one crying over here.
This guy, he didn't have anything from the beginning. All he had, like, I am smart, I am in the military, I do this, I do that. He didn't have any proof of anything. All he has is word salad. Blah, 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 blah.
All right, let's see if he wants to move on to another topic, because we're not rehashing any of that other stuff. So if he's willing to move on, then we can engage with him. All right, homie boy.
Move.
You got another question? All right, we agree. We all agree, move on. So now that we've moved on.
I don't think there's any globe earthers in here besides me.
And? Does that make you special?
There's nothing to move on to then.
Well, yeah. Anybody in here could bring up a topic about flat Earth versus globe Earth. There doesn't have to be a glober present.
Can I just say this? Can I just say one thing without interruption?
Maybe we'll find out. Let's go.
If my way of science is mainstream, doesn't that mean that every single thing that I can say can just be Google searched? So therefore, everything I say is somehow invalid because you can just Google search it. Right?
No. That's false.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, nobody said it's invalid simply because you can Google search it.
Then why did you bring it up?
Because you being present didn't change anything. Because your opinion is just whatever you Google search.
I just want to say this.
You presented to us. Just 1 second. You presented to us just a repetition of the standard claim with no additional ability to verify any of it. So that's what I meant.
Okay. So I just want to say this, right? I don't know how long you've been here, like ever since we started talking about Coriolis, excuse me. But we had a really good discussion on, like, I guess, light refraction and stuff, and like why we really can't discuss light refraction. I don't know if you missed that one. We had a really good discussion on how a minor detail of taking an experiment can literally change the entire thing, right? So a big issue that I'm just seeing, right, is doubt. I'm seeing a lot of doubt in the flat Earth community, right? And let me just say this, right? And literally, it's like, oh well, I don't believe that that's the case. Therefore, I don't want to discuss it. I'm just going to keep repeating myself over and over, right? And then when I did. Oh, that's a lie. See, that's literally exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you for saying that. Because instead of proving his point with like a clip or something like that, right? He just said it was a lie. He didn't prove anything. He just said it's a lie.
Because we went with every point you brought up, and you didn't give us any evidence of it. We talk with all the points you brought up. You didn't give any evidence of it. That's what I'm saying. It's a lie.
No, well, you certainly didn't give me any evidence when I was speaking to you about any supposed
because you just said Coriolis isn't real, and I didn't know the exact calculation, so that somehow like disproves me.
Oh, I didn't say it wasn't real.
Yes, you did.
Well, really? When?
You said it was made up, right? And I quote, you said it was made up to promote Globe Earth. That's what you said. I can literally go on the YouTube channel and fucking roll it back. Don't make me do that. That's what you said.
No, accounting for it, dude.
Okay. So you just think that okay, I don't want to get back into that. That's fucking crazy. Look.
It's not, dude. So listen, bro, let me explain why it's not crazy. So I've been studying for the past decade the history of the formation of the heliocentric cosmogony. And I've seen from their own mouths, many of the important men involved said that they went the way they went and made the decisions they made based on philosophical and religious predispositions, not based on strict adherence to science, the scientific method, or empiricism. So I know for a fact that many of the forms that we've arrived at in the modern day were built on philosophical choices, not on pure empiricism. And people promote the philosophy over the facts because they don't want to deal with the consequences of the reality. So, for example, Hubble. Remember Hubble? The Hubble telescope's named after him?
Yeah.
He's on record saying that the idea that the Earth is at the center is a horrifying idea.
Yeah, people disagree in science all the time.
To believe it. Exactly, dude.
And
but
that's
it's not as simple as they agree or disagree. They all have this penchant for this Copernican principle that the Earth can't be special in the cosmos, that there has to be the naturalistic assumption, that there has to be retroactive uniformitarianism as well as pervasive uniformitarianism in the universe, which can't be validated by experiment. It's pure philosophy.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying, right? Like, that's what it is with every single flat earther I've ever debated, right? They're like, this isn't real, so how can I prove it if you don't believe in the science?
My goodness, dude, I just told you that a majority of the science that you think is science is actually pseudoscience. It's philosophy-based.
That's what I'm saying. Okay,
actual science.
So to speak, pseudoscience, right? Like, just a few. Do you believe that gravity's a theory, or do you believe it's real?
Dude, what do you even mean by that?
I'm giving you an example. Just tell me, do you believe gravity is pseudoscience, or do you believe that gravity is a theory?
I don't know what you mean by gravity. I have no idea what you mean by gravity. Dude, how could I answer that question? I have to ask you first, what do you mean by that? Which is why I asked that.
When you hear gravity, what do you think?
Well, it depends on who's saying it, but usually it bears the entrapments of the causal effect for why things fall down, integrated with the creation forces of the heliocentric cosmogony. Now, that's a problem because it's entitled into a religious mythos of creation. So gravity bears a lot in the globe world, but if you're just using gravity to describe things fall down, those are two different things you're talking about. So if you're asking me, do things fall down? Yeah, I see things fall down, dude. That doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. It doesn't mean space-time is being warped, and it certainly doesn't mean that the Earth was formed into a ball millions of years ago.
I'm talking about interpretation. You interpret things differently than I do, correct?
Holy crap, dude.
Right? You interpret gravity as one thing, right?
Dude,
and then you get all fucking...
Dude, notice how... No, stop for a second. Notice how I've asked you, what do you mean by gravity? And your response was to ask me what I think you mean.
There are like three definitions.
All right, dude. Here's how we're going to go. I'm going to mute your stupid ass because I don't want to have an aneurysm. And I'm going to ask the question very simply, and you're going to answer. Because I just want to parse out for the audience and my friends here. I asked him, what do you mean by gravity? Rather than getting an answer, I got a reverse Uno card. Now, friend, what do you mean by gravity? Let's see if you can just plainly let us know. What do you mean by gravity? Go ahead.
An object towards the Earth, or rather the center of the Earth. Does that make sense? That's what gravity is. The force that attracts an object to the center of the Earth.
Okay, so what you just said is a synergized worldview that the phenomenon of things falling down to the ground you're interpreting as being attracted to the center of a giant ball, presupposing a ball in the phenomenon itself rather than proving it. So no, I would not agree, dude. Not in a million years. Because you have to prove the Earth is a ball in order for you to say it's attracted to the center of a ball. You then have to prove it's an attractive force. You don't just get to make the claim. Now go ahead, prove those two cases.
Okay, so I didn't bring up like any of the shape of the Earth. I didn't bring that up. I just said, do you believe that gravity is a force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth? And now you're using your form of science, right, to fucking try to prove it. That's it,
dude. You just
it's a simple question. Just answer the question how I fucking ask you. I don't know what's so fucking hard about it,
dude. I've never seen anything attracted to the center of the Earth, dude, and neither have you.
Okay, so you don't believe in gravity. Just say that.
Wrong. No, I don't believe in what you just described because you haven't proven it.
So you don't believe in the textbook definition of gravity. That is what the definition of gravity is. Exactly, verbatim.
No. Find that definition that it says it's the force that attracts to the center of the Earth. Yeah, so if you say it's a force that attracts to the center of the Earth, I would disagree, sure, regardless of whether you find a definition of it or not.
It's in the chat.
If you find a definition,
it's in the chat.
I'd already have disagreed with it.
It's in the chat.
Holy fuck, dude. Dude, where did you get this definition from?
It's one Google search away. Like everything that you say and everything that I say, everything that you've ever thought is on Google.
No, where did it come from? Did it come from a dictionary? What dictionary?
Yes, Yes, it came from. Let's see.
Exactly, this is what was happening all this time. Nothing proven.
I don't know what dictionary, but that's what fucking came up.
Okay, so you don't know what dictionary, but let's just read it here. The force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth. Okay, sure. So I would agree that this is what most people think gravity is. Now, notice how this is begging the question. The force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth. Where's that been validated that anything's being attracted to the center of the Earth?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm just giving you a point on how you interpret shit differently than me. And you're doing it right now.
Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. So where is this? Show me this in real life. Can you demonstrate this in real life? Like, what example are you going to use as an example of
that?
Yeah,
I mean, you could probably use, like, I guess, atoms and shit, like, under microscope.
Holy crap. No, dude. Watch this, dude. The force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth. One more time. The force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth. Demonstrate that. Demonstrate something being attracted to the center of the Earth. Can you do that?
See, no, this is where it gets fucking tricky, because then you just say it's a theory. This is what I'm exactly
talking about. No, dude. Can you demonstrate a force attracting a body to the center of the Earth? Do you have an example?
Asteroids that you don't believe in, probably. Meteorites that you don't believe in, probably. Right? People jumping.
Okay, so
vehicles that are propelled, planes, shit like that, right?
Sure. So what you're basically saying, for lack of a better term, is things fall to Earth. Things fall to Earth and hit the Earth, but that's not demonstrating them being attracted to the center of the Earth, dude. Those are two different things.
Okay. So gravity, okay, so then that would be gravitational pull, right? Or gravitational field that you want the definition of?
Oh my goodness. No, dude, I want you to demonstrate something being attracted to the center of Earth. Go ahead.
I just gave you, like, fucking asteroids, meteorites, yes. Gravitational pull.
What you did is you demonstrated, at best, something coming from the air or being in the air and then arriving on the ground. That's not the same as demonstrating something going to... Dude, that is not the same as something going to the center of the Earth. And the fact that you can't see that is not a demonstration of that.
A compass doesn't use the magnetic field of the Earth to get its deviation. It doesn't do that.
So wait a minute, dude. What does that have to do with gravity? Is that being caused by gravity?
Where's Earth's magnetic field? Genius, where's it at?
Holy crap, dude. Holy crap. Painful.
Where's it greatest at?
You tell me.
Well, you already know what I'm going to say, and then you're going to say, nuh-uh.
No, I just want you to tell me. Go ahead. I mean, it's your claim, or is it my claim? Okay. So when has anyone been to the center of the Earth to measure the gravitational or magnetic field?
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
Yeah,
you're claiming that something is strongest at the center of the Earth. I'm asking you, where's the measurement of that?
I don't have. You want me to, like, look it up, or
I want you to tell you, brother. Just see how simple this is. I want you to actually back up your claim. Imagine that.
What do you mean back up my? I'm just telling you.
You just claimed that the magnetic field is the strongest at the center of the Earth.
It is.
Can you show me the measurement from the center?
Like, you want a fucking equation that I don't know? Just everything in LandNav that I've been taught goes from that. So, like, you taken LandNav, right? So you know what the fuck I'm going to say.
Holy crap, dude. Dude, where's the magnetic device point to?
What do you mean? North.
Yeah,
a compass.
Okay. So is north the center of the Earth?
See, it depends on relativity. So yes, typically yes.
Okay, so then not the center of a giant ball. So not the center of a giant ball, then.
What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, yes, it would be if you consider the Earth a globe like I do, right? Then yes.
So you think the North Pole would be the center of a ball? That makes no sense, dude.
So my compass is pointing to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, the North Pole, dude. Santa lives in the center of the Earth. And you know what, friend? A lot of people think Santa is Satan, and they think hell is in the center of the Earth. So you just proved Santa is Satan. Good job, bro.
Okay, what?
Dude, your stories are hilarious, bro. Tell us more about your stories.
But guys, this guy's hung himself like 4 times, and every time you ask him a question or anything, you're like, "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?"
Like a lot of the shit, like I don't understand how you're not picking up. You know what I mean? That's just all. It's like I don't get it.
Dude, how do you not pick up that the North Pole can't possibly simultaneously be the center of a ball that you're standing on? You're just defeating your own worldview, bro.
I don't think that ever came out of my mouth, but okay.
You said that the North Pole is the center. Didn't everyone just hear him say that?
No, he said the compass is pointing to the center of the Earth.
He sounded like someone
magnetic north.
He sounded like someone who believes in the Gleason map, center of the Earth.
I said that a compass points magnetic north, and that the strongest part of the Earth's magnetic field is in the center. That's literally what I said. I might have fucked it up, but that's what I meant. Maybe.
Yes,
I don't know.
Center of the Earth, yes.
Okay. Am I wrong? Does a compass not point magnetic north?
Magnetic north is not the center of the Earth.
Lines with magnetic fields.
And now he's going to say, "What do you mean?" Like, now's the perfect time to say it. Not perfect. Go ahead, sir. What do you mean? Because that allows you more room. Just go ahead.
He came in as the smartest guy, and he was making fun of I Am Larry and the other guy, and in the end, the Berserker, and now he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, because he had all that strong energy.
I just don't know. I just don't know if I should fucking do you want me to send it? It's in chat.
Compass.
The guy came in here, beat his chest.
Dude, what are you gonna send, dude? Unless you're gonna send a measurement from the center of the Earth,
why
you
do you need a measurement? Why do you doubt everything?
We ask you every time for a proof, and you never send anything.
Dude, I could make any claim I want about the center of the Earth, dude.
That's what you do. You guys, you use flawed science to do so, and then you cry pseudoscience whenever anybody gives you accounts of somebody doing it.
Hey, what's the matter? Just out of curiosity, which field of science deals with shapes?
Okay. Well, why are we talking about this?
Because you just said about the science.
I was curious
every time that which field of science deals with shapes.
And then you cry when I do it. It makes no sense.
No, we're not crying. We're asking you a question. What
you
field
don't have
of science deals
Why
with
is it
shapes?
relevant? Why is it relevant?
Because it's relevant. I'll tell you why it's relevant, dude. You made a claim that the magnetic field is strongest at the center of the Earth. So you're assuming, with implicit in that claim, that the Earth is a ball and the center of the Earth is the point where all the radii meet in the center, and then that's where the magnetic field is the strongest. Now, in order to know that for certain, you would have to have a measurement from the center. But you're not. You're assuming from outside measurements and engineering them inwards on a model of a ball in your mind. So he's telling you that model of a ball isn't a scientific category. It's a geometric category because science doesn't apply to geometrical shapes. So you're taking a geometry shape. No, it isn't.
It isn't. So if I look up what was your question? What field of science deals with shapes? If I look it up, it's not going to say geometry.
Holy crap, dude.
So geometry is a field of science now, is it?
Is geometry in mathematics, dude, or is it in engineering, or is it in electronics? I mean, good grief, dude. You might as well say crayons are science because you can use crayons to write out equations. Because equations are science because you can use equations to figure out how much chemicals you need in your compound.
I'll be honest. I've always been told that geometry is a field of science.
I know you have, dude, because everybody thinks everything is science because they're all stupid.
And that's what it says on Google.
Science is the ultimate
Geometry is the original field of mathematics and is indeed the oldest of all sciences, going back at least to the times of fucking whatever the fuck. I don't want to butcher that. I'm retarded. So I guess I'm wrong. Is that wrong too?
Yeah, dude. Let me ask you this question. You ever heard of the STEM fields?
Kind of. A little bit, yeah.
Right, so it's an acronym. S. T. E. M. Do you know that each one of those words stands for something?
Okay, yeah, what do they stand for?
Okay, the first one stands for science. The second one stands for technology. the third one stands for engineering, and the fourth one stands for mathematics. So according to you, STEM field acronym should be science, 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 and science. So why is the STEM fields clearly broken up? And it doesn't just say science 4 times.
Okay. Because it's easier to remember, I guess. I don't fucking know.
No, it's because they're clearly different fields, dude.
Okay, but the dictionary disagrees. The University of fucking Waterloo disagrees. Their definition is completely. Oh, they're wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You don't learn geometry in science class in high school.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, geometry is a different, like the actual study of shapes and like finding the measurements of shapes. We learn that in math. Yeah, hence geometry. But I learned about geometry in science.
Not in science class.
Bullshit.
Right. So
I'm dead serious. I'm being 100% honest.
It's like this, dude. In order to do science in your science class, you have to understand the English language, correct? If you're
right, so you have to understand math. That's what we're going to say, right?
Okay, so that means grammar is science.
Okay, how would that mean that grammar is science?
Exactly. Now you're starting to get it.
Dude.
It's called the composition fallacy. Just because something requires smaller parts to equal the whole doesn't mean the parts in the whole are interchangeable, dude.
Of geometry. It says that it's science in the name. So you're just denying fact at this point. It's sad.
Whatever, dude.
All of you guys are just fucking denying fact. It literally says it in the definition. I'm knifing into it right now.
In the grammar, if I don't know what reflection means, so I cannot put it
You're
in
not even fucking English. Shut the fuck up.
What?
Ooh.
We're talking about the English definition of fucking geometry. It says it's science in the definition. Am I fucking wrong?
Post it up.
Geometry. You're an idiot. Man, English is my fourth language, and I know better than
you. I don't care. We're looking at the definition right now. It says it's the original field of mathematics, and it's indeed the oldest of all sciences.
Don't read it out. Post it up.
It's in there. It's in there. I've already posted it.
At what time?
There you go. There it is twice. I know you guys are a little dyslexic, apparently.
And where did you get that from? What
University of Waterloo.
So why doesn't it state that on there?
What are you talking about?
If you're going to post shit up, we'd like to know where it come from. How do I know
University of Waterloo.
How the fuck asked you to speak through me, boy?
What are you talking about? You uncircumcised retard? What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Sorry, let's not degenerate. Let's not degenerate, for goodness sakes.
When you post stuff up, we would like to know where it come from. The reason for this, we get a lot of little children in here who think that ChatGPT is the most superior form of anything ever, and they like to post data from that, which means nothing because it's known for lying.
Oh, it's a science.
So, well, there you go. But what is interesting, ladies and gentlemen, I jump on to geometry. Definition: branch of mathematics. Geometry from ancient Greek geometria, land measurement. From earth, land. A measure is a branch of mathematics concerned with properties of space, such as the distance, shape, size, and relative position of figures. Geometry, along with arithmetic, one of the oldest branches of mathematics. Would you like to post it up?
Euclidean
science. Yeah, so his Waterloo citation comes from a generalized article which doesn't even have an author or any citations within it. So it's just an editorial at best, and it's just giving a history. And the word science that's used here is probably referring to like fields of knowledge, because sciences used to be considered fields of knowledge, right? So it's just a loose term that means fields of knowledge. So geometry is a field of or study of knowledge. Right, not that it's science in the scientific method sense, right? So this is the problem with the word science, dude. It's like it's sprinkled around in a lot of categories. It doesn't necessarily apply, and just because you see the same word, science, with the same letters, doesn't mean it's talking about the same thing.
So do you see the new definition from Oxford? Right? From Oxford that says that it's the math is the abstract science of a number.
We're talking about geometry.
Okay, right, and geometry is a part of what? Math and math is science. And math is science.
No, it's not geometry.
Geometry is a part of math. No, it is. It's what it says in the definition, right? And math is a part of science.
Hey, tell us.
Therefore, math is science.
What does STEM stand for?
We've already went over this stupid
science, science, and science.
It's science, and minds. Yeah, facts.
I thought when I went to learn geometry, I thought it was geometry. And
it doesn't matter what it is. It matters what the definition is. If you change the definition, the whole language changes.
I went to the science class. I learned science. So there was 2 different classes for that.
There's a clear distinction between the two.
So clearly, you guys just don't care about the definition. You care about what you read in high school. You think that's superior than like what the definition is that we've used for thousands of years.
You don't know what science is. Just relax.
There's a clear distinction between science is and mathematics.
It says it in the definition, right? It literally says mathematics. The abstract science.
Hold on, I'm gonna settle this. Chill.
What is the word geometry means? What is the word geometry means?
It's science. Hold on, dude. AI is trying to get in.
All right. I'm going to settle this once and for all.
I'm right.
Okay, check this out. So words work. How words work is words are token meaning pairs, okay? A single token can have multiple meanings, and a single meaning can have multiple tokens. How you know the pairing is contextual or lexical. So different places have context which changes the connotations or denotations, and different lexicons have their own specific meanings within that field. So generally for science, you have a numerous amount of entries. So you have a knowledge system or a knowledge covering general truths about the operations of general laws within a system that can be obtained or tested through the scientific method. Then it has this caveat. Such knowledge or such system or knowledge concerned with the physical world and its phenomena, right? So geometry wouldn't cover natural phenomena. So geometry wouldn't be applied in that sense of a science. Also caveat, sub-caveat, natural science. Then you have the second entry, a department of systemized knowledge as an object of study, caveat about a particular topic, hence geometry. So science could apply to geometry in that sense, but it can't apply to geometry in the sense of the first entry that I read. So notice how it's the same token, S-C-I-E-N-C-E, but it has different meanings in these different fields. So it can't be the case that you just described that fact that it's science in this case means it's science in all cases, because then you'd be committing what's known as the lexical fallacy. So now that I've proven my case definitively, and I'm clearly correct and cannot be otherwise, I rest my case.
Fox.
Okay, so I've already, like, while you were explaining that to me, I took the liberty to look it up, and yeah, it's split, right? But I'm just saying, for me, I go over the definition. Like, a bunch of sources say that it is a form of science, and then a bunch of sources say it's not, and then a bunch of other sources say that it's used to describe the natural science, right? So people use it, they use it the way they want to use it, but I'm just letting you know.
So
that
you've
for
got
me, I consider science.
What about you define the word geometry?
Geometry, right? And here's what I'm saying. Here's what I've said about geometry. It's a form, right, of math, correct? Can we agree?
It's not a form of mathematics.
That works shaped.
It's a branch of, yes.
A branch of mathematics that work on shapes.
Okay, so it's
right?
Okay. Just because I didn't, you know what I fucking mean by not. Anyways, so it's a form of math, right? It's a form of math, correct? A branch of math.
So you've got this concept that it's math only associated.
All right.
It uses mathematics
and science,
and so he's just going to bypass it.
That's what I'm saying.
And then science. So geometry uses
English works.
Okay, cool. Give me an example of science and used in geometry. Go ahead.
What do you mean? Shit. Exactly.
Like globe. I guess the globe, finding fucking equations for the globe. That's used.
No. That's backwards. That would be using geometry towards the globe, not the other way around.
Repeat what you said again. Say it again.
Yes, give me an example of science being used in geometry.
I think that still fits. That would still fit.
Like
you're just so hard stuck on your definition that you don't want it to fit what it's.
No. You just said globe. You just said globe generally. You didn't explain anything about how you're doing it, dude.
I mean, like it would have to be a specific, what do you call it? Experiment that you're doing, I guess. But like generally speaking, like finding a slope formula or finding a, so
science a
the
square
area
for me.
of something would still be considered science. It would be used in science. Therefore, I would consider it science.
Okay, perfect. Stop right there. We all have reached the point. He said it's used in the process of conducting science. Therefore, it's science. That is a composition fallacy.
Got him.
Okay. So, all right. Can I? All right. If that's the case, right? Can I ask you like a really like off-topic question that will kind of correlate to it? Is that all right? Okay.
Dude, as long as it's not about the cup size of your sister, you'd be all right.
Okay. So, like, for example, right? Like when you were in the army and you were playing gay chicken, all right? Just because you're doing gay shit, right? Does that make you gay?
Yes.
Look what he went.
Dude, I'm going to give you a chance to reprise yourself.
Say when.
Okay. The gayest thing I ever did in the military was stand near an Air Force person. Okay.
Oh.
All right, so let's unmute you, and why don't you give an actual sincere example, because you tried to do a funny example, it wasn't even funny. All right, go ahead.
Well, that was my example. That's what came to mind.
To answer your question, yes.
Okay, if a woman does whorish behavior constantly, does it make her a whore?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
We agree.
But see, here's the problem.
So your wife, when she cheated on you, right, with Jody.
Oh my God, dude, we don't need. Hold on, bro.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Here's the problem, friend. Every example you just gave is proving that you're wrong. Okay? That's the problem you don't seem to get, dude.
It's been 2 hours, 3 hours. Like every point that he made, and he was wrong on it, and he never proved any evidence of it.
Yeah. So, for example, you're trying to say that geometry is science, and I said, "Give me an example of science being used in geometry." You said the globe. I then said, "Okay, parse that out in an example," and it didn't follow. And I said, "Well, if you're saying that because of this composition fallacy," you then went into a whole bunch of like weird pseudo-sexual Freudian slips, probably, for all we know.
Sucks.
And then you still haven't answered the question of how the globe, quote unquote, is somehow science, which is then used in geometry. You still haven't provided that like caveat, like A to B to C to the conclusion, So you did say though, oh, we could find the slope or this or that. So why don't you talk about that? Because at least that's some brass tacks reality we could talk about. Like, hey, you can find the slope, and more particularly the rate of change of slope, which would be a curve, and that could be demonstrated out in the field through direct measurement methodologies, right? So that would be at least something that you have to talk about. It could finally be the meat and potatoes of proving your case. So for the love of God, take that turn, please, and show us some of that. Go ahead.
But I asked him before about the curvature and the rotation, and he didn't give anything.
Well, let me go over this first real quick, all right? Because I just had to ask this question. All right, AI. So you want me to go over slope, correct?
No, I don't want you to go over slope. I want you to demonstrate a rate of change of slope of the surface of the Earth commensurate with the claim that it's a giant globe.
Which I asked you an hour or 2 hours before.
Okay, so like you've done rucks before, correct? So like rucking up a mountain, if there's a landslide, would that change your point? Say that the top of a mountain erodes. Say that the top of a mountain erodes like chaotically, right? Like it completely changes the surface of the top of a mountain. That's not what we're talking about, Tard. We're talking about.
That is what you're supposed to be talking about.
Oi, listen, mate. We're fucking talking about if slope can change. You fucking wanker.
That is the worst of the accent ever.
Yeah, well, we know, dude. We know that slopes can change through geographic and geological changes in the topography that could be caused by a landslide, water, a giant explosion. But none of that would have to do with proving a rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth commensurate with the Earth form being a giant globe.
Hear the globe bit? That's what you're talking about, mate. So try a better Aussie accent next time. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's not what you asked, though. You just asked, give me an example of slope changing.
No, I didn't. I said specifically,
yeah.
Give me an example of a rate of change of slope.
Please play it back to me, yes.
Commensurate with a globe. The Earth being a globe.
Say it again?
This guy's the dumbest Air Force person ever.
Fox.
Listen, bros, I just want to tell you my story about my time with the Air Force, dude. So here's how it went down. So we were actually doing the real manly stuff, and the Air Force people were in the base doing the non-so-manly stuff. But when we went to their base to get some cool things, guess what they had? They had, like, Baskin and Robbins. We're talking about, deployment. They had Baskin and Robbins ice cream. They had a Blockbuster where they could rent videos. They had a basketball. Hold on, bro. They had a basketball court that you could roll out, and they just take it with them everywhere they go. And they roll it out. They set up the hoops. They're out there chilling, playing basketball, eating ice cream, renting Blockbusters, while we're out there doing the real work.
Well, dude, like AI, to be fair, right? Are you talking about Kuwait? Because, is that what you're talking about, Kuwait?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, all right. So, you know that Kuwait itself is actually like a joint base, right? You know that it's Army, Marine Corps, Spec War,
is a joint
Air
base,
Force.
dude. I'm talking about particular deployment, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Kuwait, like which Kuwait base did you go to?
Oh my goodness, dude! Whichever one I went to, dude. There was
like,
a
if you don't
base
even
that
know what base you deployed to. Like it's hard for me to kind of tell you why it's like that, right?
Dude, I'll tell you what it's like. We all went out there to set up our forward bases, and they brought all these sweet accoutrements. Now, I'm not knocking them for it. I would have liked to have some of those.
Was it Ali Al-Salam?
Dude, I don't remember.
Was it Jabber? Was it...
Oh, hey, let me help you out. Let me help you out, dummy. I don't remember. Follow that logic?
PTSD, bro. PTSD.
Because I know him, right? And you allegedly went there and you don't know him?
Because it was 25 years ago, kid. Settle down.
Well, I mean, I know all my deployments, right? I know every single
Your
one.
mum's basement doesn't count.
Which one shows
you know how many different bases we go to from our main base, dude?
Like
to
you
get
set up
different
fobs.
things
You're a fob as a Cav Scout. You're a Pogue. And then you're crying that the Air Force has stuff because they're funded more?
What? How
is that?
Dude, how's a Cav Scout a Pogue?
Because you're not a grunt. You're not a grunt. A grunt would entail infantry or combat medics or Spec War.
You're clueless, dude.
What unit were you with again?
He's Googling.
Which of your deployment show you the globe?
Dude, notice how he's not talking about...
I'm just wondering, because you're talking about Kuwait. I was trying to roll back the video and you talked about allegedly going...
Bro, who cares? Who cares, dude? You got a severe problem with worrying about what other people's credentials are rather than worrying about proving that this demonstrable rate of change of slope commensurate with the Earth being a giant globe that you were asked for. Everybody sees you dodging, bro.
He's been dodging it.
Hey, dude, you're not going to punk me out because I don't remember the name of whatever little base we were at where the Air Force were setting up their little Blockbuster and ice cream, dude. Who cares?
He's playing dodgeball.
Stop dodging. So let's unmute you to see if you're back on track or if you're going to talk about me some more. Go ahead.
Hold on. I got a question. Have you been dealing with this Mongo for 3 hours?
Yes. 17 fatalities in 3 hours.
All right. Thank you. Carry on.
Yes, we are more than 3 hours.
Or carry on.
And he never proved anything about the globe.
Nothing.
No, you guys are wrong. He had proved quite a lot about the globe mentality, didn't he?
Yes,
globe mentality. Globe mentality.
Listen, dude, look, just nothing before I go, since y'all don't want me here. All right, before I go.
Yes, please.
All right, look.
We didn't say that.
I have one more question for AI. Just one more, okay?
Oh, I can't wait for
What
this.
year did you deploy? What year?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So it was right between when I was dating your mom and your sister, so I can't remember.
Oh, shit.
I've been wanting to say this shit for so long, like as a joke.
Hardy ha ha.
Was that his parting fucking comment? Is that it?
Nah, dude, he's trying to catch me as being stolen valor or some ridiculous nonsense. Because he's like, oh, if I can catch him and not remembering a detail that I know now about the things I've done versus the things he's done, it's like, good grief, dude. Anything to not talk about the question he was asked, which is, hey, bro, you're claiming that science can be done in geometry, and that has to do with the globe. And that has to do with what he said is finding slopes and stuff somehow when he was trying to say it's science. So I said, okay, so can you then show us the rate of change of slopes commensurate with the curvature of the globe, giant globy globe that you believe in? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, you weren't really in the military. You didn't really go to Kuwait. Yada, yada, yada. It's like, dude, anything to cope, bro. Anything to cope.
Yeah, that was some serious fucking cope, man. I only been here for like, I don't know, 40 minutes tops. But that was some Cope City, bro. Cope City. Incredible.
That's what Flat Earth, dude, you probably know this as well. Sometimes I forget I was even in the military at all. I just go about my day and everything crosses my mind.
Absolutely, man. You know, remembering things is funny, man. After 20-something years, you're like, I don't know. Fuck, where the fuck were we? I don't know.
Boomer detected.
You're fucking traveling all over the place. You're humping shit. You're working, you know.
Humping shit. Facts.
The fucking thing is, he came in as he's the smart guy, and he said to Larry, I am Larry, that you're stupid and all these things. And he was claiming that he's a smart one, and he never gave any answer of any question that we ask. All he said, refraction, you don't understand, you're an idiot, and you're this, you're that, but not any fucking answer.
Yeah, it wasn't like a productive class session, whatever you want to call it. It sounds like trying to teach the young guy something. He didn't want to learn anything.
No,
it's not about teaching. It's not about teaching him. Who cares about what he learns?
That's true. But
for the audience, bro,
he's been here for a few hours and he never gave anything. All he did is like geometry science at the end.
I got a question for AI Overlord. Bro, do you at least now get discounted ice cream at Baskin Robbins?
Oh
no, I don't know, dude.
Dang,
I don't know, man.
Fucking, that's an.
Well, no, you know what? I just was confusing Ben and Jerry's because I know like Ben and Jerry's is all bent out of shape about being super liberal, and I think they don't like the military, but I can't.
Right.
So maybe like Baskin Robbins does have a military discount. Half the time I go to I've been shopping at places for years, and then I finally learned they have a military discount, and I'm like, dude, I could have been saving money this whole time.
Yep.
Actually, John Robbins, the son of Baskin Robbins, he left his father because his ice cream was very bad.
I didn't get that.
How do you leave your father?
He has a few documentaries on that. One of them is Young at 100, and the other one is damn.
Yeah, but I wondered.
So I like that.
I don't remember the second, the first one. The first one, but both of them it was against his father. That the ice cream it was not healthy. John Robbins.
Yeah. All right. STEM. I love that you guys brought up STEM. What's that stand for? Science. That was hilarious, dude. I was laughing.
I can't believe that they're trying to say that we deny science, and then we tell them what science is, and they're like, "Well, no, it's my own personal definition." It's like,
yeah. Creation Bear.
We're denying what bullshit you just made up.
Creation Bear, I'm going to ask you a trick question. I hope you get the right answer. You should, based on what we just said. So, what do you do? What do you do for work? Like, what do you do? What's your answer going to be? It should be only one word, right?
Your mom and your sister.
No. If you're asked what you do,
science.
You say I'm a scientist.
Oh yeah,
I do science.
Oh yeah, that's a good answer.
No matter who asks you what you do, you just say I do science.
Yeah, they'll be like, no, but you're not a scientist.
Do science, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah,
science?
so I do building things, right? And so since you use math in building things and you use geometry certainly in building things, I'm a scientist. So when someone asks me, "Hey, what do you do?" I'm going to be like science, and I'm going to change my business name to general scientist.
Yeah, because then they'll be like, "Oh, well, you don't have a white coat on. You're not in a lab."
But I drive my car and I defy Coriolis every day, so I'm doing science.
You're a scientist, baby.
Engineering construction scientist.
I tune a piano.
Well,
science, bitch.
If you're not a scientist, I'm an astronaut, and I'm coming to that conclusion because part of my job is to stack boxes on shelves. Boxes take up space, and astronauts go to space.
Science. That's science.
Yeah, amen, brother.
Oh, so that kid just answered. Literally, everyone is a scientist. Oh, cool.
Yeah, we're done, man. Close it down, man. Close this shit down.
Okay, so check this out. According to him, a scientist is someone who systematically gathers and uses research and evidence to make hypotheses and test them to gain, share, understanding, and knowledge. Okay, so we came up with a systematic gathering of supersedery observations greater than the globe geometry would allow. There was then research and evidence and tests using laser transit methodologies to measure the water to confirm that this alleged Earth hump curve wasn't there, right? And now we're sharing that understanding and knowledge.
Yep.
That this great hump curved water that's supposed to be blocking everything isn't there. So yeah.
No
there you go, bro. So by your own admission, Mr. What's the Matter Tired of blah blah blah, is you basically just admitted that the science is in that the Earth is flat. So we agree with that caricature of what you're saying, dude.
Dude, somebody clipped that. That was perfect, bro. Yeah, somebody clipped that one. Now, there you go. That's a 10-year understanding. That's a master's degree understanding of. Amazing.
Dude, he's still trying to talk about where I was in the military. Anything to avoid the topic.
Yeah.
When he came in, his first argument when he came in was that the Earth was impossible to measure it because of the small variances across all of the surface of the Earth.
Bit of a robot there, man. Try again. Reboot. Whatever.
He wants to know where you were because he wants to know how the Coriolis works in your area. Maybe that's why you didn't have to think about the Coriolis because you were in a different part of the globe.
Amazing.
He was probably only deployed as a janitor anyways.
I think the young lad was in high school, maybe but he was just pulling shit up on Google, man.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
He's just really quick at it. He lasted 3 hours in here. He had to be Google.
Oh no, guys. Flat Earth dude is gonna be pissed. No, not Flat Earth, sorry, old dude is gonna be pissed.
All right.
So they made that meme that he doesn't like the banner of the whole politics server.
Wait, what is it?
Go look at it.
Oh,
oh man, I'm sorry.
What does old dude like? All right, let's be honest.
I mean, he's legit.
He's just mad at the world, man.
Is that the question, CB? Is what does old dude like?
What does he like?
That's a good question.
That motherfucker just mad at everything, bro.
No, he likes good, even keeled. He likes good, even keeled Flat Earth exposition, right? Which we all should be honed into do by now, right?
That's cap.
However, we do have to deal with some chaotic characters in here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
And if I was in the back not saying shit, I could just sit here and critique everybody too. So I don't want to hear it.
This guy is trolling the chat.
Yeah. He'll be all right,
That's
man.
not going to last too long.
He'll survive.
I'm Reptilia. Oh my goodness. Dude, you want to be a martyr? You want us to ban you for your martyr points for the week?
Is this the Comedy Store channel? What the fuck happened here, man? Is he trying to be funny? He's not a very good comedian. I'll give him that. Man. He's not even.
He's writing. He's pro-abortion, pro-immigration, pro-anti-gun.
Facts. Wait, how are you pro-anti-gun?
What is the relevance to the flat Earth?
Yeah,
the relevance is it's very relevant. The relevance is anything to distract from the fact that when asked to present a demonstrated curvature, he can't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
100% AI. Exactly. Where's the demonstration of this magical curvature? And if you got a little curvature, man, I'm happy with a little bit of spin. You know, what do you got?
Not me.
If you got spin or curvature, you know.
Hell no.
No?
No.
What the fuck? Just curve? Curve only?
Guys, maybe it's time for the triangle test. The triangle test.
Yeah, hit on with the triangle test, Bradwin.
Triangle test. All right.
What are you on?
Oh, dude, that guy needs I don't know what kind of test that guy needs.
He just chatted triangles are not real.
He needs to test his patience for 2 days. Else.
You notice how he was doing that though? Like as soon as it came to the brass tack particulars, like the facts and the data, he immediately started going to the nothing's real attitude. You guys all notice that, right?
Yep.
Nothing matters, nothing's real, everything's a joke.
Yep.
It's like, so as long as you want to talk about Coriolis in this generalized, other people said so and we should trust them sense, and it's just a fact, sure. But as soon as you want to get into the particulars and actually talk about the details, then all of a sudden, oh, you can't trust reality itself now.
Is he a brain in the jar kind of guy?
Dude, he's a brain in a spinning jar that spins one way in the north and one way in the south.
Yeah, there you go. Spinning. Are you in a spinning jar, brain? Oh, fuck.
Is Brain in the Jar not a song from Alice in Chains?
Do we give him one more chance?
You're too good. You're too kind, bro. one more chance? Just one more?
Well, I mean, we're talking about him anyway, and not moving out on the topic. We might as well have more material.
That's true. Yeah, give him another shot, man. I'm down.
All right, bro. Here's your another shot. Here's another shot to. Yep, another shot to demonstrate the curve of the Earth. Go ahead.
No, the curve isn't real, dude. And I am a brain in a jar spinning. It's true.
Perfect. All right. So we've officially broke him. His brain is now a pile of jello.
I'm an AI.
He's now a pile of jello. So why is it that you have to resort to reality isn't real when it comes to proving the curve of the Earth? Maybe it's because you instinctually know that the curve of the Earth isn't reality. Therefore, in order to believe in it. Yeah.
I'm like a Satanist whenever, like, I'm not really a Satanist, but I'm like a Satanist whenever you describe, like, their plan of, like, not worshiping God, right, and how it's going to backfire on them during the rapture. It's kind of like that. Because in reality, the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. It's a flat plane that extends forever. You see what I'm picking down? Like, you see what I'm putting down here? It just goes on forever.
No.
That doesn't make sense? Okay, here, let me describe. So, there is no end to the flat Earth plane. It just goes on. It just generates forever and ever and ever.
Where's the curvature? No curvature?
There is no curvature. It's a flat plane.
So you're making fun of... Yeah, so you're making fun of your universe that you believe in. Good job. I agree with you.
No. Like you guys don't get it. I've never been like a globe earther. I've always been flat Earth. You know what I mean? And it just extends forever. There's no ice wall, but it does extend. There's any of y'all religious, like there's Nephilims, beyond the confines of what we can reach.
Hey, I'm in Hawaii.
Wow, dude.
And dragon. Stuff.
Bro, watch too much Attack on Titan, bro.
Hey, Speculation Sunday's still going.
Oh yeah,
I'm in Hawaii. I'm in Hawaii at the moment. At least mentally.
What?
Yeah, at least mentally. I'm in Hawaii.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And then, you do bring up a good point. I'll give this to you, AI Overlord. The Jewish, gay, alt-left, anti-gun, Constitution.
Whoa, man.
Reptilians are taking over our heads. They're thinking for us, and the chemtrails are real. Alex Jones.
All right, dude. So basically, we unmuted you. Yeah, we unmuted you just so you could demonstrate the point that we just had previously made. That when it comes to you actually proving the Earth is curved, you have to resort to this nonsense. So thanks for demonstrating the point.
That was awesome.
This guy is losing it. Coping hard.
That was art, dude. That was high level.
Just cook them that bad? God damn.
Yeah, that was a fucking smokehouse right there, man.
Yeah, he's fried. He's fried.
No, dude. We're getting criticized. We're getting criticized, dude, for my art form. Yeah, so I flamed that dude out, dude, into the incoherent oblivion from whence he came, which is why I'm the maestro.
Yeah, you flamed him out.
So I mean, it's as painful as it was for you guys to listen to. Like, sometimes it's valid, right?
Yes.
Not every conversation is going to be meat and potatoes where somebody can actually talk about the particulars without going psychotic. But it's important for the audience to see the person go psychotic.
Yes, 100%. It's very important.
Yeah. We don't need to save everybody.
It's very important.
They don't want to be saved. Don't save.
But we proved that, like, I don't know, 3 hours ago, when he first started, that he was psychotic.
Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't here, but I'll take you guys' word for it that you guys took him to the woodshed. And there's a glober in every woodshed, I found.
Yeah, he was resisting that, and he was thinking that he was the smart guy and he knew everything, and we were the dumb ones, and he was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, evidence is evidence, man. Fire's hot, dude. I checked it out. And,
yeah.
Simple things you can agree upon. I guess fire hot. Yeah, okay.
Can you prove that?
I got a patent on it. Fire's hot. Got a patent. It's patent 001. Right? Fire's hot. Yeah.
Now look, the reason why he flamed out like that is because everywhere he went, he was pressed with proving his claims.
Yeah.
Right. And backing up what he said with a demonstration, and ultimately the crux of the issue, which was actually demonstrating the proposition in itself that the Earth is a globe by demonstrating that it's actually curved.
Yeah, but he didn't even show any evidence of his claims. And we were asking,
exactly,
your claim is this, show us proof, nothing. Show us evidence, nothing. He didn't have anything.
Facts.
Right. And that's valuable. You see that, it's valuable to the audience sees that. Because if he just was allowed to make his claims and then shut down and shuttled off the live stream, then all he would have been left with was his claims that were on the table. Right? And so that would have been a disingenuous interaction from our part, rather than demonstrate that he can't prove any of his claims.
Dude, you gave him 3 hours, bro. 3 hours, I heard.
God damn.
I'm like, okay, if you can't make...
oh, yeah, fair enough. But, I mean, we give people like you 4 hours.
No, I'm like a 2-hour guy, man. I'll be here for 2 hours. I'm gone.
All right.
I'm a 2-hour guy.
2 hour chump.
2 hour. Let's have a laugh. Let's look at this scientifically, or we can look at it from a ridiculous point of spinning outer space, millions of miles, trillions of billions. Yeah, which one you want to go with, man? It's all ridiculous to me, man. At this point.
Oh yeah. Well, your choices for the live stream are flat Earth exposition, which the majority of flat earthers don't do because they're just waiting around to engage with the glober rather than actually fill the airtime with positive exposition in the positive case about flat Earth. For some reason, I don't know why, they're just sitting in here waiting for a glober rather than being proactive with the airtime. And then we could have confrontations, right, which is one thing, or that we could have demonstrating how wrong they are, or we could have like a back and forth debate. There's all kinds of different tempos that the conversation takes, right?
Right. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, it's tempos, man. Tempos are very important, especially in music, man. It's really important. But just same in conversation, it's just as important.
3/5 tempo is very good.
3/5, yeah, we like it. It's good blues tempo.
Yep, that's why I like.
So, for example, like if he has a positive case to present for the curvature of the Earth in the first instance, I'd be happy to listen to it.
Oh, me too. I'd be the first one. I'm all ears.
So instead of doing that, bro, so here's what he wrote, audience. They're in your skin. They are real. The worms are burrowing in your skin. The worms are hatching.
No.
So that's his evidence that the Earth is curved. What is going on here, audience?
What,
like the guy's listening, like you Globers listening, like this guy's in here representing you guys.
He ain't representing me, bro. I don't know about you guys, but that's
So when the worms are burrowing in my skin, in order to arrive at their destination and make sure they get there correctly, do they have to account for the curve of the Earth?
Right. Yes, they do. I mean, it's microscopic, but they got to account for it. Yeah.
Dude, I seen this crazy new bridge. Crazy new bridge they're building out in somewhere in Asia. I think it's like hundreds and hundreds of meters off the ground.
He wants to ask you a question.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see the Globers make up their excuses for how that bridge was allegedly accounted for the curve of the Earth. It's going to be hilarious.
Is this bigger than the Chinese bridge? It's like 110 miles. Bigger than that one? What bridge is this, bro? Tell us about the bridge. I love bridges.
It's called, dude. It's so there's a Grand Canyon Gorge somewhere in Asia, but it's some kind of Asian named Grand Canyon Gorge Bridge.
Okay.
Like the Shuazhong Grand Canyon Gorge Bridge, something like that.
All right. Go on about the bridge, man. What about it? You got some dimensions?
Hold on, I'll look for the. I just seen it the other day. I'll look for it.
All right, take your time. I hadn't heard about it. Anybody else hear about this bridge? No. All right.
One, the 110 miles.
Well, no, that's the Chinese one.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
Been around forever, man. I got pictures on my phone with that bad boy. That thing looks flat and stationary. Last I checked, but
Which bridge he's talking about?
110 miles is flat.
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
Anyway, at 100 miles, man, we got like close to 7,000 feet of curvature.
That's nothing. Refraction will bring it up. It's flat.
Yeah, it's refraction and.
And when I asked him how you calculate it and what is the equation, I don't have it, but it must be there.
Yeah, it must be there, man. I'm a sailor. I look at the stars. I can navigate. Sun, moon. Yeah, I love those things. There it is. There, that's it. China Bridge, man. Look at that bad boy. 110 flat all the way across. Oh shit! Did you guys see the latest fucking?
Oh man, I was right. I found a clip about it. I was right. It's called the Haihuang Grand Canyon Bridge.
There it is. All right, let me check it out. I'll be back.
Now they're going to tell us, oh, it's curving, though. It's not a straight 110 miles.
Oh man, the bridge shut everybody up.
Did anybody see the Simon Dan experiment he's trying to pull off?
Nope.
Oh no, tell us.
I'll try to find the link, but it was just basically like Aristotle, but he wants everybody to measure the.
Roboting. And oh, Dan, because I was really looking forward to hearing all about Simon Dan pulling things off.
Was he roboting or it was me?
Hey, Kingsley, go ahead and drop out. Rejoin.
Watched his cringy interview with Jaren. How fucked up was that? I swear Jaren is really struggling being a Glober.
You think? You think so? Really? That's interesting. AI, interesting bridge video. Wow. It didn't really. It's not as interesting as the one there.
Yeah.
Dangyong, whatever it is.
So what's interesting about that bridge that I noticed is like I feel like if the bridge is that tall, then the barriers on the side should be a little taller. Like, didn't it seem to like go back and look at? Doesn't it seem like the barriers are a little
The
low?
barriers look pretty beefy, man. I mean, I don't know.
Dude, it's not about beefy. They should be extra tall.
Because of the curve?
No, just because it's like, a height ratio. It's like the higher the bridge is, the taller the barrier should be. That's my opinion.
They're pre-tension springback barriers.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, dude, listen, if I was them, I would make a toll booth and one exit in the middle of the bridge that has a ramp. For $1,000, you could hit the ramp.
Ah, shit, why not? Right? Hey, I don't know if I told you, man, but I've been doing some cabinet work and house rebuilding, whatever, and I've been working on this job for a few weeks, and this guy came up to me last Friday. He goes, "Hey, man, is the Earth flat?" I was like, "Oh, hell yeah, it is, 100%, without a doubt." I mean, airplanes fly flat. Sailors sail flat, just some basic stuff. But I couldn't believe this guy came up to me and said, "Dude, ask me if the Earth was flat." It was absolutely amazing experience. I hope you guys could get something like that. It was great. I've been working with the guy for a couple of weeks, and then he's just like, "Is the Earth flat?" I'm like, "Yeah, no spin, man. We don't feel the spin." He goes, "Yeah, I don't feel the spin either, bro. There's no spin, man. Where's the spin?" Anyway.
Did you have your Make Earth Flat Again cap on?
No, I had nothing. We're just working on cabinets and, carpentry work, table saw.
So you're like a chippy. You're a chippy. You're a cabinet maker. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no. I built pianos, so I know how to build a cabinet around a piano. Anyway, I got asked to do this job, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'll help you out." Yeah, fuck yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was just weird, man, to have somebody come up to you and go, "Hey, man, is the Earth flat?" Like, out of nowhere, out of fucking nowhere, he asked me if the Earth was flat. This guy's, family.
God talking to you, bro.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great experience.
Probably trying to educate you that the Earth is flat.
Right? Yeah, he was flat smacking my ass, man. I got flat smacked. Is what happened. But he just asked me if the Earth was flat. I thought that was threw me off quick. Of course it's flat, 100%. I don't. Flies flat, sails flat, water's, bend around the ball. Yeah, water's level. Dude, he's a carpenter. Him and I measure shit, make it square and level. So many fucking measurements, hundreds of measurements, dude, hundreds. Try to put these cabinets in there perfect, square. AI knows what I'm talking about because he does that kind of shit. Hundreds of measurements, man, to do a kitchen, to do it right. This is like a big gas kitchen. But yeah, you got to square all this shit up and measure and level it. And yeah. That's what these globies don't get, man. In my opinion, they're
these globe tards, dude.
Well, it just get basic building, blocks. They can't even handle that. Let's go. Square it up, level. Okay. How do I do that? I don't know. It's a globe. You can't square it up and level if it's a globe.
You can. You just get the hand plane out and you plane it to the curvature of the Earth, bro.
Yeah, that works every time in construction, engineering. Yeah.
How long does a kitchen bench have to be before it starts curving?
Kitchen
1
bench.
kilometer.
I don't know what a kitchen bitch is. Actually, I do know what a kitchen bitch is. This bitch, she stays in the kitchen. Did you say kitchen bitch or bench?
Bench.
Oh, okay, bench.
Like wench, but just with a B.
All right.
Be all you can be.
Be all you can be. America. America. Fuck yeah. America. Yeah, that's gonna work out.
Bury that motherfucker. Yeah, 1 kilometer, I'd say.
1 kilometer? No, it's longer than that.
So you reckon? Well, I mean, could you even make a straight edge that's 1 kilometer long? Like, how are you going to measure it?
It's fucking easy, can't you? Just get a string line.
Yeah, string line's not a fucking straight edge. Hey, and how are you going to pull it that tight? There's going to be
You get a laser level on a string line. You get a laser level on a string line.
Is this the C word Mongo? C word Mongo. Yep.
C word. What's that count?
Yeah, exactly. What's that? What's that, Mongo? C word. I'm gonna call him the C word Mongo, bro. Write that down. That's one word. C word Mongo.
Cunt Mongo. What's a Mongo?
Yeah. What's a Mongo? You got to check that out for yourself, man.
No, you use the words. You've got to know what the words mean. That you're saying.
I know what it means, but I'm not going to.
I don't.
I'm not going to. No.
Define. Don't speak to me then. Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
Shut your fucking mouth. You do nothing. You do nothing, you little weird rat.
C word Mongo, bro. C word Mongo.
I know when you push Mongo, it means like you don't push on your skateboard the right way. Like you push with your front foot. That's pushing Mongo. That's weird.
Sea World, like the one, like they have like orcas and
California,
stuff.
San Diego. Yeah, I know. I've been to Sea World, but C word, like a C word Mongo. C word Mongo. Yeah. CB knows what I'm talking about.
I only just came in here. So what are you talking about? What's that in reference to?
Our friend in Australia, he's been using the C word like it's like how you doing, what's up.
Yeah, well, no, it doesn't mean what's up. It's like talking about like cunt can be a good word, it can be a bad word, but like these cunts, those cunts, every cunt,
right?
This dumb cunt here.
I get it, man. I would love to use it all the time.
It just means person, basically, but it can be have a negative or a positive context.
Exactly.
Or connotation. So yeah.
Guess what? That works with Mongo too, as well. So I use the word Mongo. You guys use the word cunt. And I don't think there's a difference, really.
I've never heard that word be used to describe it. Like mango. That's where I've heard it before. Mongo. It's like a fruit. It's a fruit.
Check it out, man. They're called mongoloids, bro. Mongoloid.
Oh, there we go. Like a blackie. Like a coon.
Mongo.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Mongoloid just means you're retarded.
Yeah, exactly. But what does that mean when you're a cunt? What does that mean? You're retarded? You're just a cunt.
Well, if someone's being a cunt, they're being like a bother. They're being like a fuck around, So this cunt here.
What
shut
about
up.
The Mongos? Don't the Mongos fuck around too? They don't? I'm curious.
No, I mean they are a fuck around. Like they're too much effort. This cunt here,
All right, cool. Move it on.
Yeah, move it on. Talk about the flat Earth, please, mate. It's not speculation Sunday, mate.
Because a cunt is like it's like a hole in a boat.
Meet Sylvester. My dad.
Oh, you got muted.
Yeah. Well,
so how would you measure this 1 kilometer kitchen bench?
I told you it's laser level and a string line. Oh, you measure the length of it?
Like to measure it, see how flat it is.
So you want to level it? Yeah, a laser level can't.
Well, have you ever done like the water, like using like a bit of clear garden hose with water in it? Have you ever done leveling like that?
Nah, I work in building and construction, bro. We don't use water to measure things.
Yeah, no. Even in building construction, it can be it can actually be a really good way of getting the same level. So what you'll do, right, is you put a bit of water in a garden hose, or like a bit of clear hose, and you hold it up and you'll be like, okay, my water level is at the right height, right? So like what you're trying to set to level. The other person that's got up the other end of the hose, because the water's going the whole way through it, right? And then they'll hold up their end of the hose, and then they'll try and get it so the water level's sitting where it's got to be, and then they're both level. Even with all the fucking spaghetti hose between the two, like they'll be sitting at the same level.
Yeah, but that's a lot of work. I'm looking at this company who has a laser level, and it reckons it can a plus range of 1 kilometer, so it can go further than a kilometer.
Is it accurate though? Because you got to shine that light through. No, it's not, because you got to shine it through air. It'll say accurate to a certain distance. What's the rating on it? What's it rated?
It says 1 kilometer plus.
Really? Okay.
The new, bro. It's better than getting a fucking hose of water in it, cunt. What do you want about?
No, bit of hose with some water in it. Nothing will beat it.
Is that what road tech do when they make like highways?
What are you gonna do? You're gonna use a fucking spirit level or something?
No, you get a laser level.
Oh, the thing's gonna be wavy, mate. It's not gonna be accurate at all.
Or if you just get a grader, you can just level it with the grader. It has like a set-in fucking thing.
There you go.
Who's just kind of keeps leaving and joining? Can he like get banned or something?
So now, what's the point? What are we talking about here? I'm a bit disappointed.
I keeps leaving and joining.
No, I came in here and I expected a conversation, but there was a kitchen bench was brought up, and we haven't really moved past that, have we?
What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about myself. I'm the best.
That's a speculation. It's not speculation Sundays, mate.
I'm better than you are. I'm bigger and better than you are. No, it's a fact.
If you would like to refrain on that statement and bring it up on Speculation Sunday, you'd be much welcome to.
It's Monday.
Yeah, so you're going to have to wait like a week.
6 days.
Yes.
A week is 7 days.
It depends what you believe in, I guess.
No, it doesn't. Sunday everywhere.
Yeah, it does. I don't agree with this.
Monday everywhere. I'm sorry. Yeah.
7 day weeks is like new bullshit. It's not real.
That's correct. You got to wait 6 days, and on the 7th day, you've arrived.
No.
Exactly, cut.
After 6 days.
If you wait 7 days, right? Means you're going to wait for the 8th day.
No, because you go 7 days, then it's going to be like it'll be Monday again, and then you have to wait another 6 days.
But it's not days; it's night time right now. So you're actually wrong.
Huh?
It's night time, bro.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
So it's 6 days, bro.
5.5 days. Then is that better?
Yeah, I'll let it slide. Where's this Flat Earth channel? Here it
Ding!
That sounds like a tuning fork. What is that tuned to?
Your mum's.
Ding!
Is it like an E?
Yeah, it's an E.
Ding!
It's like an E flat.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
Hey, could you tell us what note that is?
Guy.
Ding!
He's like a noise bot, and he's like trying to be a bad faith actor. Can somebody mute him, please?
Ding!
I'm gonna report you.
Ding!
I'm muting you.
Ding!
Right.
Please, some mod fucking take care of this fucking
Yo,
ding.
what the fuck is that?
Would be so great if somebody could take care of the fucking ding. Bull.
Yeah. Fucking Italian. All right. So, lads, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Lack of curvature. Chat somebody and let them know.
Oh, he's not here. He left.
Chat, I'm going to bed, but if there was curvature, then we would be globe earthers or whatever, curvature earthers, but the lack of curvature means there's only one other option.
So it's like a billiard table.
It's measured flat.
Yeah, that's probably a good reason too.
I'd like to correct you on that. It's not flat.
Okay, well, a lot of people don't know what we mean when we say flat. So, unless you thought I meant smooth, like you don't actually think we're smooth earthers or some shit, do you?
There are hills and valleys.
And there we go. Do you realize we're flat earthers because of the way the earth is, which has hills? I've been literally looking at a mountain right now. So do you think we just deny reality as it presents itself?
Maybe. I mean,
also, no, I'm going to just let you know, please understand this forever, that flat earthers are the way they are because of the way the earth is, which has hills and valleys and mountains. But I would remind you, the ocean doesn't have those.
Well, no, it does. There are things called waves, and swell.
God, is that a hill?
Waves and swell is not flat.
How do you measure hills and valleys?
I don't know. These guys are retarded, bro.
How do you measure hills and valleys?
By their height, or like altitude, I guess.
Yes. From where?
Elevation.
From where?
Sea level.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the flat earth.
Yeah. Well, there's waves, bro. That's not curvature of Earth.
If sea level is the hill, then how do you measure the hill of water?
Yeah, like they call it swell. It'll be like swell up to a certain amount in your weather forecasts.
Okay, the swell is 20 feet from where?
From the average.
Yes.
Sea level.
Average, the zero, which is the main sea level, right?
Sure.
Okay, then. Why you are arguing about?
I'm not arguing anything.
Yes,
I'm simply asking questions, and you're finding it a little bit difficult to answer them.
We answered. You didn't comprehend. That's the problem. That you are measuring everything. You are measuring everything from the zero.
Mm-hmm.
The mean sea level.
Yes, the mean sea level, correct.
Yes. Welcome. So what is the problem? You measure the altitude or depth from the mean sea level, right?
There is no problem.
So, okay then. Welcome to Flat Earth. What they are talking about.
You welcome. This is like the third time you've welcomed me. I was here before you were.
The snacks are in the back.
No,
DJ's taking requests. Bathrooms on the left.
He's a true earther, I think.
Oh God.
Even the true earther, he has to measure the mean sea level. They cannot escape that.
All right, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. No, you're a globe skeptic, aren't you?
I don't define myself as any of these things.
So, what do you see at the reality as?
Wait a sec. Are you skeptical of the globe?
What do you mean by that? I don't understand the question.
Are you skeptical of the Earth? Are you skeptical of the claims that the Earth is a globe?
The Earth is not a globe.
You are? Was that a yes?
I suppose. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. There you go.
Bro thinks flat Earth means smooth Earth. That's crazy, dude.
No, I didn't say that.
There's bumps and hills and waves.
Yes.
Yeah.
I said the Earth is not flat because of that.
So, do you think that we're talking about a smooth Earth?
Well, you're the one that said it. You said the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
without evidence.
You think that means something other than what it means.
It's measured flat. There is a difference.
Hey, you're the one calling yourself a flat earther. I'm not the idiot here.
Hello.
It's different.
You think flat Earth means smooth Earth? That's your problem.
I didn't say that.
You're
strawmanning me again.
You don't realize what you're saying. Well, when you say but there's bumps.
No. I asked you. No.
Flat would mean something other than the Earth.
No. You told me that the Earth is flat, right? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But when you say but there's bumps though, that means you have an idea that flat Earth is something like smooth.
Don't know what. Hey, ask me what I think. Don't tell me what I think.
You've told us already. This is live recorded, bro.
No, I didn't. Go back and listen to it.
Okay, I'll say it again. You said there's hills, valleys, and waves.
That's correct. Yes, there are.
Would that be bumps?
Therefore, the Earth is not flat. Right?
Okay,
you're wrong. You are wrong, sir.
What would flat mean then? Smooth?
You told me the Earth is flat. Right? I'm not defending that position. You are. You disregarded the fact that there are hills, valleys, and waves.
No, I didn't. Hold on. I didn't disregard that. In fact, I said that.
You said as much. I know you.
You're speaking in the middle of my sentence.
Do you think the Earth is flat? Like a billiard table.
Yeah. I'll give you a chance to speak, bro. Hold on, quiet, bro. Yeah, pretty much.
Can I tell him the Earth is flat?
He's not listening though.
I know. I know he comes from Beftard, but the Earth is measured.
I was a moderator on Flat Earth.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
No,
I absolutely was.
Weren't. No,
my!
I know more about this subject than all of you combined.
No, you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't.
Okay. So, what do you rebuttal about the Earth is measured flat?
The Earth does measure mostly flat. It depends, right? A lot of people are going to take.
That means you were never.
Okay. Let me. I will steel man the opposing argument, right? Like a lot of people will be like, okay, why can't I see Japan from the west coast of America, right? It's ridiculous to say that, but people will say that, right?
Why are you gay?
Yeah. What is your rebuttal against the Earth is measured flat?
I would agree, but there are caveats to that.
Not really.
Why you have to put caveats on it?
Well, if the Earth measures flat, why can't I see Japan from the west coast of America?
You said that was a ridiculous thing to say.
I know, it is a ridiculous thing to say, and I'm saying it.
Are you high right now?
So, why you are going to say
yes.
Ridiculous?
Yeah, I can tell.
I mean, damn, I am drinking the wine, you get things wrong. Fuck. That's
crazy. What's wrong with these people, bro?
So, you wanted to have a conversation, right? And so you're sitting here trying to tell me that I'm stupid, right?
Yeah,
for asking questions.
Who said
you what I think? When
I'm not for asking questions. You're saying dumb shit like there's hills.
There are hills.
Yeah, no shit. We know that. Yeah, no, duh. Bro, we live in reality. Flat earthers are not the type of people to go in reality and say, well, I know it looks this way, but we believe something different. That's never happened, not once. That's what globetards do. They say, well, I know it seems flat, but it's really something else. We don't do that. I literally look at I'm looking at a mountain right now. I go to the beach like 20 times a month. You don't think I see waves?
What about these photos from the ISS that shows a curved Earth? What about that? Checkmate, buddy.
This guy's retarded, chat.
So now you are saying completely different story. Before you said that when we said the Earth is measured flat, you agreed with it. Now you are bringing.
It does measure flat.
What are you smoking right now?
It must be a good thing.
I want
you're off that retard pack right now, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm sober, but I want to know what are the latest arguments or disagreements in Flat Earth? I want you to tell me.
Well, I think we just need to get down to what you said. We're going to tie you down to the things you've already said. We don't need to just run away from the fact that you said there's hills and waves.
That your conversation is boring. That's why I turned it into ridiculousness.
Well, there he goes. He admits it in the chat.
I'm more intelligent than you are. Bring me something that I actually have to think about.
You're a retard.
Okay, the Earth is measured flat. What do you want? How can you rebut that?
Well, give me some reasons why it might not be. All right, and we'll think it through.
What is it?
If you're just going to sit here in an echo chamber, you're not going to gain anything. Trust me, you got to use your brain. You got to think.
You are here.
It's by definition not an echo chamber. We're in enemy territory. We're not even on our home server. Nice try, though.
But you came here and you are telling us that we are in an echo chamber?
Well, you came at me telling me I'm stupid.
Yeah, thanks.
Right? Who said you are stupid, man? Nobody used that word except you.
Yeah, true.
I mean, you are telling yourself that you are stupid. We didn't tell you that.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you some questions. So
no. Wait. What is your problem with the?
I'm going to ask some questions. So
no, you're not.
What is? Man, what is your problem with the Earth measured flat? I don't understand that. It's crazy. I mean, you have to be more malleable than that.
We'll be asking the questions, and you'll do what you're told.
I mean, we know that there is valleys and mountains and depth of the ocean, but all of them is measured from the mean sea level, and we agreed on that. You said yes before.
He stuck his fingers in his ears, Migo.
I know what he's doing, but I'm trying to help him to come up with his. Hopefully. I mean, when we dive, we measure our depth from the sea level. I went 20 meters under sea level, or I went 60 meters under sea level, or I went 100 meters under sea level. And when we're climbing up, we measure our altitude with the mean sea level. I went 100 meters above sea level. I went 20 meters above sea level. It's all about the sea level, which is everywhere. And this is how he runs. Oh, he came back. This is what they think, that only elevation means sea level. Even
can you say that again? Can you say 1 meter above sea level, but this time go 2 meters above sea level?
You know that a lot of them only elevation means above sea level. Even when you're diving under water, you measure that sea level as your level, and you're saying, I am 10 meters under sea level, I am 20 meters under sea level, I am 60 meters under sea level. The sea level is not only altitude, it's depth as well. So everything is measured above or below sea level. And these guys, they think when we say sea level, it means only above sea level. No. Even when you're diving underwater, you are under the sea level.
Chat.
He's going to bring again the mountains and valleys. Tides as well, of course. It's another thing. Come on, man. Say something.
You want to talk to him?
I mean, yeah, I do. I don't mind.
All right. Got it. Go ahead and say some dumb shit.
So, creation. I want you to tell me what I can do.
Migo wants to talk to your dumbass.
If you're going to speak like that to me, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, good.
You're disrespectful ass.
Yeah, facts. We're toxic. Oh, I was gonna sit here and say I'm smarter than everyone in the panel. Oh wait, but you're being mean.
So the whole point was that he was going to talk to me. The first question he said, "Creation Bear."
Come on, bro. I just roasted Mika Wigo on his accent, and he's a good sport. He didn't say, "I'll leave it."
Yes.
That was crazy, innit? Like, Creation Bear asked me if I want to talk to him. And I said, yes, I talked to him. And as soon as he unmuted him, he said, Creation Bear, I want to ask you a question. Oh my God.
I was going to say something about that too, Migo. I was going to say the same thing. Like, bro, Migo wants to talk to you, not me. The fuck? What was that? Hey, but there's hills. Yeah, but there's waves. Yeah, I think it measures flat. I'm a mod. I'm smarter than everybody. I'm making this into chaos on purpose. Why would we talk to you, bro? You're confused.
I want to see his "I was a mod on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord" T-shirt.
I mean, is that true, chat? I think old dude knows who he is.
He might have been ranked, but I don't think he was like mod level. I might be wrong.
The EPA. I don't even know how you say that. I don't know. I low-key recognize that name, but I don't fucking know who that is.
The fun thing is about tides. You know, like people, they say, oh, tides is related to the moon. If it's related to the moon, it has to be 24-hour circle, right? I've been on islands in Thailand that every 6 hours you have high tide and 6 hours low tide. What the fuck is happening? The moon is not like coming every 6 hours and going, you know. I don't understand. There was this place in Koh Chang, even I can tell you exactly where it was. You cannot cross it, for example, you know, at certain times because the tide is too high. And then you can cross to the other side when the tide is low, which was like 6 hours. I mean, 6 hours coming, 6 hours going out is like 12 hours, right? So you have to find the middle time that you can cross every time. But nothing to do with the moon. I mean, I don't know why people think that the moon has to do anything with tide.
Hey Migo, you were talking about sea level and going beneath and then going above, and I like, for some reason I kind of like envisioned like it'd be cool to set up because there's some instruments that we have where you shoot a laser and then you have like a card and then so once it hits the card, it bounces back, and then you lock it right there because you know that you hit your target with the laser. And I was thinking like that'd be really cool to put like kind of like create like put it on a drone and like the card, and then go up to like the height of like a really tall mountain or something, and but like be like maybe I don't know like 500 yards or something away from it or something, and just to see like what it marks as the elevation of the drone, and then also like if it lines up with the calculations. I was thinking that'd be pretty interesting to see or to like measure.
You know, when I dive, usually I have my computer in my hand. But before I used to have my computer, I used to have a pressure gauge. So it will tell me how deep I am going under the water. So if I'm going down 10 meters under the water, it will tell me that you are under water 10 meters, right? Which is 30 feet. Let's say. I'm rounding it up, not exactly by millimeters or by inches. And what I'm referring at when I'm saying you're going up or down, so when you take your measurements under the water, you're taking from the mean sea level. So I'm going 60 meters, which is times 380 feet down under the water. It's taking from the mean sea level. And if I'm climbing altitude, my computer will tell me that, okay, you are 300 meters up, which is times 3, 900 feet up. And now I'm going to dive in a lake, and then I have to do different calculations because I'm above sea level and the pressure is completely different. My safety stop will be different. In a diving, I'm calling in a diving scenario. So everything is related on the mean sea level at the end. So the mean sea level is the zero. Everything you go up is altitude, everything you go down is depth from the mean sea level. So everything is calculated upon the mean sea level, which is the flat everywhere. Doesn't matter if I'm in Thailand diving, if I am in South Africa diving, if I'm in Hawaii diving, if I am in Maldives diving, doesn't matter. The computer will calculate everything from the mean sea level, which is one level. It doesn't matter where. Which is the horizontal plane of reference.
I made a like a little image of it. I'll posted it so that I could explain what I mean. It'd be interesting to do it this way, but then also like maybe possible to like add put like a string attached to the drone. Also, you could physically measure its height, like by whatever. Once it hits that target, you just like, you could cut the bottom of it. Yeah, but that way you can measure the string too.
Is your drone has a pressure gauge on it? He's telling you how high is going up, or you are
quite a lot of the drones they do tell you the elevation. Like I have a drone that gives you the elevation when you go up. because you're supposed to be mindful of how high you go, because legally you can't go a certain height. But it does have the sensor, if you will, that will, or the gauge or whatever.
Yeah, the pressure gauge.
Yeah, and but that's why I'm saying, like, it would be cool though to like attach like a string to it though. That way you could like physically measure it, because that's also that's not pinpoint exact.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah. So it can give you like in the ballpark, like if you're like, if you're 100 feet up, doesn't necessarily mean you're exactly at 100 feet, but
exactly. You know why they do that? Because the pressure gauge, usually the computers, the computer that you have on hand when you're diving, usually they have the pressure gauge at the safest level. So they will show you the safest level. For example, even if you are, for example, 100 feet, they might show you 110 or 120 feet, because they want you to put in a safest situation that you are, because they don't want you to go over limit and then you explode your because when you dive under the water under the pressure, the molecules in your body, especially the oxygen and hydrogen, they will get very, very small, and they will be attracted in your body. That's why when you dive, you cannot go straight up very quickly. You have to do safety stops. So it's the same. That's what they calculate the safest for you to do these safety levels. And like, for example, even if they tell you go 60 meters deep, and then you're coming up, you have to do 5 minutes on the 10 meters, and then you do another 15 meters on the 5 meters altitude depth, but they are calculating already the safest calculation in the computer. I'm talking about the diving computers, how they work, right? They want you to give you the safest possibility for your dives. So maybe that's why they are not 100% correct, but they give you the 100% safety. Because
I figured it's just because they can't. It's not just not a system that's 100%, which is probably why they have like for a plane, like they have it like within so many feet, like it will alert the plane, because your instrument might be telling you like you're at this, but then theirs might be telling them something different, but you guys can be on like a collision course. So it makes sense why they're like, all right, like we got this instrument, these tools, but like keep a safe distance, because they might not be like exactly to what they're saying they are. Because if you think about it, if it's based upon pressure, like what if you're flying through like a system to where the pressure's dropped or elevated? Like I always wondered that. Does that like give a false reading of elevation then? Because the pressure system that you're flying through, if you are flying through one, like I always wonder about that. I imagine so, because that's why they have to like adjust and shit.
You see, underwater is like usually equal pressure. When you're diving, it's like when I'm 20 meters under the water, which is 60 feet under the water. That's what we calculate, right? To make it round. And that's what they calculate. They say, okay, you are 60 feet under the water. This is the pressure above you. And this is what's happening inside you.
Well, does the ocean... Well, hold on just real quick. I don't know this answer. That's why I'm asking it. Does the ocean I've never looked into it. Does the ocean exhibit low and high pressures beneath the surface as well, the same as like the air does above it? Because
No.
I wonder if you could, like, if you were to take like a cord, or like if you're attached to like a string, or you're like a lifeline or whatever, and you just started diving, I wonder if that, you can tell by the rope, like if it's marked at a distance. I wonder if they'll give you the same measurement as your instruments that you're wearing on your wrist or whatever, of telling you like, okay, this is my depth. I wonder if that cord will be the same, like measured depth, if it's like accurate, like to the T, like that. That's what I'm trying to get at. I just wonder if they're how precise they are.
I never did with the cord. I always did with the tank. But I have a friend that he does that. I can ask him.
Yeah. Ask him, like maybe like you know how there's some like venture, like little things that you could like hire and to go like in a shark cage, and they lower you in a cage. Obviously they know how far down you are because the cord that they're letting that cage like hang on as it goes down. I just wonder if your instrument will be the same as what they're saying is how far you're down. You know what I mean? I wonder that.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you're saying. I know a friend that he does that. He's a commercial diver. So I'm not a commercial diver. I'm just like I'm a dive master, and I dive with my tank. And but I know that when I'm diving in the altitude, I have to count for the altitude because when I'm above the sea level, it's completely different when I'm on a sea level.
Yeah. So next time you dive, just tie like a 60-foot, like cable to you, and you'll know, like, okay, it's completely, when it's at this depth, it's exactly like 60 feet, and then just check your instrument, like, does it say the same thing? And I think maybe you're right. There might be like some safety involved, so like maybe it'll show less or more, maybe, because it doesn't want you to go into a depth to where you're like too deep. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That'd be interesting.
Usually that's how they calculate the computers. They calculate always your safety more than the thing. But actually, I have a friend that he is diving in Australia, and he's doing his commercial diving, and I can ask him that.
Yeah, that'd be a cool answer to get.
Because he did even diving with cord, like as you say, and I can ask him that.
Yeah.
And he's my instructor, so I can ask him that. I never thought of.
That'd be cool to find out if it matches up. If you could like trust your instrument. I wonder if that's maybe even how they even like check them. If they're like, okay, let's drop a weight with the line, and we'll put the instrument on the weight, and we'll see what the reading gets, and we'll see if it matches the cord that it's attached to. That'd be interesting.
Because I always dived from the sea level, or even if you went with a boat, it was on the sea level,
Yeah.
But
I guess that same principle. You could do it. You could put a rope to a drone, and just go up. Yeah, you could do the same thing that way too.
We did diving in upper elevations, like we cleaned. There was a dam, and there was a lot of rubbish in the dam, and we cleaned that dam, which was a higher level from the sea level. But I never dived with a cord, so I don't know. But my friend, he did. I mean, my instructor, he did, and I can ask him about that. That's a good question. And actually, the way I made him to think about the flat Earth, it was about diving, right? And because that's the language he understands, and he was always laughing when I was telling him that the Earth is level, it's flat, and he was saying, well, it cannot happen, and blah, blah, blah. And when I asked him about pressure, gas pressure with that container and things like that, so he understood that. So I can ask him maybe what was his depth when he was going under with a cord collecting sea cucumbers. That's what he was doing back then.
There was an under sea tunnel built from somewhere off of the in within Europe, I think through the Mediterranean or something like that. And the whole video, the construction of it, like first they built these level, flat, horizontal like sections made of concrete and steel and everything else like that they were going to make the tunnel out of. They built them in sections above land, and then they dropped them into the water, and then they set them on the ground. That was, that they trenched out and dug out to make sure it's all level, because these things had to line up like really, in a position of horizontal to one another. And I think that debunks the curved earth too, because I mean, you're having an elevation of them from sea level, like you're saying, but then they're also on the ground on the bottom, and they have to be horizontal until they're built to where they start curving up and coming up back to the surface along. But that's like, it's like a miles long undersea tunnel though, for traffic. I forgot the name of it, but I was watching the whole video. It was pretty interesting, but that makes me think about it too. Like, yeah, these guys fucking they understood what fucking level was from the surface of the water, and that was treated as a perfectly flat fucking position. They weren't accounting for curvature and shit like that. But
Yeah,
I don't know why Globers don't get it. They're just stupid.
I got my dive master in 2002, and I never back then I was Glober, and I never thought about flat Earth, but we were calculating everything on a sea level, but I didn't know back then, and we were diving and everything was calculated under the sea level. Doesn't matter how deep we went, how far we went from the shore, or how up we went from the sea level, and we dove in lakes or in that dam or in the other places. It was always calculated from the sea level, but never thought about the flat Earth. Because that was something that you don't calculate, I mean the flat Earth, it was not even there,
Yeah, I guess too. Another good example is that Panama, that channel, like how when they show the boats going and then they raise it and then they go in the water and they raise it and they go like the way they it's all fucking horizontal. It's all level. It's up and over and that's it. Like that's the rise over run type shit.
I had a Glober was saying that, oh yeah, if it was like that, why the Panama channel was going up and then going down? Yeah, it's going up because it was going through above the Earth, because the Earth was above the level of the sea level, and they go up from the sea level and they put you down again on the sea level. It's
exactly. Yeah, Political Viking, he just posted it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, that's like, how does a fucking Glober, they're idiots, dude. If they can't grasp this, like, they're just fucking morons, dude.
Your mother's a moron.
What was that?
I mean,
nothing.
Exactly. I mean, this is a perfect illustration of what's happening.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, most of them, they don't want to see these things. They are like happy where they are.
Yeah, matter of fact, there's a video of that. That's like the meme, like the graphic of it, but there's an actual video. I used to have it. It's pretty dope though, how it shows it going up and over. It's like a camera on the actual ship or the vessel or cargo ship, whatever that's going through it. Let me try to find it.
You know, in the Mediterranean Sea, we have the Suez Canal, right? That Suez Canal that goes from the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. And at the moment, in Lebanon, where I was born, we have so many of the fish that they came from the Red Sea that we didn't have before, like the lionfish, the pufferfish, and other kind of marine life that they came to the Mediterranean from that place. I mean, they didn't climb up. And you look at the Nile River, it's going from the south of Ethiopia and all the way up to the Mediterranean. I mean, they're going around the globe above, like, I mean, they're climbing up to come to the Mediterranean Sea in the globe, in the globe
paradigm.
The globe model.
Globe model, but they are not. It doesn't make sense. The water is always been flat. It's, I don't know. I mean that was my awakening when I saw it. But I mean, when I heard the first time the water is flat, and I was like, oh my God, how I didn't see all these things? I mean, all my time of diving, all my time of being around the water, the sea level, and I could see the sea. It was like flat as a fucking. We call it the marble sea. Like, how is the marble laid? The flat. And the sea, it used to be like that. Like the Mediterranean Sea is not a big one. Yeah. And because we didn't think about that, we were like not thinking about flat water, flat earth. Yeah, everything is there. It's whatever it is. Yeah, you just go on with your life. How I'm gonna make the money to pay the rent? How I'm gonna make the money? So you don't think about these things. But once you see it, and you wake up and you see it, you cannot deny it. It's the reality. But yeah, the thing that you said, I'm going to ask my friend that he was diving with his cord underwater collecting sea cucumbers in Australia.
It's alright, you're one of us now, bro. You've escaped the globe tubs. It's good, lad.
What did you say?
You're one of us now, lad. It's alright, like you've escaped the globe tard ocean, lad. It's good, lad.
No, you see, my friend, he dived with a cord, and Apocryphon was asking me that if it makes the same calculations. So it's not the same when you're diving with your tank on your back, or you're diving with the umbilical cord. That's what we usually call it. Yeah. So you have a cord that is taking you down.
Here's one. This is pretty cool.
Is it?
I posted the video. It's pretty cool.
How cool is it?
Cooler than a polar bear's toenails.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, if you still think water is curving at that point, then there's no help. It's very clear.
By the way, this is the one you put up, Apocryphon. It's a very, very simple and very useful method to move ships around.
Here's even a cooler one. Let me post this one.
Ships around, bro.
Here's one like even better. It's showing you like the front view. Watch. That one's cool. Like that's it looks so like, dude, it looks so beautifully flat. Like it's like you're going over glass.
Yep. Even ships like going from Mediterranean to the Red Sea with the same thing. You know, the thing is like I dived in Mediterranean. I dived in the Red Sea. I dived in I dived in Thailand. They are all the same. It's like as long as you are on the sea level, there is no problem. Except when you go altitude and dive in lakes. That's when you start to have you have to do some calculations because the altitude is not the same. When you come out from the water, it will change the calculations. But as long as you are diving in a sea level, it's always the same. Doesn't matter where you dive. Hawaii, Thailand, Red Sea, Mediterranean, they are all the same as long as you are on sea level. The computer will never, even without the computer, I mean, you don't have to, even before I used to have a computer, I used to dive on a manual, right? We used to do manual charts. We used to write down, you know, how far we're gonna dive, how much we're gonna do safety stops and all these things. So we used to do on a sea level. Doesn't matter if I had a computer or not. It was always the same. Except when you go up to altitude and dive in altitude. Then things change because you have to do different safety stops, longer or shorter, depends of your depth, and because you're in altitude, you have less air pressure. So as long as you are on sea level, you have always 14.7 air pressure. It's the same calculation. Doesn't matter. Any sea, any ocean, anywhere you're diving, it's the same thing.
Oh, really? Who told you that?
That means I'm telling you that because that means the sea level, it's everywhere is the same one.
I disagree.
Okay, you have to show me you have to tell me something that I don't know.
Just the statement you made before, the sea level is not always the same everywhere. The tide changes, bro.
It's just trolling you.
Yeah, I know what he's doing. But it's okay. Okay, the tide is not the same, but the sea level is the same, right? The mean sea level is the same one.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if I am in Hawaii, I have 14.7% PCI. If I am in Thailand, I still have 14.7 PCI. If I'm Mediterranean Sea on the seashore, I still have 14.7 PCI. I am on the Red Sea, I still have 13.7 PCI. Doesn't matter if I'm diving in Sharm el-Sheikh or if I'm diving down in the Sudan. It's still the same Red Sea. I still have 14.7 PCI. So what's the problem?
PSI
is not changing because the calculations of the PCI is the same. But as soon as I go up 300 feet altitude or let's say 600 feet altitude, I have to change my pressure gauge and I have to change the calculation because I am not on the sea level. But doesn't matter wherever I am, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Red Sea, Mediterranean Sea, anywhere I am on the sea level is the same, doesn't change. I mean, imagine I'm a pirate and I have my boat and I am in London. I fill up my boat with goods that I'm going to take it to Australia. So I take my measurements, I am so much above sea level. So I go to Indian Ocean, I am on a different sea level.
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? Do you have any proof of that? Because my boat will act completely differently if I am in different pressure. I am on a different sea level, which there is not different sea level. They are all one. You can imagine that. You know, when you are on, for example, if you are diving in Florida, you went and from the sea level, you went from the shore and you dive and you come back. And then you come to California and you are on the same sea level, you are on the same pressure gauge, you still have 14.7 PCI on you. You're not changing your pressure at all, except when you're going up the altitude. If you are on the sea level, if you're going to dive from the shore, it's the same measurements, it's the same calculation you have to do. You don't have to change anything. It's the same equipment I take from the Mediterranean Sea to the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. If I am on the sea level, I'm walking from the shore and diving, I don't have to do any different calculations. It's the same ones I have to do. I am going 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, or 60 meters under the water. I have to do the same calculation that I was doing in the Mediterranean Sea, Atlantic Ocean, or in the Red Sea, or in the Thai Sea, or wherever I was. As long as they were sea level, I don't have to do any different calculations. Take a deep breath. Are you okay?
You're hot micing, bro. Yeah, no, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Do you ever get the bends? Have you ever got the bends before, bro? When you were diving, have you ever got the bends?
No, that's really rare now. The people's dive tables and the way the gases are mixed to get the bends or decompression sickness, you really have to. It's got to be an emergency. Generally, it's after there's some sort of dive emergency, and you had to do an emergency ascend and bust your dive table. That's when you're like, rather than drowned or something like that, you get decompression sickness.
I got a question about that, right? So I've scuba dived before, but not very deep, right? I've only done it once before, but I used to free dive and like spear fish. And I used to like free dive like up to like 15 meters, bro, almost 20 meters. How come when you free dive, if you swim up as fast as you can, like you don't get it, but if you're scuba diving and you swim as fast as you can, you get it?
Yes, because when your breath, you take it, it's above, it's on the sea level, and then you dive down. Okay, when you dive down 25 meters or 30 meters or even more, if you have capable to do that, the air which is in your lungs is the same as you took it on the top of the water, so will not change. Doesn't matter how far you go. But imagine you go down and take on a 10 meter, from 10 meter to the zero, it will double up. Imagine you go down at 10 meter and breathe in and keep your breath in, and you go up, that amount will double up, and it will rupture your lungs. You can.
If you wanted to, if that's the case, if you wanted to, say like emergency situation, say you go down 20 meters, right? You take a big breath in, and on your way up, wait, and then you let it all out, and then swim up as fast as you can. Then what happens?
Okay, let me explain it better for you. He did an okay job, but he missed a few key points. when you have a compressed gas cylinder, when you scuba dive, that is done at sea level. And as you dive down, the air inside the cylinder compresses. But your lungs don't compress. Your lungs still inflate the same level. So you're on-gassing more nitrogen than you would at surface level. Normally that's not a problem, because as you surface, you're off-gassing nitrogen just as fast, unless you surface too quickly and you never got a chance to off-gas all that nitrogen. Then when you get back to the surface, the nitrogen comes out of solution, literally boils out of your blood, and gets stuck in capillaries. It gets stuck like in nerves, and it's very painful, which is why they call it the bends. It bends you over. It's bubbles of nitrogen are pushing on nerves, and it's extremely painful and can be fatal, which is why they have to put you in a decompression chamber to increase the pressure, so then the nitrogen goes back into solution and give you time to off gas that nitrogen.
Okay, that's what's off gassing? For all the dumbasses, what do you mean by off gassing?
That's why when you are going up with your tank in emergency situations, you have to keep always your mouth open and you say ah. So your the gas that expands in your lungs, it goes out from your mouth and not rip your lungs and kill you. That's why in an emergency, when you're diving with a tank, it's completely different from when you are diving with just free diving, which is you exhale the air on the surface of the water and you dive. It's completely different. It's nothing to do with diving with a tank. When you're diving with a tank, it's completely different. When you are in the bottom of the water and you exhale, for example, half a liter of air in your lungs, and you keep that lungs inside you and you're going up, that air will expand because of the pressure, and it will destroy your lungs. That's why you have to always keep your mouth open and you always say ah. You always keep out the air that is expanding out, otherwise you die. That's one of the first things that they teach.
Yeah, that's a different topic though. He's not talking about your lungs expanding.
Yes, but he's saying that when he's
I want to know what off-gassing means.
Yeah, off-gassing means as you breathe, the gas goes from your lungs into your blood vessels, into your arteries and stuff, into your circulatory system. It can only hold so much oxygen or whatever. And if you're over-oxygenated or over whatever, if there's too much inside, or the pressure can add more of a certain type of gas, like nitrogen. And under pressure, you can hold that in your bloodstream. If you're outside of pressure, then it can't be held into the bloodstream, and then it becomes out of solution. So the nitrogen that was in your blood turns back into gas. Thereby, you can't exhale it through your lungs, because the lungs transfers from liquid to a gas, and then you blow it out your mouth. If it's already in your bloodstream as a gas, it won't pass those the areoles, or what they're called. So
sorry, but
inside your circulatory system as a gas.
I think you're wrong in that. Usually the air that you are breathing, it's in your lungs. If you hold your breath in 20 meters and you're going up, that air will expand because the pressure in the 20 meter of water, it's smaller than on the top of the water. So when you're going up, the molecules of the oxygen and hydrogen and all the gases will expand in your lungs. So that's why they keep telling you that you don't have to keep your, when you're diving, you never keep your breath.
Yeah, different topic. Different topic completely. Nothing related to the bends. He was talking about the bends. He's not talking about your lungs expanding because of Boyle's law. Completely different thing. Totally different thing.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you are diving.
Not related to the bends whatsoever. Not related to the decompression sickness. You exhaling as you increase decrease depth, not related to the bends at all. Completely separate.
When do you have
separate topic.
When
sickness happens when you got too much nitrogen in your bloodstream.
When do you have decompression sickness?
When you've got too much nitrogen in your blood.
And when that happens?
When you've been underwater past your dive tables and you're not able to off gas or nitrogen.
No, that's wrong.
Yes, that's right.
No. When you are under 30 meters, that's what happens. Nothing to do with the it's where the
okay, dude, I just gotta put you on mute. You're not getting it. You're too dumb. I'm not sure what you're doing here. Okay, I'm not even sure you scuba dive at this point. This is scuba diving safety 101. They break down all these topics. Exhaling as you increase in altitude, the same reason why you deflate your BCE, because it will expand. And you don't want your lungs to expand beyond their capacity. Different topic than decompression sickness. Totally different topic. Totally different safety protocol. Besides, the guy, was he even here still? Was that Latz who was asking?
It was Migo.
No, who was asking about getting the bends and whatnot?
Probably because he was the only one talking.
Yes, it was Latz.
Okay. Yeah, seriously. I mean, if this guy was on my boat and he started talking about you would get rid of the bends by exhaling, you are not diving today, son. Show me your dive card. I'm going to keep it in my pocket until we get back to shore.
I think he was just stuck on trying to explain what he was trying to explain, but he didn't get that what you were saying is completely different. And I don't think he was listening to what you're trying to explain of what is, like, what causes the bends. Like, he was just talking about something else. So that was kind of weird.
Yeah, I've always wondered, like, what happens, like, because if we're breathing 70% nitrogen, like, what does the body do with that? Like, what the heck? What happens to it? I wondered that when they told us all about the composition of the air. It's like, well, why is it even there? What's the point of it? Like.
This is one thing that totally takes a dump on the globalist claim, because the same mixture is from here all the way up to like Mount Everest. There's just less stuff. In their worldview, the lighter gases would increase and the heavier gases would decrease. And that's how they would explain their pressure gradient. I hate when I can't find a meme. I got a good for what Viking posted when that evergreen got stuck. I hope it's been so long.
Skating on
it. Right when I stopped looking, there it is.
almost like he was explaining something that maybe can be a part of it. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounded like he had a real layman's version of scuba diving. It wasn't, maybe the language barrier wasn't articulating it well. Yeah, but like totally different topic. He thought the bends were if you don't exhale as you increase in depth.
I thought he was trying to say it was a way to not get, or that not to happen.
Yeah, that too. That was a part that was troubling too. Like you can avoid getting the bends just by exhaling as you ascend. No matter the depth you're at.
It's interesting.
Yo, KP, can you hear me? Here we go. Hear you. I was just wondering if KP has a mic. Sorry.
Hot miking, bro. There's a skeleton guy on the throne. You're hot miking.
Oh, he might be AFK, huh? Just picking up random background noise.
Yeah, must be, yeah.
Yeah, Mingo, I muted you temporarily because it just wasn't going anywhere. The conversation went circular. You weren't listening to it. Yeah, it was temporary mute, dude. Get over it. Yeah, but really, who's the guy's hot mic is Kingsley? Or who's Mingo, are you there?
Oh, yes, man, I'm here. You see, I have, I don't know, more than 1,000 dives in my belt, and you're telling me that I don't know what I'm saying?
Okay, let's test it. Can you avoid nitrogen poisoning, commonly known as decompression sickness, colloquially known as the bends, by simply exhaling?
Did I say that?
Yes, you did.
I said that you cannot have decompression sickness?
Yeah, you said the only thing you need to do to avoid decompression sickness is when you get to about 30 meters down, exhale as you ascend.
No, I was saying that when you are in the depth of 30 meters and you exhale in your tank, and you cannot go up straight away because the gas in your lungs will expand without you saying without you opening your lungs, because the gas will expand and will kill you. I was never talking about.
Okay, the question was about decompression sickness. Latz had said, "Hey, have you ever gotten the bends?" And you said, "No, you just exhale as you ascend."
Yes, you exhale when you are ascending. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that you cannot have decompression sickness.
Okay, well then why would you answer his? So he says, "Have you ever had decompression sickness?" Your answer was, "No, I can exhale as I ascend."
Who said decompression sickness?
Latz. You maybe didn't hear him. There's a guy in here, Latz, asking about scuba diving. I was trying to answer him. You bulldozed over me and kept saying you can simply exhale.
The only thing I heard, he was telling me that the free divers, why they go deep and they don't get, when they come up, they don't get expansion of the gases.
No, why free divers don't get decompression sickness? Because they didn't on-gas any nitrogen from a compressed cylinder.
I know, because they breathe it on the top of the water. That was I was explaining to him that the breath you're taking when you are free diving, you are breathing on the top of the water, on the sea level. And then when you're diving in, doesn't matter how deep you go, even if you go 100 meters down, you come up, you don't get any seasick. You don't get nitrogen decompression sickness. You don't get that. But when you are in the tank, it's completely different. When you're going in with a tank and you are diving in, you are 30 meters up and you breathe in and you're coming up, you cannot hold your breath because your thing will expand. Your your lungs will expand, and you will die. That's what I was explaining to him. We never talk about decompression sickness.
Yes, he did. You missed it then. Okay, that was just a problem. You didn't hear him. His specific question was, how come free divers don't get the bends, but scuba divers do?
Yes, that's what I was explaining to him. Because
it has nothing to do with your lungs. Nothing to do with your lungs inhaling and exhaling.
Okay. Why you don't get then because you breathe on the sea level and you come down. Doesn't matter if you go down 150 meters or 200 meters and you come up with the same breath, you will not get any sickness. The only time you get sickness when you are down with a tank and you are breathing and you come up. Because
why?
Because you cannot get sickness with the same breath that you took on the sea level.
Okay, because why? What's in there? What do you do?
There is nothing to... Man, it's completely different when you're breathing under pressure. 30 meters of air is different when you're breathing on the top of the water, on the sea level.
What's different about it?
Because the molecules, they are much, much smaller.
The same size. The molecules are the same size. There's a specific thing in there that you're breathing more of. What is that?
Whatever is in your tank. If it's air, you're breathing air. If it's mixed air, you are mixed air. If it's helium, you are breathing helium. Depends what is your tank. It's about. Depends how deep you want to go. Is your tank? It's made of. If you are just with a normal air, you cannot go so deep because you will get oxygen poisoning. You cannot dive with the same pressure that you are on the water, on the sea level, the same under the water. It's not the same.
Yeah, so if I may, when you're like actually running compressed air, I might have this might be a waste of time, but when you're running compressed air, it compresses the tank and allows more nitrogen to go into your bloodstream, right? And it's a free.
Everything that is in the air, nitrogen, oxygen, everything that's in the air is coming in your body. It's not only nitrogen.
And when you're breathing from the surface, you're breathing the correct mixture of actual gases that you need. That's why. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, he's not getting it.
Well, he speaks 4 languages. You gotta give him a break, you know.
Yeah, I know. I did give him a break. I gave him lots of breaks, and the thing is that he needs just to what causes decompression sickness.
Okay, so.
Well, no, I'm trying to see if you can repeat it back. What is the cause of decompression sickness?
Decompression sickness happens in what level? Under.
What's the cause of it? What causes decompression sickness?
Okay, let me tell you. It causes when you are under the 30 meters.
No, you're wrong. Okay, stop really. Nitrogen coming out of solution in your bloodstream. What causes decompression sickness?
When you are under the 30 meters of
wrong answer. The answer what causes decompression sickness is nitrogen coming out of solution in your bloodstream. What causes decompression sickness?
More than the 30 meters of depth.
No, that's the wrong answer. The answer for what causes decompression sickness, the bends,
you don't go under the 30
is
meters
nitrogen coming out of solution in your bloodstream.
Okay, Chris, how many?
Not always, though. You're kind of wrong, dude. Because like even ascending too rapidly can create compression and actually turn the oxygen in your lungs already into nitrogen, giving you the bends. So it's like there's like 2 different. There's a lot more ways to do it. It's not just the compressed air. There's plenty of other ways as well.
How many dives did you did?
I have 14 dives.
No, I'm talking to Chris.
Oh.
Yeah, I've lost count how many dives I have. Thousands.
Thousands of dives.
Yeah.
And when did you feel the decompression sickness?
Never. I've always dove my plan. I planned my dive and dived my plan. Not once. No.
Even when you were under 40 meters, 30 meters, never felt?
No.
You're lying, man. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you don't understand what the word is. Decompression sickness means you fucked up.
You don't understand what.
Yeah, if you get decompression sickness, you fucked up.
You don't understand what this diving means, then.
Okay, yeah, we'll just go with that.
Yeah.
You obviously didn't do your safety stops. You didn't. You ascended too quickly.
Oh.
Y'all should just fight it out.
Okay. Now you're telling me that when you are free diving, you go down 100 meters and you come up. So you don't have decompression sickness. But when you are diving with a tank, you have to have a decompression sickness, right?
No, you avoid decompression sickness by slowly coming up and doing decompression stops.
That's what we were talking about.
So you make sure you off gas. So you make sure you off gas all the nitrogen before you hit the surface.
Man. You were not listening then. I was telling him that when you are breathing on the top of the water and you are free diving, you can go. Doesn't matter how deep you go, and you come up. You will never have a decompression sickness because you breathe on the top of the water. But when you're breathing under the water, you will have a decompression sickness if you come up straight away up. That's why I was telling you have to have a decompression sickness, decompression stops. You want to have many stops if you go very deep. You were not listening. Now you are telling me that I was not listening.
Yeah, you're not. How do you avoid decompression sickness?
You cannot avoid if you are very down. If you are diving with your tank, you have to have a decompression. You have to have decompression stops. You have to have that stop.
So how do you avoid it then?
Yeah, I don't think he understands you, Chris. Yeah. Hey, look at. He's like not wrong, but he's not like right. Like because you guys are talking about like you're trying to get him there, but he's not. Like I don't know. It's like you guys are talking past each other. It's kind of funny, like listening to it.
Yeah, y'all should just fight it out, like for real.
No, like I mean, Chris right, and he's right too. He said the answer, but then he like keeps going back because he's like, I think he's trying to make a point, but it's like no, like you're both right, and you're like you're saying, how do you stop it? And he's like, no, you have to get it, and you're like, no, you don't have to get it, but then he's also like in the same breath. He's saying that's why you take stops. Like then he's contradicting himself. So it's just a language barrier, I think, to be honest.
I think it's just a real layman's understanding of it. He's
Just a second. Decompression sickness. Decompression sickness. It's when you are drunk under the water, right?
No, that's hypoxia. That's hypoxia.
Okay. So tell me what is decompression sickness then?
DCS is like, okay, so you had it right the first time, right? So when you ascend too quickly, right, without doing your safety stops.
Yes.
Okay, the nitrogen dissolves in your blood or in your tissues, right? And it gives you the bends. Okay.
Yes.
It expands your tissues. Okay. Hypoxia is when your brain has a low amount of O2, right? So you get a drunk-like euphoric sense. A lot of people get happy. Like when I've seen hypoxia, like in my time, people typically get more like happy or like kind of like a euphoric drunk, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That's why we call it underwater drunkenness. Yes.
But they're two different things. I mean, they can come hand in hand, right? Because you are losing O2 when you get the bends because you're absorbing more nitrogen, right? But hypoxia, you can get that even like above. I mean, I guess technically, fuck it. I mean, if you look at it, you could probably get both technically, depending on your situation.
Exactly. So decompression sickness is when you're coming up very fast. That's what I was saying. When you're breathing on the top of the surface and you're coming down without changing the breath, you don't have any decompression sickness. Decompression sickness happens when you're breathing in the bottom of the water and you're coming up.
Well, to be fair, like if you're doing, I don't know, I also do like underwater swims. Like I like to swim like 50-meter underwaters, like no tank every now and then. If you've ever held your
take your breath.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying if you've ever like held your breath for like even 2 or 3 minutes, that sensation to breathe, right? That stinging around your nose and your lungs and stuff is actually nitrogen. Like you're absolutely right. You can get it both ways. 100%. He's 100% correct. So.
Of course. But when you're breathing on the top of the water and you're free diving, you will not get decompression sickness.
You can though, but it's just rare. You still can.
Because if you travel very, very far, which is 200 meters or something like that, which is.
But Migo, that's what you said. Migo, you said that's why when you come up, you breathe out because that's how you kind of fix that. But then, like, that's I think where the whole like train derailed because when you were making that point, which makes sense, but then it was like a point to something else that was trying to be addressed. And I think that's where you and Crit crossed wires, and then you guys like were
letting. Y'all should just fight it out for real, no cap. Underwater fight, like get a knife, cut his tank.
But every manual of diving,
old Nintendo game like that. Oh, go ahead.
But every manual of the diving, they will teach you the first step. When you're coming up very fast, when you have panic, when you have whatever happens to you and you are coming up, you have to always open your mouth and say, so the amount of the gases which is in your lungs expanding has to come out from your mouth instead of breaking your tissues in your lungs and kill you. That's the safety 101 of the diving. This is 101 of the diving. I mean, it's the first things that they teach you in the diving. It's not like I am telling Crit that you cannot have decompression sickness. You can have decompression sickness if you do something wrong.
Yep. But I'm gonna be honest. What you said about like it's guaranteed to get it, it's not necessarily true. I mean, if you're like obviously, if you're at like fucking crush depth, you're gonna die. It's pretty unlikely that you're gonna just automatically get it, depending on how your makeup is. A lot of people get it because their lung capacity can't handle how much O2 they have, and it turns into nitrogen, and now they have no O2. It's just nitrogen, so they pass out, they black out, or they get the bends.
This is when you are free diving, right?
Yes.
Exactly, and this is what happens in the Great Blue, or what was it? The movie with that Italian guy, very famous diver, that his girlfriend dives, and in the end, when she comes up, I don't know, 200, 300 meters, and when she's coming up, she passes away and dies. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you are free diving regularly, going spearfishing. There is no problem when you exhale on the top of the surface of the water and you go down for 1-2 minutes and 20-30 meters. No problem.
For you.
With the tank, in 20 meters, if I exhale and I start to come up without if I inhale in 30 meters and I'm coming out without exhaling, that gases will expand in my lungs and will kill me. Yep. That's why I have to do the things that is called which is open your mouth and open your lungs, so the expansion of the gases will go out from your mouth and will not rip your lungs and will not kill you.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like if you're next to an explosion, at least. I don't know if it's a myth or not, but like they taught me like if there's like mortars going off, have your helmet towards the explosion, have your mouth open, facing the opposite direction. It's the same shit. It's just the pressure will kill you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. When you're breathing under the water, it's completely different when you are on the top of the water. Because I did a lot of spearfishing. I did a lot of underwater diving. I mean, I did a lot of them. And there is the difference between them. When I am above the water spearfishing, which is I inhale on the top of the water, I see something and I go down to it. It's completely different than when I am already down and I am breathing in the tank.
Yeah, let me ask one thing. Yo, Crit, how old are you? Let me ask you. You have thousands of dives. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, I'm 60 something. I've been diving since I was a teenager.
Okay, I was gonna say that's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, I mean, 1,000s was kind of high. I mean, I don't even know. And I stopped counting a long time ago.
Right. You're probably approaching 1,000 or within.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not even sure actually. When I said thousands, that was a little high. Pretty close to hundreds. Hundreds would probably be maybe 1,000.
After 700, I stopped counting them as well because it doesn't make any sense. But I mean, I know what you mean, but it's completely different. Free diving from the tank diving. That's what we were talking about before. I don't know why you brought that. It's the same thing, or I don't know. Maybe I didn't understand you, or maybe
y'all are both right. It's just that you like. I think y'all are getting like your words twisted. Y'all are both like spot on. I think you guys are just like
they're talking past each other. That's what it was.
That's what I was saying. Like y'all should like fight it out underwater, diving knives. You know what I mean?
Get a harpoon.
Yeah. Yeah, like when we were like, you guys. I'm glad that y'all fucking can swim. I'm tired of being around people that can't swim, dude. Fucking like, if you join any branch in the military, I would say like 20 or 30% of people don't know how to swim at all. And it's like fucking, dude, like even like the special warfare guys, like y'all know how to clear your mask out, right? If water fills in, so you have like a breach or you move your mask underwater, y'all can do that. Like that fucking trips out so many people that are going through special warfare out here. Like they like fail out. I'm fucking happy that the older generations, with all due respect, can swim. because I'm in my 20s. You know what I mean? So it's like it sucks seeing fucking like grown men that don't know how to swim. That makes sense. As far as getting the bends, I've never ever felt. I mean, I felt pressure, like just your normal like pressure, like head pressure and shit.
By the way, I will say something.
Yeah.
To create that I learned my dive master and everything in French, not in English. So I'm trying to translate everything in English because English is my fourth language, man. You know, it's.
What do you like to say about that? Like je parle le français, mieux que toi.
Oof. What? How many languages do you speak? Migo.
Speaks 4.
That's a good ass talk. You heard that? That was a good talk.
About 7, 8. I don't know. Yeah, I speak about 7, 8.
What the fuck, dude? Bro probably speaks Russian, French, German, English, Spanish.
And do you have any tattoos? Migo.
It's like all the romantic languages: Spanish, Italian, Portuguese. Romanian.
Crazy? The funny thing is, like, when I was kindergarten, I was learning 3 languages.
When
when I was kindergarten, I was learning 3 languages.
Do you have any tattoos?
He doesn't have any tattoos. I know.
Do you have any tattoos?
I bet you he doesn't.
Tattoos?
Tattoos.
Oh no, I don't have any tattoos, man. So.
Hitman confirmed.
Told you.
Hitman confirmed.
Oh, he's got the one on the back of the skull, like the barcode.
You know it's crazy. It's crazy. Like I want to say maybe 15, 16 years ago, maybe 17 years ago, I got a phone call, and that one of my uncles on my dad's side had passed away, and so went to the funeral, and they did like this whole. I never met him. Like I never met this uncle, and they had like this whole presentation for him. I found out he was like a general. And he spoke like 9 languages. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know I had an uncle like this. That was a long time ago, though, when he passed away. But yeah, he spoke 9 languages.
I barely speak the one. So.
I know, I tripped out. I'm like, dude. And it's crazy because I'm horrible with language. I've studied Hebrew, French, Italian, Spanish. And I failed all of them. I failed all. Dude, I cannot retain it, dude. I suck at language, but at least
one thing
other than English.
Like one thing that helps me learn, I same shit with you. Like I can't roll my R's, so it fucking sucks. But like even Spanish, like learning like fluent Spanish is like fucking hard for me because I have like that nasally fucking upstate, accent. So it fucking sucks.
Bro, don't stop making words that are fucking gender based. Like fucking just call a table, alright, bro? It doesn't have to be female or male.
Yeah, well, that's what Spanish is, dude. It's all it's male and female.
You learn Spanish pretty quick when your fucking girlfriend starts cursing at you in Spanish. You learn really quick. Like, I'm not gonna say it.
You tell me about languages. Imagine, I was like 4 years old. I went to the kindergarten. I had to learn Arabic, French, and Armenian. The fucking 3 languages that they don't have anything common between each others. And I was like, what the fuck I'm doing here? It's fucking crazy, man. I learned 3 languages until 12 years old.
At all.
And when I was 12 years old, they started to teach me English. I was like, what the fuck? And now another language. Everything that I knew now is turned to another language. It's like crazy, man. Yeah, that's why I hated the school. I don't know. I was right, maybe.
Yeah. They asked me, like, they're like, do you speak any other languages, like, for, you know, the military? Like, do you speak anything other than English? And I was like, nope. Fucking, I'm not going to be the guy that, like, gets made fun of in another country because I can't speak the other language properly, you know? That's the one fucking thing I hate.
Man, maybe if I come to military and I tell them I speak 7-8 languages, they will make me a captain.
How old are you? Bro's gonna be a fucking interp.
Especially with the Arabic and Turkish and all these Middle Eastern languages, they would make me fucking captain, man.
Well, so you speak Romanian, Arabic, English, French, and then what else?
I speak Arabic, Armenian,
yeah,
Turkish, French, English, Spanish, Italian, Greek.
Isn't Greek and
did I say
Russian?
Turkish?
Yeah, you said Turkish. Yeah. It's pretty similar out here.
Italian, a little bit of German and little bit of Swedish, but very, very little.
Yep.
I mean, you see, I've been in so many countries that I can even without the like I've been in Nepal, which is they speak Hindi normally, and I can get by just understanding the gesture that they make and the way they speak. I know what they're kind of saying, and it's not that, it's like universal language has some common thing in all languages, you know.
Yeah, hand gestures.
Eyebrows going out, gestures and things like that. You know already what kind of things they are into it. Okay, you cannot know every single words, every single details, but you have an idea what's happening there, you know. It's like, I don't know how to say it, but yeah.
Language is just fucking crazy, like how it stemmed out from literally, well, if you believe it this way, I suppose, from 1 or 2 languages to literally hundreds, you know, hundreds of languages. And also the shit that we speak now, like Americans, right? Our people are gonna get pissed, but it's true. We speak more like the old British than they do, which is weird.
I mean, language is something
fucking weird.
Language is something to express feelings or ideas. It doesn't matter what you use. That's why we go up to mathematics and science and all these things. In reality, they are all kind of communication way that we use it. If I speak to you in Armenian, you will not understand me. If I talk to you in Arabic, maybe you will not understand me. Or any other languages that I know that you don't know. But there is some things that we all know that we are not spinning around or rotating around something, and we don't observe any curvature. So that's already a point that we can agree upon. Except when you want to start to give explanation why we don't have that. Language is the same thing. I can explain to you red and white and blue, and with any languages I say red, it's red. With any language I say it's horizontal, it's horizontal. It doesn't matter the language. The reality is the point. That we are not agreeing.
So, how did y'all start talking about diving?
Air pressure. Atmospheric pressure.
Interesting.
And this guy Latz was curious about high tide and low tide.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've seen some crazy shit, dude. I've heard a lot of crazy shit too. Fucking like, y'all ever been to Michigan? Anybody ever dive in Michigan? No. Okay. So
yeah, I've been to the Upper Peninsula.
Okay, yeah, this is this is Holland, right? So Holland, Michigan. This is like lower, kind of by Chicago. Yeah, so I mean, like, there's pretty much at every dock, there's like riptide warnings and shit, right? Like massive undercurrents that take people out. Like I've seen people get fucking pulled out like mile and a half. You know what I mean? Just by fucking being stupid and jumping in like off the dock. I've been pulled out before. My dad and I were swimming when I was really young. I was probably like 16 or 17. And yeah, we're swimming. We're probably out, you know, I'm a swimmer, so probably out like maybe a mile. And we got like drug out another half mile. Luckily, we found a sandbar to stand on. And luckily, it didn't like disintegrate under me. So I could rest up. And I ended up doing a fucking mile and a half swim that day. Yeah, diving is fucking scary. What's even more scary is like fucking skydiving. Any of y'all ever do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that, dude.
What about bungee jumping?
I'd probably do that because it's actually weighted out. Like they do like really precise measurements doing that. You know, like they obviously look at the defilade around and then the rope and then they measure up and down. That's pretty safe. Just make sure I have newer equipment, you know?
Always when you are in a situation, you need to have the right equipment. Otherwise, it's not good.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've seen like I know if you've ever seen like a parachute rigger, a lot of this shit is like factory set. And like I feel like doing that, especially if you're doing like a static line jump, it's where your chute opens automatically when you jump out. That shit seems like there could be a lot of human error. Just doing the same thing repetitively, you're bound to make a mistake. So everybody that I know that's airborne cert, which I can be if I want, but fuck that, has either knee problems, back problems, or have had a failure to where they have to open their reserve, or no chute opens, or their chute just completely bails on them and they fall, you know, and now they have broken arms or broken legs. I've never seen anybody ever do airborne anything, even air assault, to where they were 100% like healthy, or even like 80% healthy after they all have the same shit, knee problems or back problems. Yeah, don't do that shit. I highly recommend you stay on ground.
You mean on a flat ground?
Yeah, don't skydive. It's fucking stupid. The risk isn't worth it. I mean, if you're like really old and you want to do some shit, yeah, maybe. Like if your time's coming, you know, or something, maybe I would do it. But fuck that. Yeah.
So if I'm 56 years old, I don't have to do skydiving?
No, I'm more or less saying like if you've wanted to do it in your youth, right? The time to do it is when you're older, so you don't have to live with the problems. If that makes sense. Like if you do like skydiving when you're like 18 all the way to like to 24, like your youth, your prime, so to speak, it's not a good idea to do it. You're gonna have issues even if you do like 10, 15 jumps. Yes. Literally sporadic. Fucking yeah, exactly.
Wingsuit that shit. You might as well.
You don't even need the wingsuit, just do it. Yeah. But I mean, you all live your own life. I just don't. I just see so many people like not reach their full potential because they have injuries. Now I'm gonna keep saying it over and over.
Those wingsuit guys, though, they're fucking mad. They're crazy. Freaky shit.
Oh yeah. Even the tower climbers, you seen those fucking guys? Like they don't even have like harnesses. They get tired of like clipping it every step. They just do it free.
I don't know, but I heard that the free falling is like very good. I never did it, but
maybe you should.
Yeah, you see, I had a friend that I met him, and he did it like 2-3 days ago, and he was very very happy, and he said, "Oh, you have to do it, man! You have to do it." So maybe I do it.
Like even skiing is goated.
Skiing,
like water skiing.
I did all my life. When I was young, I did so much skiing. When I was back home, I did so much skiing that it was so beautiful, amazing. But when I come back, where I am now, it's like very 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 difficult.
The real question is, do you trust a fucking piece of fabric from like 10,000 feet up in the air? That's what it really comes down to. Do you trust that piece of fabric enough with your life? You know? I guess you have to trust it for other things that don't pertain to skydiving, but here's Viking. Not
if NASA made it.
What are you talking about?
I'm just kidding, man. It's just a flat Earth joke.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure everybody in here. I'm not flat Earth, but I'm sure everybody in here knows that. After I just rage bait everybody for like 3.5 hours. But yeah, dude. Like I said, like fucking my hobbies. Yeah, if I lived by Michigan still, I'd be fucking swimming every day. But I live in bumfuck nowhere, with no bitches and no income. So 2 parachutes, a wingsuit. Yeah, fuck that, dude. You're humping a lot of weight there.
Yeah, but the problem is that all this time you didn't.
Worse, by the way.
All this time you didn't prove anything about the globe. I mean, all you said is like, I have this, I have that, but.
Dude, I hope y'all realize this isn't my main account, and I come in here and I fuck with you guys all the time. Like, I really could give one fuck about what you believe, right? I've been on this fucking, like, I don't care. I have nothing to do. I've been on this Discord for probably, like, what, 2 years almost? So, like, close to that, right? I've done the same shit every day. A lot of you guys have already talked to me. I've talked to Crit. I've talked to fucking whatever. I've seen your name. Appa, whatever the fuck. I've seen T-Dub. I know a lot of you guys. You guys probably just don't remember me because I've been gone for a few months at a time. So.
But no proof, right? It's only imagination.
Oh, it just comes out to like whether or not you can take someone's word. Yeah, but political. The issue with that is, and you might not be like worried about it, but the weight of the parachute will literally bring you underwater. You'll suffocate. That's how most people die with water-based landings. They suffocate. It's not like the actual impact of it. They just, yeah.
Yeah, but you see,
if they don't have a fast clip though, then they can't.
With your claims, you have to bring some proof, which you don't have. But you like to stick on that idea that you have.
Right.
It's good. You can have that idea as long as.
Right. It's just, like I said, dude. Look, if y'all are really trying to change people's minds, I was being serious when I said, if you don't acknowledge. And I'm not speaking, you guys already know that I believe in a oblate spheroid. If you don't acknowledge that your sciences are completely different than the sciences of globe Earth, they're not going to take you serious. And that's just like the debate me talking of when I actually used to debate, that nobody takes you serious if you're like, yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah, but the problem is that you talk about science.
I'm not going to get into it. I'm about to go work out. I don't want to get into a debate mood. I want to fucking run. Huh?
I know you're going to run.
Yeah.
Not the only one.
No, I just worked out. I try to work out early in the morning because it's. Yeah, okay. We're not talking about like the equations. We're talking about more or less like, hey, I'll word it like we're talking about fucking. Light refraction. We're talking about gravity. The term of flat Earth expands so wide.
Okay.
Right. That it's hard to disseminate who believes who, or who believes what. Correction. And it's hard to debate with certain people because one flat earther might believe in, for example, I know typically people don't, an ice wall, and then another flat earther might not. Right, and then there's skeptic flat earthers that are like, well, I don't know what I believe, I just know that it's not an oblate spheroid, if that makes sense.
Yes, but what is your proof of the globe? That's the problem, and that's what you didn't have it.
Look, man, I know, because that wasn't the goal, right? I was getting a rise. Okay, I hope you all recognize that, especially when I was talking shit to what's his name. Okay. And it was fucking hilarious. I'm just going to be 100% honest. It changes the geography. That's what I'm referring to.
Even geography, you don't have anything about it.
Yeah, well, like for example, here I guarantee you guys have conflicting views on it, right? Like Migo, do you believe that the borders of the Earth end? Yes or no?
What?
Do you believe that the Earth ends somehow? Do you believe it's like does it hold a shape?
No, we only saying it's measured flat.
Okay, Here, try your best to understand. Okay.
Which means.
Do you think that the confines of the Earth, the landmass of the Earth, ends at some point? Yes or no?
No. Why it has to end?
That's what I'm saying, right? Some flat earther might believe that it does end.
Okay.
Right? You see what I'm trying to say? Political. I'm trying to word it. I'm not getting it out very well, but I think you might know what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I know. But is there a problem when they say to you that, okay, if you go 1,000 miles east, you're gonna fall? That's their problem. I'm not saying that. There is nobody in this forum that claim that you go so far and then there is. We don't know.
In this platform, no, right? But there's plenty of videos of people that believe that, right? I'm not saying you guys in particular. I'm just saying generally speaking.
Well, it's unknown. We just say it's unknown. I'd say our ability to traverse the plane may become inhibited, limited, restricted, blah blah blah, by whatever conditions, environmental conditions, a barrier, etc. That doesn't mean the plane stops. It could extend beyond that. We don't know.
Right. And yeah, y'all believe that, but respectfully, I don't. You're not going to change my mind, and I know for sure I'm not going to change your mind. So,
The problem is we're not trying to change your mind. We're trying to make you aware of something that you believe and change your belief. If you want to. If you don't want to change your belief, it's up to you, man. It's fine. Where you are, it's beautiful. I used to believe in that perspective. I loved it, and I used to buy magazines, and I used to adore that. But in reality, we don't feel it. We don't observe it. We don't measure it. What you are saying is not reality.
Well, I mean, respectfully, I disagree. Right? Like, it's going to come to a point of you guys find a fallacy in something, right? And it brings down, right, the entire argument. You want to come, if you find one thing wrong with the argument, you don't want to talk about that. You think that that's a win, and it's not. Right, it's really not. The same way as if I find one argument that you have, right, and one thing is wrong about it, it doesn't necessarily bring your argument down. Right, it doesn't. That's not how debating works. It's a debate. There's
no fallacy. Pointing out fallacy doesn't conclude that your conclusion is wrong.
Right, and then everybody gets all bent out of shape.
Your logic
I've noticed that
conclusion is faulty, and it's not a good argument. You can't use that to draw that conclusion, basically. But that doesn't mean that your conclusion could be correct, but what led you to that conclusion is incorrect.
That's
not
what
correct.
I'm saying.
So
yeah.
But that doesn't mean that you're right either. I mean, it's just that you can't use that argument.
That's fair.
Before you said you were in the army and all these things, and there is this thing. It's I don't know exactly the name of it, but the army, especially the U.S. Army, they have this thing. It's called they detect 100 miles away target.
Radar.
And
that's what's called radar.
Yeah, and they use laser, which is a straight line.
It's hold on, give me a second. So political. It's an army-led course, right? But for the Air Force, we're all taught it. Everybody, it's army videos that you're shown, and then you go out in the field for however many days. Ours was a 4-day event. right? And like we went over everything. We went over azimuths, plotting, backtracking, and then combat stuff on top of that. So,
okay, how can you have 100 miles away a target with your laser pointing at it, which is the laser? It's a straight line, and then you say it's curved. 100 miles. It cannot be curved.
what's the drop-off rate again that you guys are trying to say? For what was it? Sporadic, if you can put it or something.
We are not saying any drop off.
No, I'm saying for a globe.
You've been here for 2 years and you don't know?
100 miles.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I've never debated in here like legitimately. I've always fucked. I used to debate, but I forgot. Dude, I've been gone for like 8 months. You got to understand that.
You can't just be a bystander in a room for 2 years and not pick up on the conversation.
No, I've picked up on the conversation. It's just that, like, respectfully, it kind of goes in one ear and out the other because it's so hard to believe. Right?
Sure.
The problem
because people don't realize that you have over 101,000 people that are respectively being lied to about their jobs. You have 13 space agencies that are lying about launching capabilities. You have 89 other.
There's more people that are employed for the military that are being lied to about what they do than that. And that's something that's easily fathomable for you, but for some reason you can't think that.
See, this is another topic. Why are you getting so upset, dude? I've been nothing but.
I mean, you're just playing ignorant just for the sake of, this persona that you don't care, but you just consistently come back in here.
The problem is that you have a belief, but we don't. You see, you have a belief that it's curving the distance 400 miles, and you're asking me how much it's curving. The problem is the laser that is pointing to the target is not curving. It's laser pointing straight lines. You want to believe that that 100 miles that the laser is pointing for the target to the enemy is curving. It's your claim. It's not ours.
Does anyone know the drop over distance of 100 miles? If they can work it out from the Earth curve calculator. Is it 66 for 10 miles? So what would 100 miles?
It's 8 inches squared for 1 mile. No, I thought 100 miles was like 8 inches per. 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yes. Okay.
So it'll be 80. It'll be 80 inches squared.
Per mile squared.
And that's a generalized angle too.
Where?
It's not exact.
Where can I find that?
What do you mean?
Where can I find 8 inches per mile squared? Deep.
It's just a general, I guess, equation defines the actual area, like the landmass area of Earth.
Okay. Where is it? Where I can find it? Where I can go and
I don't know. I don't know. Just that's all I remember. I think it's 8 inches, right?
Yes, 8 inches per mile squared. I agree with you. But where I can go and find that? I agree with you. 8 inches per mile squared. Where is it? Where I can measure it? There is nowhere I can measure that.
Yeah, I mean, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, listen.
Because you're going to bring the refraction. And when I asked you before, I don't know, it was maybe 4 hours before, I asked you, where is the equation for the refraction? You put something on the chat, which you couldn't even explain it. You couldn't even put it in the reality. It's just something that you found online. But in reality, there is no 8 inches per mile square. We cannot find it. Even if you put refraction, we cannot find it. which you don't have the equation for it.
Yeah, I don't. Hold on.
Yeah, I just worked out the
My
calculations.
hotkey is like V, and it fucking types, so I gotta fucking change it.
Or the geometric horizon. Can't find that either.
Okay, so this is, and I'm not trying to be, I'm not wanting to debate it, but I'll just say this. Look, in terms of, I'm tired of hearing this fucking argument because it's a little stupid, with all due respect, right? People that say, like, aircraft's pitch needs to be adjusted. Okay, I'm letting you know right now. I'm just going to say it one time. When aircraft go on autopilot, right, depending on your aircraft, it holds your bearing and holds your heading and actually evens out with the horizon, so to speak, right? It does that. That there is a built-in feature, especially for fighter jets, that do that, right?
That's great. What about before those systems existed?
Well, that was before autopilot was a thing. They would have to adjust the pitch manually, and they wouldn't. There was no autopilot.
There's no indication that anybody ever had to do that ever, and there's still aircraft that exists without those systems. And
yes, yeah, the lower profile aircraft. Are you a pilot?
No,
but there are devices like that. Yeah, well, we run F-18. We run F-18.
Why don't you share the telemetry data from a flight that shows that there's adjustments being made to the pitch?
C-130 Hercules, C-130 J.
Do that.
And then C-5s. And
yeah,
C-7s.
there should be data that's recorded.
Yeah, just show us the telemetry data that shows the automatic adjustments.
What?
It should show
like
continuous rotation.
I don't.
Right?
Yeah.
Should show.
I don't know. Like you would have to find it over time. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
No, I wouldn't. You would, because this is your claim that it happened.
Well, no, it's something that is observed and has been told to me by a pilot before. So unless I completely misunderstood them, then
I think that's the case.
Well, I'm just. I mean, like. Anyways, I just have it randomly set to India. Right.
Wait, but you don't have any. You see, again, you don't have any evidence for that. All you have is like somebody told me this. But okay, even if that was true, can we measure the drop over distance?
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Can we measure drop over distance?
For what?
Of the curvature.
Yeah, I don't fucking. I mean, yeah, I would say so. But like I said, like when you use an equation to like actually format the curve of the entire Earth, it's generalized. It's not 100% exact. You're not going to have a measurement that's ever 100% exact. Like even measuring a plank of wood isn't 100% exact. It's not.
Why we will not have it when we know the radius and circumference and we know everything about the globe measurements? Why we cannot measure that?
You can measure it. It's just it's not exact. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, they can construct sheets of gold an atom thick. We can't measure the curvature of the Earth. Come on, bro.
Okay, so look, dude, you're using for you to measure the curve of the Earth, you would have to have a fucking pool cue that is perfect, right? It couldn't be an oblate sphere. It would have to be a fucking.
How did they get the measurement of the Earth?
Sphere, right? It would have to be exact.
So it's either you have the technology to come up with the claimed radius and the measurements for the curvature, or you can't obtain it via technology. So which one do you want to die on? Which is?
What was the first thing you said again? Because say it again. The first one.
Okay. They gave us the exact measurement of the radius, and they gave us the exact measurement of the circumference. The globe model.
It's not exact though. It's really not. It's not. That's bullshit because the Earth isn't a perfect ball. It's not.
Okay.
It's far from it.
If it's not, what is it then?
And
why is it into the digits then? The single digits. Why is it 3,959 miles?
Okay, But let him do that.
Everything is generalized to a point, to a degree.
If it's not what they gave it to us, what is it then?
Like I said, it's hard to obtain literal, like, accurate numbers on a fucking object that we're literally anchored on, and we can't observe.
You cannot say that. Come on, because once you have the measurement, you can measure it. Because they tell us a certain measurement. If they told us this certain measurement, then we should be able to measure it. So what is it?
So 1,000 years ago, they had the technology to find these numbers, but now in 2025 is damn near impossible.
Yeah, but they're not. They were never exact numbers, and also the plotting charts of the trader ships were really far off. That's why it took months at a time to get to your destination.
If it's not exact measurement, what is it then?
If you can't define it, then how can you tell the difference between it being a perfect sphere and a oblate spheroid?
Exactly. That's what I was about to ask you. How can you tell if you don't have the measurement of the confines of Earth?
I'm not the one that claims that you are. You're claiming it's an oblate spheroid, while the other half of your community claims that it's a perfect sphere, and yet you're sitting here telling us that there's no technology that's capable of making any type of distinguishment between those two. So how does that work?
Same thing with you, right? I can just ask, well, how come you don't? And then it's just a back and forth.
No, I don't claim it. This is something you're in here claiming. You're in here saying that this is the fact, but yet you can't defend it. Why is that?
But we have
Viking. All I'm saying, right? All I'm saying is it's the same shit with you, right? Respectfully, because you guys don't know the dimensions either. So it's really.
Are you not going to answer? Or are you just going to go to more ad homs?
Hey, I'm talking to one person. Like, please. All right.
Stick to the topic.
He's asking me shit.
Because you have the measurements, and that's what we are asking you. You have the measurements.
Those aren't exact measurements. They're not accurate. I'm telling you right now, they're not. It's that simple.
Okay, wait. If your measurement they are not accurate, how can you defend it?
Because it's a generalized assumption. Right? Like even even measuring a plank of wood, the little line that you look at for the inch mark, right? Say that a board is 8.5 inches.
Why are you talking about a plank of wood when we're talking about the curvature?
Why are you interrupting me?
Why do you keep conflating and jumping and avoiding the topic?
He's
asked you multiple times how you can distinguish the difference between those two, and you keep avoiding that.
And I'm answering it. This guy's a yapper. Anyways, so like even the indicator of measuring something physically has a dimension. So the lines that you're measuring, nothing is 100% exact. If that makes sense.
Why?
No, it doesn't. Sounds like bullshit.
Okay. How tall are you?
Me, I'm 6 foot exact. I'm 72.8 inches.
How do you know that?
It's measured. It's a general measurement.
It's measured. Exact. Okay. When you have this Earth, which is a globe, which is a sphere, which is curving, and we should have the measurement. And you are saying, no, we can have the measurement. How can we have...
I'm not saying we can't have the measurement. I'm saying we don't have the exact measurement.
Okay, why do you have... so why should I believe you that you said that I'm 6 foot tall?
I'm not saying you should believe me. I'm just saying that's how I process it. Like people are skeptical. I'm not skeptical. If somebody tells me something and there's no indicators that you're lying, I'm just going to believe it. If my wife tells me that she's going to work, right, and not going to the nightclub, I'm going to believe that she's going to work.
Like we have observations that like this.
That's what it comes
You have all these weird ass metaphors.
I can come
hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian.
I can come.
Yeah. Go on, Miguel.
And then everybody gets all pissed off in chat. Like, this is why people troll you, because people get pissed off in chat.
Miguel wants
and then they start crying. Like,
let Miguel get his point out, please.
Yeah.
I can come and measure you that you are 6 foot tall. But
yes.
Can you show me that the earth is curving the way you are saying?
What do you mean with the curve drop off rate?
You're struggling with 8 inches.
It's your
Come on, guy.
The Earth is a ball that is curving, that has a drop over distance. That is your claim. It's not my claim.
How can you have an exact measurement of 72 inches, but you can't
It's not
pin
an
down
exact.
8 inches?
I even said it's a generalized measurement because the actual indicator for the measurement has a width.
72 inches exact.
I literally said nothing is exact. You can never ever get a fucking exact measurement ever. No matter how you look at it, the further you go down, it will never be exact. It won't. It's true.
Why not?
It'll always be off by at least a decimal.
Why I cannot have the exact measurement of the Earth?
Because every indication of a measuring device that we have, the indicator has a width on it. So there's no way to actually determine how far. It'll always go smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. There's no, like, you'll never see anything that can be measured exactly 72 inches. You'll never see anything that can be measured, even 1 inch. Because the indicator of that line has a width. Does that make sense? I feel like people are having a hard time understanding that.
That's why I wanted to come in.
Have you ever seen a roller before?
One sec, Miguel. That's why I wanted to come in. Because it's not like we have observations and measurements which are just a little off. And they're like, we're saying, well, it's not really adding up to a globe, but it could be close. No, we're talking about no observable or measurable curvature. Like observations which are in orders of magnitude in contradiction to the globe claims. So it's a far cry from saying, well, could be a couple of micromillimeters off or something. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Yeah. And that's another thing that it's a tough pill for people to swallow because you really can't measure like actual curve because of the proportion. Like you're way smaller than the Earth. You would need a device at least to measure the actual curvature of the Earth. I think we can all agree on that. You would never ever be able to eyeball it, so to speak.
So, okay, you don't have measurement of the drop of the distance. Can you provide us for any rotation that is measured?
Yes. That's completely different. It's completely different.
Because the first one,
I already sent the video earlier, like as a joke, but it's true, right? Like we used a gyroscope, all right, to actually track the degree change of the Earth, and it was 15 degrees exact.
Hold on,
literally exact.
Hold on, gentlemen, just 1 second. We can't allow for this just to go to the next topic because of the fact that he didn't prove or disprove the fact that he could measure the surface curvature. He's going along with that. In his mind, it's still possible that it was done. And if we go to another point, he's just going to have it in his mind that it was able to be done. The problem is he was arguing for it's not possible to measure curvature. He doesn't realize what he was saying, that it's not possible to measure curvature. So he's really arguing our point. I don't know if anybody heard what he said, but that's exactly what he was saying.
Yes,
it's not possible for us to measure curvature. So that is our point.
You get it. You go to a different point with it, like because you guys believe there is no curve. I just say that you can't measure curve accurately. From these proportions, you can't.
Yeah, no. The point is, it's not able to be measured, dude. Like it's not there. It's a fantasy. There is no globe, and that's what we want to point out. It's not that the fact that you couldn't measure it accurately. It's the fact that it cannot be measured. Period. At all. Like no way to do it. Which is what you were arguing for just a moment ago. Which is the reason why we're pointing out to you that's the problem.
You're right, Alpha. But
right, and this is just a different issue, right? Like,
wait. Alpha. 3 hours ago, we had the same questions and we had the same subject, and it's just like I'm just trying to tell him the same things. I don't know, for fun, because this guy, he doesn't know anything. We asked him about everything, rotation, about curvature, and he never show us any proof of it. So it's just like...
I did show you proof. I sent the video. There's literally a 30-odd minute video explaining everything in depth on how to pick up drift. Like if you're talking about the actual drift of the rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for that. But one second, before we get into your video, like it's true that you don't know how it's been measured, right? Is that the case right now? Because it seems like you were struggling trying to figure out.
They took a laser-based gyroscope and put it in a controlled vacuum, right? Like they simulated it in a vacuum and it still picked up drift.
I'm not talking about the spin, sir. No, I'm not talking about the spin that you think that someone measured the spin of the Earth. I'm talking about the actual Earth being a globe. You don't know by any way it's been measured.
Right. Okay. So I don't know how it was measured. Therefore, it's pointless to argue it, or what? I don't know what you're trying to get at.
Well, I would say it's a moot point for you. You can't bring up a way that it has been measured, so you don't know if it has or not been measured. For you, in your mind, you can't defend that point because there's nothing that you know that has been done in history that has been ever attempted to measure the surface curvature. So our point is that it cannot be measured.
Actually, I do. Like even in ancient times, they had a general consensus on how big the Earth was. Right? They measured it. You can.
They didn't measure it.
Trade paths.
They didn't measure it. Hold on. Stop. They didn't measure it because then you're going to have to point out how they measured it. The surface to be curving, it would have to be measuring at least the specific amount that it should if it was a globe of the size that they say it is. So how did they measure it? Let's see if you know. You paint yourself into a corner, sir. Nobody does this. You do. So now you're going to have to defend the point.
Yeah. So
how did they do it a long time ago? How did they measure it a long time ago?
There's something. We even do this in land nav. I'll get into this later. So there's something called pace charting, right? So you take the average speed of a ship, right? And then you multiply it over the amount of time shooting your azimuth to the actual point. That's the way they would have done it.
And did you just say azimuth? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, flat plane.
Okay. So
yeah, that's the point. You're not describing how the surface is curving in the depiction of what you just said a long time ago of how they would know that
and
the
that's
Earth
exactly why you can't get the exact number of anything.
No. It's not about it. It's not about being exact. It's not there, sir. It doesn't exist. You have to imagine a curve. It's not there, is what I'm telling you. You're not measuring the surface to be curving. This is important for you. The point hasn't landed for you yet. They're not measuring surface curvature. They're only imagining it. It's not there.
Right. You have to examine the method and process they're using. They're using Euclidean angles. That's the point.
Okay. And I disagree because I think that you can still shoot an azimuth.
No, those are Euclidean angles. You can disagree all you want, but you'd be wrong.
Okay, so you can still plot an azimuth, right, on land that doesn't go beyond curve without any significant change. Make sense?
How do you know that there's curve?
What do you mean? It's just, I mean, to be honest, like they knew there was curve back then because it was inferred.
How do you know? See, there it is.
Circular logic.
He said it's inferred. That's the point. Where it's not known, it's not measured, it's an inference. You've already declared it. We understand that. This is what they've done a long time ago. This is why you think it's a globe today, because it's all built on inferences, dude. Assumptions. They do not know, or it has not been measured as a globe. So that's our point. You're arguing for our point now. So
right, but there's other ways. There was other ways of them
honestly, bro, you didn't give us your best. You're giving us. You're just throwing things at the wall, seeing what sticks. We're not here for that. We're here for if you know or not. That's all we want to know.
Oh, I know.
This isn't like
my answer.
You're not. You're not, because you would have given us the way they measured the curvature, and you didn't do that with your first attempt or your second attempt.
They didn't use it. They didn't measure it by device.
Yeah, and you don't know how they measured it either.
There's 50 different ways they measured it.
Dude,
this was a very common debate back then.
The problem is you said that they didn't measure it by device just a little bit earlier. You said that it's not obtainable through visual perception either. So then how was it ever obtained?
I'm talking about horizon, looking out the horizon.
Hold on.
It's possible.
Hold on, sir. Sir, thank you, gentlemen. Chat, I don't need help. Thank you. I got this guy. He gets confused when there's too many talkers, right? So if there's a point you can help that will bolster what he's saying or what I'm saying, that's great. But just let me handle this real quick. All right, so I just want to point out to the gentleman, he does not have a way they've measured it. It's all inference based. There's nothing you can do to salvage this point other than you to imagine there's a curve. Other than that, they do not measure curvature. Nobody does. It's just a fantasy. You haven't proven it.
Here's the ways that they would have been able to do it back then. All right, so they could have observed the horizon, the shape of the shadow of the Earth, the star movements, the ship sailing around the Earth, which is the trade path that I gave you.
You're throwing
the Earth,
stuff
shadow of the moon.
No.
Yeah, that's like 5 off the top of my head.
You're grasping at straws, sir. You're grasping at straws. You don't know any way they measure the surface curving. You do not know that.
How do you know
you know that because you've been told a story. Because there's no way that we can determine that the surface is curving in the way that they describe with the numeric values that they've given us. They did not give us a method by which we can do it ourselves.
Okay,
so we have to take it, like you have to take it on faith, sir, that it's been done. So that's why you're spouting off all these answers.
Well, no, because I know that if you shoot at azimuth for long enough over a certain distance, your degree actually changes. Did you know that?
How do you know that, sir? How do you know that?
Okay, so if you're
which
walking
degree,
a
the
flat
max
plane,
degree or the real world degree?
And you're shooting a direct azimuth, say that you're heading, 180, right? You're going southwest, right? You're heading southwest, perfect 180, and you walk, 5 miles. Your degree is going to change just a little bit.
Yeah. Listen, it changes with respect to latitude and longitude, which curve. Okay, it doesn't change with respect to Earth, which doesn't.
Okay, so how would respectfully, and you can clown on me all y'all want. Obviously, you're doing it, but how would latitude and longitude curve, but the Earth doesn't?
It's a spherical coordinate reference system from the sky, dude.
Okay, so
that's why the coordinates curve, but the land is flat.
Okay, so how would that be gridded digitally then? Would it be a square-based grid or would it be a circular grid?
Well, it's actually curving grids. So what they do is they project it out different ways to straighten out the grid lines, and after they map flat Earth to the spherical grid, they distort them in order to straighten the terrain out with respect to where the lines are.
Why? If it's flat, then it could be
so that you can lay a map flat.
You could just use a more detailed grid if it was flat, though. I don't understand. If it was like a rectangle, like flat, right, or if it was a petri dish flat, it wouldn't necessarily need to be squared out or formatted in a circular-based grid. That doesn't make sense.
Dude, they're using a spherical grid in the first instance, and I think this is probably where you lack some fundamental knowledge about maps and cartography.
Okay. But do we all agree that shooting an azimuth, you're going to change? Like if you go 5 miles, give or take, your heading's going to change. You don't agree with that?
No, your heading will stay straight. Your reference points
you're not going to pure
will be
off.
inaccurate.
You're not going to have to adjust. You'll never have to adjust.
It depends on what you're using as a reference point. If you're using curving grid lines, then you're going to experience some of what you're describing. But that's with respect to the abstract grid lines that are imaginary.
Okay, so say you're just shooting an azimuth in a general vicinity, right? Your point of contact is a ravine that is 10 miles away, right? If you're walking, it's not going to go down even a single degree. That's what you're saying.
Right, and this is with respect to real world, dude. Like, erase geochords from the brain entirely and start over. An azimuthal heading does not curve.
Azimuth 90 degrees doesn't curve.
Yeah, whether it's 90 or 35 or 270, whatever. I mean, your heading is your heading. It will always be straight because that's a Euclidean angle that you're using geometrically.
I think he's confusing heading and direction.
Yeah, he's also considering mapped coordinates, right? He's considering mapped coordinates and calculated distances, which rely on a spherical misperception.
Okay, so how is it accurate then?
How's what accurate?
If it relies on a spherical depiction, right? How is it still accurate?
Well, how do you know it's accurate?
Because you're getting to the point that's charted.
Well, you think it's accurate? How'd you prove it though? Like, you think that if you were to set a heading and walk, that you're actually measuring a straight line out?
Hold on, let me just address this real quick. We were just having a great discussion about diving. Great. And then everybody turns because they get all schizo, and then they just start clowning. Right? Like, why
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Can never, ever have a civilized debate, ever.
We're having a civilized debate right now. You seem to be resisting what I'm telling you.
No, I'm not resisting. Just look at the chat. You'll know what I mean. Right? Like, nobody can ever...
Can we get back to on topic? Like, you're whining.
I'm just saying. I'm just pointing it out. Okay, and to answer your question, right? I know because I'm there. Makes sense? I'm there. It didn't just spawn in.
You're
it's not
there.
Minecraft. It didn't just load a chunk. Makes sense?
Wait. The diving conversation was happening because we were talking about the sea level. Doesn't matter how high you go from the sea level or how deep you go in diving.
Yeah, and you were getting fucking walked over, right? And I was like, no, he's right.
You agreed with me. Come on.
Exactly.
All right, so are we going back in time to a previous conversation to avoid this one?
Go ahead. I give you
Sounds like it.
Sea level is the level.
I'm going to step out for a minute then, while this banter continues.
No, but the point is, right? He never got to a place where he understands that the surface curvature was measured. So and that's what we're drawing out right now. And he tried to give his point right now that he thinks. I think it sounds like he's from the military. That's what it sounds like. And he used these systems, but the system within itself is only verifying itself. So he doesn't know outside of that the Earth comports to that system. He doesn't realize that.
Okay. So yeah. By the way, I'm in the Air Force. So
I figured that.
Right. So yeah, like what I'm saying is like it just doesn't seem like it would be as reliable if you're using something that's designated, like even GPS, global positioning system, right?
Yeah, I know all about it.
It's designated for a globe-based system, and it works perfectly. How would that work on another plane?
But you gotta ask yourself, how come they're using GPS, the same constellation, on the moon?
What do you mean? We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about Earth.
Well, no. This is getting to the heart of how you think GPS is versus how it's actually working. So without changing anything about the constellation and the network timing in itself, without changing all of that, if you still believe that Earth's a globe and you've got GPS satellites that are orbiting, those same systems are also claimed to work to provide lunar coordinates. Do you know how that is, or why that might be the case?
Is that too far for him to understand?
Hold on, Migo. No, he's in the military. He understands this. Just let Sporadic take it, Migo.
So what they've done is they've changed the receiver. They loaded a different reference datum, which happens to be much smaller, like 1/5 the size of WGS84 that is commonly used for GPS applications. They loaded a custom one for the moon, and bada bing, bada boom, it still works. GPS works on any surface, any system.
Evidence of that, please?
Huh?
Have evidence of that?
Oh yeah, it was great. Yeah, NASA JPL. Hold on.
Because, like, to be honest with you, theoretically speaking, it could work if they recalibrated the GPS to fit the actual confines of the moon. Because you can still pick up feed from the satellite.
The only thing they had to do was load a different datum in the receiver.
That's
where the localized adjustment.
Probably inputted a different GPS system into the actual receiver. I can't talk. Receiver correction. It just, like, you see what I mean? Like, there's all these extra things, right? And then that's the issue. It's like, why would anybody, like, rationally believe this? Because there's so many moving components of it, it just makes no sense. It becomes like fucking mush when you start talking about it. And it makes you guys sound crazy as fuck.
No, it doesn't, because you're verifying a system within itself, dude. You're not going outside to see if the land comports over to what the system is telling you that you're reading from that system. So it's like somebody using a globe and they're saying, I'm traveling from this point to that, but you're using this system, the longitude and latitude, and you're not verifying whether the surf has it's comporting over to that system or not. You don't know that. You're just assuming because the system is operating the way that it does.
Is there a marker that says that they use the same GPS system? Because
here we go. Yep, let me read it to everybody. All right. While there aren't any confused tourists finding their way from A to B on the moon right now, accurately navigating the lunar surface is going to be crucial for astronauts on future missions. To lay the foundations for a lunar navigation system, NASA's Lunar GNSS receiver experiment, LUGRA, has successfully received GPS signals beamed from Earth's orbit. Uh-oh.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's fine, right? So how did they get the coordinates on the moon? Using terrestrial Earth-based GPS systems.
Okay. The GPS system, from what I read, didn't pick it up from the moon. It was sent, the GPS systems, from a fucking receiver on Earth.
It was sent from a receiver on Earth?
Listen, it says right here. Mm-hmm. It says literally right here in the second paragraph, right? Beamed from Earth's
Tell me
orbit.
more about receiving signals
from Earth's
Earth.
orbit. Makes no sense.
Yeah, from Earth's orbit, yeah.
From Earth's orbit.
Yeah, on the moon.
They didn't pick it up. They didn't pick it up. You're misunderstanding it. That's not what that means.
Really? How should I read this so it makes sense to you?
Dude, that's how it's read. Like, you're just misunderstanding it.
All right, then why don't you explain it? Because I didn't quite understand your point of view.
I just told you the device on the moon, right, did not pick that shit up. It says that literally. It says that.
So, listen, they are using lunar coordinate reference systems with Earth terrestrial GPS systems, constellations. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Yeah, it means GPS is not dependent on the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Okay, that was my point.
Okay, but it's also...
You claimed it was.
You gave me another point.
I told you it isn't. I provided this example. All clear?
Right, no, you said, earlier, yes, you said earlier, okay, that the GPS, the same GPS coordinates, right, that were given from Earth is the same on the moon. That's not the case.
I did not say the coordinates were the same. I said they loaded a lunar datum.
Nothing like that.
In place of WGS84, they loaded a lunar reference ellipsoid. 1/5 the size of WGS84. Did you miss that part?
Where does it say that at?
That's what I'm telling you that they did. Because how would they get lunar coordinates?
I don't know. They could
load a lunar datum. You understand this? You understand how these systems work?
Yeah, they could probably plot it out with actual devices on the moon. It would be a separate coordinate system, yeah, absolutely, but it wouldn't.
Yeah, like surveyors do. They use GPS, and surveyors can load different datums all the time. They can actually load flat datums, and often do.
You're suggesting
GPS actually works off a flat terrestrial plane, not a curved surface.
Are you suggesting that GPS is just made up? Is that like what we're...
No, I'm explaining how this works. So GPS provides coordinates in Cartesian space XYZ called the local tangent plane. And the local tangent plane has an absolute reference frame in 4 dimensions, which is called the ECEF global system. The ECF global system provides an absolute frame of reference, which is helpful for coordinating timing between all the satellites and for asset tracking. And this frame of reference actually extends an equal radius to every point on the tangent plane that is used locally for every single device that's on GPS. So in other words, everybody that's using GPS uses it on a flat plane, and all the flat planes are interconnected with each other. And there's no way to have flat planes on a ball. How many multiple flat planes, local flat planes that are instantized for every user do you have that's possible on a ball?
Okay, it just depends on the reference, right? Like how to scale it is. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, when you plot...
I know. Well, they scale it by using hyperdimensional geometry.
Okay.
Yeah. The ball that exists in ECF is only a geometric aberration because it doesn't exist in real life. It's an abstraction. Okay, it helps with asset tracking and provides an absolute frame of reference for the entire network on a flat Earth.
That's fine, right?
Yeah. Good.
All I'm going to say to that, right? That was like word soup. I'm not going to lie.
It's not word soup.
All I'm going to say is
you don't understand the system, sir. You don't understand the system, and this is what's the reason why. He's telling you the technical. So if you don't understand that he's explaining to you, this is the way the system operates, and then when you use it as an end user, you just assume that the Earth is comporting to the system, but you don't realize that because you're using the system and it works. So to you, for all intents and purposes, the Earth is a globe, but you don't know that. That's what he's pointing out.
Okay, so pretty much this whole discussion was just you can't rely on a GPS. It's not a trustworthy source.
No, you can use it. You can use it. He's telling you can use it. But the thing is, you're thinking about the system and then thinking the Earth is like the system. You're thinking the Earth is an abstraction oblate spheroid. It's not. You didn't verify that. You're using the system to navigate. It works.
Okay, so
do you understand?
Yes,
you're
I
in the
understand.
military. You're in the Air Force, and so you should have comprehension skills, dude.
Well, look, with all due respect, AV, you can't really discuss what comprehension skills I have. You don't even know my career.
Listen, the globe and GPS system is purely mathematical and is actually 4-dimensional hypersphere.
Yeah, this is one thing that grinds people's gears is when they tell you how you should do your job and then they've never done the job themselves. Make sense?
Dude, you get it though. You understand what he's saying though. You do get it.
I was just clarifying. I was just having him clarify.
Am I telling you how to do your job right now?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
Is he telling you how to do your job?
I'm telling you how to do your job. I'm just saying you utilize these systems, and people in the military are oblivious to the fact that
we don't. It depends on what area you're in.
Okay, so if you do encounter the system and you think, well, the system itself is verifying that the Earth is what the system is, you just assume that. You've never looked into the fact whether or not the system is actually comporting over to the physical world. You've never done that. You're assuming you're traveling over a globe based on the system.
Okay, so wouldn't you be able to observe your direction changes if it did that?
Yeah, have you? Now listen, every user for the GPS system is delivered a local tangent plane, a flat surface, a flat plane of reference that always updates with wherever they go. At what point does that curve in real life?
I mean, I don't know. Like,
yeah, I mean,
that's what we're asking, sir. That's what we're asking. That's like the only thing we want
format
you to
of
be
the question
honest.
is so weird because I think I haven't.
It's not weird.
You knew how to do your job.
It's not
right
weird.
On a
it's
map
not weird.
And
You get it.
At a line, and then like literally getting my protractor and shooting a straight azimuth to it.
Yeah,
and I don't know if we're,
you can't do that on a curve.
Because you can plot off of a map based off of GPS. Y'all know that, right?
Dude, we understand you can use this system to travel with. It's not what's being in contention. What's held in contention is the fact that you don't know if the surface is curving like the system is declaring it is.
Okay.
Hey, can I add something? Right. I got two quick things, if I may. Or is it still just alpha?
You're good.
No, we're kind of he's already simmered down to the point he knows
I want to know what it is.
Yeah,
he knows he's using the system.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you say you're in the Air Force because you should know you can't go from GPS to an MGRS. You need to use AFA tabs to do that.
That's a good point.
Okay, so in terms of land nav, right, with the Air Force, all we did in the basic, so security forces, all they do in the basic defender course, that's at Lackland, JBSA Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, by the way, right? All they do for the fucking basic defender course is just plotting off of a fucking map that they give you, right? Like, so they'll be like, hey, plot your azimuth to Camp Bucca. I don't know if y'all are familiar with, Lackland, right? And you'll literally plot your line. And then they'll give you like a, hey, you're shooting an azimuth at Camp Bucca. What is your intersecting line to go to, LZ Jane or LZ, whatever the fuck. So that's what they do for the defender course, right? And in GPS, I've never like actually done it, but it can be done, right? Like you can't, like he even agreed with me, you can plot GPS chords on a map if it's configured properly. He literally agreed with me. You can.
Yeah, you can plot it on a moon map too. The coordinate reference system is completely arbitrary.
Okay, so
what makes it useful is whether or not you apply it consistently.
It's just distrust then. That's all it is.
No, it's not distrust. It's. I'm telling you the mathematical reality of this. All coordinate reference systems are arbitrary. Surveyors know this. They fire up their total station. They can select like the NED 1927 datum of Earth, which is different than the WGS 84 of Earth. They can pull up a state plane reference system, which is a flat planar grid instead of a spherical grid like the other two that I described. And they'll use GPS to get coordinate fixes on a local tangent plane.
Okay, so I got a question then. These surveyors, do they know, so to speak, in your eyes, that the Earth is flat?
Some of them are here.
Okay. That's just all I'm saying, right? Because
people who actually measure the Earth are on our side too.
Okay, I can sit here and act like I've plotted GPS chords on a map I haven't, I can act like I know what I'm talking about. I don't when it comes to the GPS coords. I don't know what the fuck. I've never had to do it. If I learned it, I feel like I would know it. Right? All I can give you is the basic fundamentals of nav. Okay? And I can do so with confidence. Okay? And what I'm picking up from the GPS shit, right, is just all of the other arguments I've heard, with all due respect, are, hey, they can do this, so why aren't they doing this?
What do they need to do any differently?
No, they can distort your path of travel, so why aren't they doing it? That's what I'm picking up from this. And I'm just not built like that. I'm not built to just question that. Right? That doesn't make sense to me.
Do you think you use a globe to navigate with, or do you use flat charts like sectional maps?
Yeah, you use flat charts that really aren't to scale.
Yeah, you use a series of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that
You're not
means
using
nothing,
globe.
right? When it comes to the actual reference of how big the chart is compared to the actual Earth. Y'all realize that, like, if you're walking on a circle, it's not going to be really that noticeable. The curve change isn't going to be really
You're
that
telling
noticeable.
us? You sound like one of us now.
I'm just saying. No, I've always agreed.
You wouldn't
that
notice
can't
any
observe
curvature. No kidding.
you see what I'm trying to say? It's just difference of, with all due respect, of trust, right? Because I believe
this is not trust at all. This is how it works.
Well, I'm telling you that there's no, like, a GPS, right? And you're going to disagree. You're going to say it can work on a flat plane. Can you prove that?
Yeah.
Without, like, giving me word soup, can you demonstrate that?
Well, a great way to demonstrate that is with a total station, like what surveyors use.
Can you show me it? Can you screen share and show me?
Screen share and show you right now? Come on, dude.
I mean, like, can you simulate it somehow?
I'm fixing breakfast right now and stuff.
Oh,
you don't have to believe anything I'm telling you.
No, I know. I'm just wondering, because I am a visual learner. I feel like it's hard to pick up when you're just telling somebody. Right? You would have to, like, observe it to understand it. I'm sure when you did your training, they didn't just tell you how to do it. They showed you how to do it, right? Or
yeah, well, I'm not training you.
Well, I'm just saying when you understood what you understand now, they probably showed you how to do it, correct?
Oh yeah, there's a lot to this. Like, I cannot just show you something like this and have you instantly get it, like you become an expert in 5 seconds if you're completely stone cold.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'd have a better understanding if it was demonstrated. Right? Can we agree there? Like, I feel like you can't really, like, if you just start saying shit over and over, right?
What is it you want demonstrated, sir?
Demonstrate how a GPS would work on a flat Earth.
Go look up local tangent plane, LTP, and ENU, east north up. Those are the coordinates that are used for GPS receivers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a flat plane.
What was the second one? I'm sorry.
East north up, ENU.
And it's on a flat plane, you say? It doesn't look like it. I mean,
every user has a local tangent plane.
Say again?
Every user gets a local tangent plane, gets their coordinates delivered to them in XYZ space, no curving.
Okay, is it predetermined?
Is what predetermined?
The curve.
What curve?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, could it be predetermined if there were curves?
You're presuming that this works on a globe on a curving surface, and I've shown you that it doesn't. It's working on a flat surface.
Okay, but the proportion matters, right? Like how big the area is on the globe. You see what I'm trying to ask, or is it like fucking...
Well, no, I'm wondering how many flat spots exist on a globe.
What do you mean? You can find flat spots. Dude, you can find flat spots on something that fucking curves. Proportion matters. Proportion matters. You can't.
Right, so you're saying there's a scaling problem. I'm going to have to see some evidence that at scale suddenly this changes.
And see, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, you would have to like actually have a simulation to see how it does change.
No, not a simulation. You have to go out and measure it in the real world, which nobody
okay, but
has.
Then you would need the reference
to show
of how
the curvature.
big the Earth is, right, with the exact dimensions.
Yeah, we're given that by NASA, all the space agencies. They're all in agreement. Astronomy departments, we use them for references. They tell us what the dimensions are, and we test it with lasers. We test it with microwave links. We test it with infrared.
Okay, but it's not exact.
Well, when you're off by orders of magnitude, and an order of magnitude being 10x, and you got a bunch of 10x's of error, then you got to wonder how come it's off by orders of magnitude everywhere it's ever been tested, and nobody can find the geometric horizon anywhere, the curvature.
Okay.
Right. So when they do laser transits using like 3 different frequency beams that should be refracting at different rates if atmospheric refraction was real, and people are able to see these just a few feet off the surface from dozens of miles away, it's a problem. You know, when people take, like, we have folks that go up on airplanes with high-end infrared optics and zoom in on distant mountain ranges, like what they were doing in Tora Bora. They're able to see mountain ranges that should be 14 miles below the curvature of the Earth, but they're there and they can see beyond them.
Okay.
That's a problem.
And that, I don't want to get into another debate, respectfully, right? Because I think I've already talked about that earlier.
That's fine.
Right?
These are big problems.
I know, but it's like the same. It's like the example I gave with like light refraction. Like some people believe that light doesn't refract, right? Like it doesn't and also that light doesn't bend, so to speak.
Well,
I'm saying that correctly.
It technically doesn't refract through one medium, and it technically doesn't bend. It'll change angles. And it can change angles incrementally over long distances. That's a fact.
Right. So okay. So the actual like angle of the light, you're saying that it doesn't bend. Does it break up then?
Yeah, it actually does. The light will break up because different frequencies. If you have like white light that has all the frequencies, and you shoot it at a certain angle relative to the surface, depending on what it is, then it will bend and separate out the different wavelengths. And that's how you get like a prism that produces a rainbow.
Okay. So.
But that's not what's happening in the air. Like nobody sees that, period. And infrared mitigates those claims, doesn't it?
I mean, I do have a lot of experience with IR. We run IR cams.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, so somebody said this earlier. Okay, you seem like you know your shit when it comes to IR too. All right, I'll ask you this: does IR distort over time?
What do you mean by distort? Like
say that you have an IR camera and you zoom in. Do images distort? Yes or no?
I mean, potentially it depends on far field conditions. You know, it's not perfect, right? Because you're seeing in a longer wavelength that's subject to less turbulence, less warping and bending. But if I were to take IR and like zoom in on something distant that's like extremely hot, then it's going to be turbulent.
Right. And that's what I was trying to like explain earlier, right? Because we have
that's like refraction.
No, I'm not saying it is. I was arguing with somebody earlier. I was like, hey, IR does distort over time, especially if you're running like an IR, like, you know, you're running an IR cam with a zoom. It does.
Less than what it does if you don't have it.
Well, I'm just saying it still does. It still does.
So what we need to see, right? Somebody's saying, hey, look, there's curvature in infrared. Here it is without. There it is in infrared. Here it is without. Nobody's been able to do that ever.
Right.
We see farther. We see farther with infrared when actually, if Earth is curving, that curvature horizon should be popping up and presenting itself in all its glory.
Well, then you would need 2 points. You would need 2 points far enough and a camera able to do so.
Yeah, like I can show you. We got flat earthers who go on airplanes where the air's already thin, and using high-end super zoom optics in infrared and looking at mountain ranges that should be 14 miles below the curvature, but there's no curvature present, and there they are.
I mean, yeah. Can I see like
freaking sick as shit? I love it. It's cool.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, like off topic, I think IR is a really, really fucking cool thing. It's hard to put the shit down because like there's handheld like IR cams and shit, and then there's like CCTV based IR. You know?
Oh yeah, so they military surveyors. I have a great paper on this. Actually, use CCTV IR in their surveying of the Chesapeake Bay, and they purposefully tried to find curvature by putting an emitter on the other side of the bay, behind where the geometric curvature should be. They did all the calculations. We checked their math; it's accurate, and they could freaking see it in infrared. And they called it cursed when they produced their documents back to the government, because it was a NATO contract actually.
Right. Okay.
Right. So they again tried to find curvature in infrared across the Chesapeake Bay, and they're unable to find it. They just couldn't find globe curvature, and they're like, "Why is this happening? Why this appears to be refracting up?" Right? Is kind of their idea, but they're like, "This
with
on
all
the wavelength, and the conditions aren't present to do so."
something. I want to say something, but I really don't want to debate, and I know people are going to go fucking crazy when I say it. Wouldn't that also mean that your understanding of physics wouldn't be in line with the physics if it actually was proven? For example, right? Like,
no, mine is in agreement with those surveyors. Actually, they called it confounding because the curvature they imagined to be there isn't. And you know what they had to do? They had to fudge a model to explain it, and the model they had to fudge, they had to extrapolate their errors, their error margins by 2 orders of magnitude out. They had to blow those error bars up by 100x. In order to fit the data into a presumed globe curvature that nobody saw.
Okay, but here's what I'm seeing, right? Like on other shit too, right? Like the flat Earth debate that I got, and this was like a year ago, probably more than that, probably like a year and a half ago, right? Was water never finds its level. You can't observe curve over plane over distance, right? And I'm like, all right. And he's like, that's because there is no curve. It's the same argument that I had just a few years ago.
Sounds right.
And I don't want to get into the physics aspect, because then I know it's going to go to like I said, water finds its level, and then like gravity, and then it's just going to fucking go into this crazy thing. Okay.
Yeah, you need if you think gravity curves, you need to show that gravity is doing just that too.
No, I'm saying it's gonna go. I'll use a fucking. I can just. It's like playing chess, right? I can just calculate what debate is gonna be next, and I don't ever see an end to it. It's like a draw. Like, we should just shake fucking hands now and step away, because you're not.
Well, hold on. We have all the measurements and evidence of flat Earth from Globers, from the military, even. Including our own people.
And can I see
you don't have any curvature at all. Like, nobody's ever been able to present a measurement or any observation of globe curvature, even once.
Can I see this evidence?
Well, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Feel free to join our Discord and peruse the side channels. We got terabytes of information for you.
Okay, where's that at? Can you link the channel?
I don't know if I can. I think I'm allowed to type it in since we're a preferred partner, but it's basically discord.gg/flat earth, all one word.
Yeah, go to the VIP partners. It's the link is there.
Yep.
Is that me or him you're talking to? I apologize.
He's talking to you. Just go to the VIP partner up in the upper sections, echelons of the channel list.
Okay, roger that. Yeah.
Yep, and you'll see it there. You can also just type it into a browser. Discord.gg/flat earth.
Right. Because I'm not saying this to be a dick. I still believe that the Earth is a globe. With all due respect.
I don't blame you. Took me years to shake the globe off.
No, I'm not saying, and I'm not trying to be a dick. Right? You're probably going to think, I just gave you a bunch of. None of the evidence you gave me has changed my mind whatsoever.
Yeah, no one cares.
We're not here to change your mind,
sir. All right. I'm just letting you know. I don't want y'all to all right.
Matter of fact, my understanding of flat Earth is cemented by people with these crazy belief systems without any sort of form or function that they really can't take questions on or explain. They just kind of pick the team that they think is the winning team.
And then follow it blindly.
Yeah, and for me, that highlights why the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I think people just... Sorry,
go ahead. You got it.
Okay, so I think people are just not cool with getting out of their comfort zone. And to be honest, man, look... A lot of people, like I said, they're not going to question anything unless there's a reason to do it, right? Like, it's the stupid fucking, I know it was a dumb example, but it's just the example. It's like, hey, my wife tells me she's going to the store. I'm not going to assume she's going to the nightclub, right? Like, if it works in their life, they're just going to believe that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Listen, the biggest reason people don't like this topic is because of the social pressure, right? Try telling your family at Thanksgiving that you're a flat earther now and see what happens.
I'm not a flat. Yeah.
I mean, it's insane the kind of reactions you'll get. So a lot of us don't like to be very public with that.
I just realized we are not leaving Earth.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere. Yeah.
Wait, can I ask this question too? Sporadic, because you seem like you're kind of like on a different level than a lot of people, with all due respect. Like you kind of have your own understanding.
There is no way.
Do you believe in asteroids and meteorites?
I'm not sure. I don't have evidence that they exist. I studied sporadic meteors for a while, hence my name. And I've come to the conclusion that these things are more than likely electrical discharges. Nobody's ever recovered rocks falling from the sky, as far as I know.
So, okay, I don't want to say this to be a dick, all right, but I was at recess one time, all right, I was like probably 6, 7 years old, okay, and there is a meteorite shower, all right, and there were rocks recovered, okay, and it happened in my general area, all right, and I know everyone's gonna, like, he's already saying it, you found a rock, congratulations, how do you know that it was a meteorite, right?
Right, especially when it's iron, which is like one of the most abundant things you find around there. Like, dude, come on.
However, it was observed by camera, by a normal school CCTV fucking camera, slamming onto this car. Where did it come from?
Oh, was that a meteor or was that something else? Like,
I don't know. Would it be if it was
falling off an airplane?
Yeah, that's what people are gonna be like fucking. Hey, man, like, you know, somebody fucking dropped this or something, right? Like, that's what it always seems to be, right? I'm just saying, like, I don't understand how people don't believe in meteors. I don't even think it refutes the flat Earth at all.
Well, hold on. The evidence isn't compelling enough. That's my point to you. I don't automatically believe everything.
Okay. So if I told you, hey, man, I'm not going to cross you, you wouldn't believe me. You're just going to be like, yeah, this guy, I don't know. And that's fair.